Chapter 122. Explode for me. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, his 5 fingers pierced into Yu Hun's skull. With a grab of his 5 fingers, he instantly grabbed onto a worm that was as thick as a pinky and as long as half a finger. The bug's entire body was black, and it emitted a dense black aura. Yu Hun's face was pale, white from fright, and he no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance. He was scared to death and asked with a trembling voice, "What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Let go of me." His skull was cracked, but he wasn't dead. Luo Tian looked at the struggling black bug on his finger and muttered to himself, "Looks like if this bug doesn't die, the person won't die. What an awesome cultivation method. Could it be a goo in teleportation? Undying goo? So awesome. If I could refine such a goo and then nurture these corpses to kill monsters for me, then I would be able to surpass Morong Wanjian much faster. I wonder if there are any goo refining techniques here?" This kind of goo was very evil. However, if an evil thing was used well, then it wouldn't be evil. Luo Tian really wanted to obtain this kind of goo technique. "Let go of me. Let go of me. You son of a bitch. Let go of me." Yu Hun was so scared that he peed his pants, his eyes staring straight at the struggling goo worm on Luo Tian's finger, incomparably afraid. Luo Tian laughed coldly. "Aren't you immortal? Didn't you laugh at me for not being able to kill you? What's wrong? Are you afraid? Beg me, ha ha ha." Luo Tian's face was filled with pride, and he started to show off. Looking at Yu Hun's scared expression, he couldn't help but show off. With a very despicable look, he said playfully, "Beg me, if I'm happy, I might let it go. Don't even think about it. If you dare to kill me, Yin King will not let you off." Yu Hun was still stubborn, but his confidence was lacking. Luo Tian revealed a very afraid look and said, "Wow, Yin King won't let me off. I'm really scared," but suddenly his voice turned sharp as he shouted, "If he dares to come, I will still kill him like how I killed you." Then Zhang Xian clenched his fist, and the black bug exploded. Black, viscous liquid gushed out. Yu Hun's eyes widened as he stared at Luo Tian. "Dead. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Yu Hun. You've gained 10,000 experience points and 1,000 mystical chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Spirit Snake Spear." "Huh? A weapon dropped?" Luo Tian was slightly surprised. He did not expect this mini-boss to drop a weapon. He immediately opened up the system to check. Item: Spirit Snake Spear Grade, 7th grade description. Comes with a suppressive attack. Activates killing intent to release a crushing killing intent that can be released in the form of a long whip. F***CK. This spear isn't bad. It actually has an additional attack, and a suppressive one at that. No wonder Yu Hun was able to unleash a death whip at the start. Not bad at all. Luo Tian was secretly delighted. He needed weapons. Blood-sucking wild blade is awesome, but this guy is too scary when he takes it out. Furthermore, blood-sucking wild blade was his trump card. Once he took it out, he would have to drink blood and return. Dead. Yu Hun is dead, ha ha ha. Sisters, Yu Hun is dead. This demon is dead. Woo! Woo! The moment Yu Hun died, the Earth's core race woman felt as if her soul had been released. She jumped up and felt tears welling up in her eyes. Many people were crying softly. After so many years, he had finally died. Every one of them had been oppressed by him. Every single one of them hated him to the bone. However, they were very weak and didn't even have the strength to resist. But now that they saw Luo Tian kill him, the years of suppression in their hearts all exploded as they cried. The old woman knelt down in front of Luo Tian and kowtowed heavily. The others immediately followed suit. This kneel was very heavy, but Luo Tian did not stop them, because if he did, it would hurt their self-esteem. "Thank you," the old granny said very seriously. This time, she did not say the word immortal. The others did the same and said, "Thank you." Luo Tian was very embarrassed. It was not good to go up and help them up because these women were all naked. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself before the exam. And these women all looked like wolves and tigers. What if Luo Tian was a virgin after all? There were some things that he still couldn't let go of. If it was the 6 women at the beginning, it might be fine, but dozens of them at once. Damn, wasn't this asking for his life? The most important point was, the expression on the old granny's face became even more thirsty. What if she Luo Tian couldn't help but shiver? And the little brother, under his crotch, suddenly shrunk a few inches. Luo Tian's expression was calm and said, "Quickly get up. The guards of the Shadow Mountain Corpse City are not that scary." The old granny waved her hand and said, "Everyone get up. Hurry up and go home. Don't go out." Then, the old granny immediately walked up and pulled Luo Tian's hand, bringing him into the broken house. This Luo Tian's heart sank again and secretly said, "It can't be. God, please save me. I don't want to." This was the first time he had sex with someone who was 70 or 80 years older than him, or even older. What kind of rhythm was this? Luo Tian was so scared that he trembled, his feet struggled, and his face darkened. "Old granny, where are you taking me?" The old granny's footsteps were very hurried. She pulled Luo Tian and said, "To my house." Luo Tian pretended to laugh, but it was an ugly smile, and said, "If you have something to say it here." The old granny said, "There are some things that are inconvenient to say here. You should come to the house with me." Finished. The old granny glanced at Luo Tian, her eyes slightly raised, as if she was winking, and said gently, "Don't worry, I won't eat you." At this moment, Luo Tian even had the heart to die. If the other party was a man or a woman, Luo Tian would not hesitate to take action and quickly run away. But she was an old woman. How could Luo Tian do it? The distance of 50 meters took them about 10 minutes to walk. Finally, there was no other way. Luo Tian was still pulled into the house by the old granny. The moment Luo Tian entered the house, the old granny poked her head out, looked around, and quickly closed the door after making sure that no one was around. With an impatient look, she pushed Luo Tian to the edge of the bed. Luo Tian suddenly became extremely nervous. "Old granny, what do you want to do?" The old woman was stunned for a moment. She pointed at him with her index finger and said with a smile, "Look at how nervous you are. Are you afraid that this old woman will eat you up? Don't worry, although you are very handsome, I only love my husband." Hearing this, Luo Tian's heart relaxed. It was also at this time. The old granny took out a book filled with an ancient aura from the box under the bed. On the shabby cover were 3 words, "Gu Refining Technique." Luo Tian's eyes widened. Chapter 123. Gu Refining Technique. Luo Tian was moved. If he could successfully cultivate it, wouldn't he have a powerful army of gu worms? At that time, he would directly clear out the Ghost Prison mountain range. How many billions of experience would it take to clear out the entire mountain range? Leveling up was like sitting on a rocket. Moved. He was 2F** king moved. The strength of those undying bodies made Luo Tian really want to refine such a batch of corpses. And this kind of gu technique was only limited to humans? What if it was placed on top of the demon beasts? Stage 5 monster beasts, stage 6 monster beasts. If these incomparably powerful demon beasts were to be controlled, what kind of existence would they be? Gudong. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva and asked, "Grandma, this is the gu refining technique?" The old granny sighed heavily and said, "And it is it that harmed our Earth's core race. It is the source of all evil for hundreds of years. I have hated it to the core and wanted to burn it so many times, but I could not do it and felt that there must be some kind of arrangement." Then the old granny looked at Luo Tian with an excited expression and said, "You are the arrangement of the heavens." Luo Tian was slightly startled and said, "Grandma, you don't really think that I am the person in the prophecy, do you?" Prophecy? That was all made up by me. The old granny directly admitted that this prophecy was made up by her in the first place, and from that day onwards, she had become a fraud. Every day, she would say some words that no one could understand, but in fact, she was just giving the Earth's core race a hope, so that they would not give up. Luo Tian was shocked and thought, "What the F asterisk TK, it feels like you are the fraud. Really F asterisk King awesome. I almost thought of myself as the person in your prophecy, and even called you High Immortal. I didn't expect it to all be fake. I even wanted to use the identity of a High Immortal to find the most beautiful woman in the clan to warm my bed at night. It seems like this idea is very difficult to realize." The old granny laughed bitterly. "Don't be surprised. I had no choice but to do this. Sai, I am guilty. I shouldn't have let my husband pass on the gu refining technique to others. It's all my fault that led to today's situation." As she spoke, tears flowed down her cheeks. She was heartbroken. "If I didn't ask my husband to pass the gu refinement technique to Yinshang, he wouldn't have been able to build the current shady mountain corpse city or turn the men of the Earth's core race into undying guards. It's all my fault for being selfish and wanting the Earth's core race to return to the surface, to restore the era when the myriad races stood in great numbers. I was overthinking." Sigh. There was another long sigh. The granny's expression was extremely downcast. She looked at Luo Tian and asked, "Are you willing to help me?" F asterisk CK. "I've already accepted the mission. How can I not help?" Luo Tian said in his heart and smiled faintly, "Granny, I promised you to kill the city, Lord of the Shady Mountain Corpse City. You can't have forgotten, right?" "Aya, look at my memory." The old woman patted her head and said, "I have a small request." Luo Tian said, "Speak." The old lady said, "Can you help me save my husband? He's being held at the bottom of Yinshan Corpse City. Rumor has it that there's a sea of corpses there, and it's also Yinshang's arsenal. That place is filled with corpses, just like the dead spirit race. Each of them only has a body without a soul, waiting for Yinshang to plant gu poison on them." Sea of corpses? That wasn't a lot. Then Luo Tian gulped again. In his eyes, this was not a sea of corpses, but a sea of experience. How much experience would a single myriad lightning blast give? Immediately, Luo Tian immediately said, "Old granny, how do I get to this place? I'll immediately save your husband. But let me take the liberty to ask, can your husband still survive in such a place? Sea of corpses. What kind of person could survive? Moreover, would Yinshang let him go?" The old granny's expression was very calm as she said, "Yinshang will not kill him because he has yet to obtain the method to cure the gu. Furthermore, he has already refined himself into a great poison gu and is no longer human. Only my husband can save him, and in this world, only my husband knows how to cure the gu. This is the secret of our Earth's core race." "Oh, then that's easy. Tell me how to get there, and I'll save him in a minute." Luo Tian was a little impatient. The undead guard's experience here was too high. If it was really as the old granny said, there would be these undead guard everywhere. Then leveling up would definitely be like sitting on a rocket. The old granny shook her head and said, "I don't know where it is either. I'm afraid only Yinshang knows." Holy sh asterisk t. Luo Tian immediately cursed. "Then how do I save him?" The old granny continued, "Your strength surpasses your current cultivation, and Yinshang needs people like you to strengthen his undead army. Only if you are captured and brought to Yin Mountain Corpse City will you be sent to the sea of corpses by him. At that time, you will definitely be able to find my husband. F asterisk CK, old granny, you're sending me to my death. Yu Hun's strength is already at the Great Xian Master Realm. I'm afraid that Yinshang has already reached the profound spirit realm, right?" Luo Tian said angrily, "No matter how strong I am, I can't be a match for a profound spirit realm expert. What if he doesn't capture me and directly kills me?" The old granny's brows darkened. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, she endured it. The two of them were silent. After a long time, Luo Tian looked at the old granny's lonely appearance and let out a heavy breath and said, "Is there no other way?" The old granny shook her head and said, "If you promise me, I will immediately give you this Gu refinement technique. This is an earth-level cultivation method in the outside world. This kind of cultivation method will cause countless supreme experts to fight over it, and it will even cause a huge dispute. *CK, don't tempt me. Even if it's a divine-level cultivation method, it's useless without a life." Luo Tian said in a bad mood, "Anything, even if it was a divine artifact, without a life, it was all bullshit." The old granny fell silent again. Tears appeared at the corners of her eyes, and her eyes were filled with endless longing. This longing was very sad. "Sai, give me the Gu refinement technique." Luo Tian finally relented and sighed. He really couldn't bear to see the old granny sad like this. To be honest, the current Luo Tian was overflowing with sympathy, but he was definitely not stupid. He had thought of many ways to deal with Yin Shang in his mind. The old granny's expression changed, and she immediately laughed. "You're willing to promise me?" "Holy *T. I was tricked by you again." Luo Tian scolded and said, "I'll do my best." The old granny was incomparably happy as a child. She passed the Gu refinement technique to Luo Tian and said, "Only if you do your best, you will definitely be able to save my husband. You will definitely be able to save the Earth's core race." Luo Tian received the Gu refinement technique, casually flipped through a few pages, and was incomparably shocked in his heart. As expected of an Earth-level cultivation method, so powerful, even the happy Gu, "I must learn this Gu, ha ha ha." Following that, Luo Tian asked, "Old granny, is there a way up here?" The old granny was startled and said, "What are you going up for? You're not trying to escape, are you?" Luo Tian grinned mysteriously and said, "Guess." Chapter 124. Remember, you only have 10 days. After 10 days, Yin Shang will discover Yu Hun's death and will definitely come back. You only have a chance at that time. 10 days. It was really, really short. It was so short that he couldn't even do anything. Luo Tian stood on top of a mountain and looked around. His eyes were like an eagle's as he searched for prey. He came out. He left the Earth's core race, but he never thought of escaping. If he wanted to escape, he could do it easily. But he couldn't. He couldn't disappoint the people of the Earth's core race. He couldn't disappoint the old granny. More importantly, Luo Tian couldn't give up such a good place to train, especially the Corpse C munitions factory in the depths of the Yinshan Corp City. That place was definitely a paradise for experience. One more thing. After killing the novice village's boss, Luo Jianshan, the system rewarded him with a draw blade. Then what about Yin Shang, this boss? Luo Tian had a feeling that as long as he killed Yin Shang, he would definitely trigger the second system reward. The system reward was simply too awesome. The draw blade was so sharp, but it was only the reward from the novice village's boss. Now, the reward from this boss would definitely be even more awesome. With all these factors combined, Luo Tian was even more unable to leave. It wasn't easy to find a boss, but you just ignored it? Was this something a human could do? He might as well just die. Even if he couldn't win, he had to give it a try. No matter what, Luo Tian was determined to break through this Shadow Mountain Corpse City. Rumble, rumble, suddenly. A loud noise came from more than 10 kilometers away. A pangolin covered in sharp spikes stepped down from a mountain, creating a cloud of dust. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth moved slightly and he laughed. "Let's start with you." Then, he instantly shot out, his speed increasing to the limit, and arrived at a distance of more than 10 kilometers in less than half a minute. Looking at a pangolin beast that was rolling around and playing, Luo Tian laughed sinisterly. "You are my Death Legion's first stage 5 monster." The pangolin beast flipped over and stood up. Its back was covered with stone-like spikes. Its whole body rolled and turned into a spiky top, directly crushing Luo Tian. Luo Tian swept his spirit serpent spear and poured his killing intent into it. His entire body instantly rushed forward. The long spear pierced forward. The killing intent seeped in and directly carried out the killing intent suppression. The moment the pangolin behemoth let out a miserable shriek, Luo Tian's scarlet feet heavily stomped down, one foot after another, not giving it any chance to breathe. Once it found an opportunity to escape, it would be impossible to find it again. Die! He channeled his strength into his knees and slammed them down on the pangolin's head. Boom! The pangolin demonic beast's body went limp and it stopped breathing. The current Luo Tian could easily deal with a stage 5 monster, and he didn't even need to use his full strength. Luo Tian walked to the side of the pangolin's corpse and frowned. He pried open the pangolin's mouth and exhaled heavily. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyebrows tightened a little as he activated the goo refining technique. His sea of consciousness moved. A huge killing intent surged. It kept surging and condensing. It was very uncomfortable, as if the killing intent was about to crush his sea of consciousness. A few minutes later, after the goo refining technique, a small killing intent goo worm appeared in his sea of consciousness, moving slightly. Luo Tian's entire body was covered in cold sweat. In that moment, he had consumed a total of 5,000 points of profound qi. Not only that, this cultivation method consumed a lot of mental strength. If Luo Tian hadn't controlled the puppet soldiers to increase his mental strength, he wouldn't have been able to bear it. Luo Tian controlled the idea, and a small killing intent goo worm appeared in his palm. It was very small, like a newly born silkworm, and if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to see it. Luo Tian carefully placed the killing intent goo worm into the pangolin's mouth and let it slowly crawl in. Not long after, a notification sounded out in his mind. Ding! Refinement failed. Luo Tian's body went soft and he cursed. F***ck, your grandpa. His level was too low, so it was normal for him to fail, but it was too painful. This kind of pain was 10,000 times more painful than being crushed by the pressure, and could be compared to the aftereffects of the sky-piercing dragon slaying method. He had no choice. Luo Tian rested for a moment and activated it again. Another wave of intense pain. What he got in return was another failure. Ding! Refinement failed. Ding! Refinement failed. Who knew how many times he had heard this sound? Luo Tian felt as if he had aged by dozens of years. He was extremely tired, and his entire body couldn't muster up the slightest bit of strength. It was too tiring. If there was any other choice, he would rather die than cultivate some bullshit refining technique. The profound qi was exhausted. The pill was poured into his mouth. Ordinary demon cores were also devoured. The profound qi was increasing crazily. Luo Tian once again threw himself into refining goo. An hour passed. Just as Luo Tian was about to despair, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully refining. F***ck. Luo Tian suddenly became excited. With a thought, the pangolin giant beast suddenly stood up. Its entire body was filled with killing intent, the killing intent of the death path. Ha ha ha! I finally mastered it. I almost died from it. Damn it, I finally mastered it. Too excited. Extreme excitement. This pangolin giant beast's killing intent was also very intense. Yinshan Corpse City's Undying Guard was different. It had intense killing intent, while they had cold death aura. This was directly related to the person refining the goo. Yinshan's sea of consciousness mutated and produced death aura due to his madness. Thus the goo he refined all had death aura, and Luo Tian directly condensed the pure killing intent. All the goo he refined had the killing intent of the death path. Luo Tian was overjoyed. He instantly became spirited. Looking at his own death demon beast army, he laughed sinisterly and muttered, Yinshan, right? Just you wait. Let's see if your Undying Guard or my Death Demon Beast army is stronger, hee hee. Only a lunatic like Luo Tian could think of such an idea. He didn't want to use dead people. He wanted to use the incomparably powerful demon beasts in Ghost Prison Mountain Range. What kind of scene would it be if he brought these demon beasts into Yinshan Corpse City? Wow. Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. Next one. Luo Tian kept the pangolin giant beast into the wooden token and charged towards another rank 5 demon beast, Earth's core race, inside the old granny's house. Granny, will that man really come back? The old granny's expression dimmed as she looked at the hole created by Luo Tian and muttered to herself, he should be back. Great Immortal will definitely not abandon us. He will definitely come back. Some women said with firm gazes. Others frowned and murmured, tomorrow is the 10th day. Yin Shang will definitely come. Killer Wandering Soul won't let us go. If Exalted Immortal doesn't come back soon, we'll probably all die. Great Immortal, you must come back. Chapter 125. Ghost Prison Mountain Range, Luo Tian Side. Rumble. F***CK. Let's see if you die or not. Luo Tian heavily punched down, killing a huge dragon rock scorpion of the 5th step. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile and said, you are now a member of my Death Demon Beast army, ha ha ha, an entire 9 days. Luo Tian did not sleep or rest. He searched everywhere for high-level demon beasts and continuously refined the immortal goo. These 9 days were simply like living in hell. It was too King unbearable. But when he thought about the bossing Shang in the Shady Mountain Corpse City and the sea of corpses in the Shady Mountain Corpse City, it was all worth it. These 9 days of constant killing also allowed Luo Tian to break through and step into the 9th stage of the Xian Master, only 1 realm away from the great Xian Master realm. Luo Tian sat cross-legged, his heart calming down. In his sea of consciousness, the killing intent of the death god's way of killing began to surge, constantly attacking, causing his entire body to feel extremely uncomfortable. Cold sweat poured down like rain, and his face was slightly pale. Huff! Luo Tian gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air from his body. Immediately after, his brows tightened, and his sea of consciousness began to shake violently. The killing intent continued to condense, condensing into a material object. Killing intent goo. The moment the killing intent goo was formed, Luo Tian's entire body relaxed. It was as if he had just finished running a marathon, and his entire body felt weak. This goo refining technique was truly too tiring. Earth-level cultivation method. Not only did it consume a large amount of profound qi, it also consumed a large amount of mental strength. If Luo Tian's cultivation was higher, the pain he would have to endure would be less. A tiny goo worm appeared in Luo Tian's palm. Luo Tian carefully placed it into the dragon rock scorpion's mouth. The little goo worm slowly filled up, gently biting open a wound, and then burrowing its entire body in. Big Sister Ozawa, Big Sister Buze, Big Sister Buze, please bless me. Back then, I loved you guys so much. Now, you guys have to bless me properly. You must succeed in one go. Luo Tian prayed with incomparable sincerity. He really did not want to endure the feeling of his spirit being sucked dry a few more times. Not long after. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully refining F***CK. Success on the first try. Luo Tian looked up at the sky and said, although I'm in a different world, I still love you. Thank you for your blessings. Wahahaha. This was the first time in 9 days that he had succeeded on his first try. It must be said that this goo refinement technique was extremely difficult to practice. Failure did not give him any proficiency points. Only success would increase his proficiency points. Moreover, he needed 5,000 proficiency points to advance to the second level. How perverted. However, in the skill description, When the goo refinement technique reached perfection, the goo worm refined could devour demons and gods. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? Luo Tian only wanted to say, "I like it." The goo worm took over the Dragon Rock scorpion's body. The Dragon Rock scorpion suddenly stood up as if it was resurrected. It looked at Luo Tian with lifeless eyes. Luo Tian smiled with satisfaction and stored it in the wooden plate. Another one. Since there's still one more day, I'll try to get a few more. What would it be like to bring a group of fifth-order monsters into the Shady Mountain Corpse City? What's so awesome about refining the Undying Guard? I will directly refine the Undying Demon Beasts. All of them are as strong as mountains. With 1 against 1,000, won't I be able to kill them all? Thinking of this, Luo Tian's blood couldn't help but boil. Night. Earth's core race. Because they lived underground all year round. To the people of the Earth's core race, they had no day or night. However, right now, the Earth's core race was shrouded in darkness, even darker than the night outside. Yin Shang was here. He came a day early. This was something no one had expected. The Undying Guard that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were dressed in black armor. Their gazes were as firm as steel as they stood behind Yin Shang in neat rows. Yin Shang, the city lord of the Shady Mountain Corpse City, human body, worm brain. His body was 2 meters tall, and the head on his shoulder could no longer be considered a head. Instead, it was an incomparably ferocious big goo worm. It was jet black and shiny, releasing an incomparably terrifying aura of death. He could no longer be considered human. He had gone mad from refining goo and turned himself into a big goo worm. At this moment, dozens of women from the Earth's core race were trembling as they squeezed together. Their hearts were filled with incomparable fear. Who is it? Who killed Yuhan? Who killed my Undying Guard? Yin Shang's voice was like the weeping of a ghost, causing one's heart to tremble. Some of the children were so scared that they started crying loudly. The child's cries caused Yin Shang's eyes to turn sinister. The big goo worm on his head immediately released a death aura. The death aura instantly lifted a few crying children into the air. "No, don't hurt my child." The child's mother frantically grabbed onto the child's arm, causing the child to cry even more loudly. He was so scared that his face turned green. Yin Shang coldly shouted, "This king has arrived, and you unappreciative bitches are actually crying endlessly, making this king very unhappy, so—" He laughed sinisterly. The eyes of the child in the air suddenly bulged, and countless death auras crazily drilled into their bodies from their noses, mouths, eyes, and ears. Their eyes turned black, and their bodies twitched nonstop. In a few seconds, they became stiff. However, this was not the end. Yin Shang laughed crazily. His laughter was like the roar of an evil spirit from hell, and the big goo worm on his head suddenly sucked. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The aura of death exploded in his body. The 4 children's limbs and flesh exploded all over the ground, falling onto their mother's body. The 4 mothers cried and screamed as they crazily picked up their children's limbs. Then, they crazily rushed towards Yin Shang. "Wahaha! Ha ha ha! You reckless slut!" Yin Shang laughed sinisterly. With a light movement of his right finger, the death aura pierced through the woman's head like an arrow. Her head exploded, and she instantly fell down. Blood splashed onto Yin Shang's face. Yin Shang licked his lips, and his expression became even more excited. "Are you going to say it or not? Who killed my Undying Guard?" No one moved. The women of the Earth's core race all stared fixedly at Yin Shang. Yin Shang was extremely angry. He stared at the old granny and laughed sinisterly. "Mistress, you will tell me, right?" The old granny's eyes widened. "Stop dreaming. I should have let this old man kill you back then." "Ha ha ha! Mistress, you really know how to joke. Without my Earth's core race, would you be as powerful as you are now? It won't be long before I kill my way out of here and establish our Earth's core race's undying kingdom. Ha 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 ha. Yin Shang laughed crazily again. Then, Yin Shang's expression changed slightly, and a burst of energy surged out from his body, directly crushing the old granny to kneel on the ground. He said angrily, "Damned old granny, if it wasn't for the fact that you still have some use, I would have already sent you to see the king of hell. Other than the 6 virgins I want, don't leave a single one of them alive. Kill them all." The undying guard behind Yin Shang rushed forward. No one resisted. His eyes were filled with hatred. Many people shouted loudly, "Yin Shang, you bastard, the High Immortal will definitely not let you off. First, send a chapter up to whet your appetite. Around 6:30 p.m., 4 chapters in a row. Chapter 126. The 10th day, Luo Tian appeared in the Earth's core race on time. He filled all 10 space plate S with demon beasts. Other than the rank 5 demon beasts, there were also many rank 4 demon beasts, forming his incomparably powerful Death Demon Beast Legion. However, the moment he landed on the ground, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Corpses, broken limbs, blood, and severed heads were everywhere. Men, women, children, and the elderly, not a single one of them was spared. Moreover, the methods were extremely cruel. Everyone died miserably. Their heads were broken, their chests were pierced, and they were stabbed to death. Even the babies who were just a few months old were not spared. Even the elderly on the sickbed were not spared. Luo Tian's expression changed. It was just an instant. The anger in his heart soared to the sky as he roared, "Yin Shang, I won't let you off!" Anger. Endless anger. At this moment, Luo Tian felt as if he was burning in anger. He had seen cruel things before, but he had never seen such a cruel thing. Was he still human? Once upon a time, when Luo Tian left, the old granny had said that if Yin Shang brought people here ahead of time, then her clansmen would definitely be killed. At that time, she must not barge into the Shadow Mountain Corpse City alone, because with Luo Tian's strength alone, it was impossible for him to be Yin Shang's match. Leave this place quickly and don't care about anything else. Yin Shang had tens of thousands of undead guards, and the defense of the Shadow Mountain Corpse City was indestructible. He couldn't go. He definitely couldn't go. The old granny's words seemed to echo in his ears. Luo Tian stood in place, clenching his fists tightly. Suddenly, "Who are you?" A small patrol team of 6 rushed up and quickly surrounded Luo Tian. "Is there anyone alive in the Earth's core race? Didn't they all die yesterday? Looks like this kid is an outsider. He can't be the person in the prophecy that the witch mentioned, right? Ha ha ha. Such a trash can also be the person in the prophecy. What kind of prophecy do you believe? That prophecy is a lie to a 3-year-old child." The 6 of them chatted casually. They did not put Luo Tian in their eyes at all. He had no idea how angry Luo Tian was right now. Luo Tian stood still and asked coldly, "Where is the Shady Mountain Corpse City?" The leader of the guard sneered and said, "Boy, you still haven't told me who you are." Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. His 5 fingers turned into a claw and pierced into the undying guard's brain, pulling out the undying goo worm and crushing it. Boundless killing intent emerged from his body as he said heavily, "I'll ask again, where is the Shady Mountain Corpse City?" The expressions of the remaining 5 changed. They pointed their spears at Luo Tian and shouted, "Kill him!" The 5 of them attacked together. Their long spears pierced out black spear flowers, bringing with them deathly aura. Luo Tian glared at him coldly and shouted, "You're overestimating yourself!" Shortly after, his body moved, and in less than a second he threw out 4 punches. Bang, 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 bang. Each punch smashed the head of a guard, causing his body to stiffen and die. The last one was in Luo Tian's left hand. Luo Tian's gloomy eyes were only a few centimeters away from him. He said coldly again, "Where is the Shady Mountain Corpse City?" That undying guard was so scared that his face turned pale and his body trembled. Luo Tian's eyes were like the Grim Reaper's. That feeling was too uncomfortable. He could not help but point at the dark abyss not far away and said while trembling, It's at the bottom." His left hand loosened, and that guard fell down. Luo Tian walked a few steps and frowned. His body suddenly emitted a dense killing intent of the Grim Reaper's path. It soared into the sky and fell heavily, directly crushing that guard's head. Killing intent, an extremely strong killing intent. Luo Tian glanced at the dark abyss and used all his strength to roar to the sky, "Yin Shang, I'm coming for your life!" Shady Mountain Corpse City, Yin King Hall. Yin Shang happily sat on the Yin King's throne and said indifferently, "Did you bring the things I wanted?" In the main hall, there were 3 black-robed men with a bloody skull embroidered on their black robes. The leader of the black-robed men took out 3 interspatial rings and handed them over. 6,000 mystic master corpses, 1,000 early-stage great mystic master corpses, 200 peak-stage great mystic master corpses, and 50 mystic spirit realm corpses. Our blood fiend sect naturally has to fulfill Lord Yin King's orders. Then he said, "Lord Yin King, where is the thing we want?" Yin Shang smiled with satisfaction and waved his hand lightly. 2 undying guards carried out 2 jars that were half a person's height and placed them in front of the 3 black-robed men. Yin Shang said coldly, "These are 10,000 third-stage undying goo worms. The success rate of refining goo corpses is extremely high. When you use them, you just need to input the controller's thoughts, and you can control them." The 3 black-robed men's calm eyes became slightly unsettled. 10,000 undying goo worms. As long as they were used well, they could control 10,000 experts. In their hearts, Yin Shang was an idiot. Damn, this kind of thing should be used on those super strong experts. It was simply a waste to use it on some mystic master with trash cultivation. If they found the ancient divine tomb, the divine tomb had the corpse of an ancient great expert. If they put in goo worms, they would obtain an ancient great expert, who in the entire continent could stop them. Also, Blood Fiend Sect had already found an ancient divine tomb, and it was very likely that the corpse of an ancient great expert was buried there. They made this deal with Yin Shang to control the ancient great expert. Luo Tian controlling demonic beasts was already very crazy. Who would have thought that Blood Fiend Sect's people would be even crazier, directly wanting to control an ancient great expert? This was too powerful. The black-robed old man in the lead asked, "Is there a way to cure this undying goo worm?" Yin Shang frowned and said with a cold smile, "What? You have a friend who is infected with goo?" Seeing Yin Shang's cold smile, the black-robed old man felt disgusted and said, "No, I'm just asking." Yin Shang said, "Once infected with goo, they will be controlled by you for the rest of their lives. Why would they need a cure for such a good thing? Don't you think so, Elder Shuejiao?" The black-robed old man was slightly shocked. He grinned and said, "That's right." Suddenly, the giant goo worm on Yin Shang's head moved slightly. His expression immediately changed. His eyes turned ferocious as he shouted, "Shuejiao, did you bring anyone else?" Yin King Hall was filled with undetectable death aura. All of this was controlled by the undying goo worm on Yin Shang's head. Even the slightest fluctuation would be detected. The black-robed old man's eyes darkened and his pupils shrank. He laughed coldly and said, "Since you're already here, why hide?" Yin Shang asked, "Not your people?" Shuejiao said, "Definitely not my people. Shue Kan, Shue Han, find this person." The 2 figures behind the black-robed old man moved. Yin Shang smiled and said, "Since it's my territory, there's no need for Elder Shuejiao to act." As soon as he finished, a powerful death aura exploded from Yin Shang's body and rushed to a corner of Yin King Hall. At this moment, a figure in the corner moved slightly and landed heavily. Shuejiu's expression was shocked, and then he laughed coldly. Someone from Heaven Sword City! Chapter 127. Someone from the Sky Sword City. The black shadow fell, and a scholarly man appeared. He frowned and looked at Shuedov. I didn't expect the Blood Fiend sect to do business with a big bug that doesn't look human or ghost. Yin Shang's expression changed, and he said angrily, Who are you calling a big bug that doesn't look human or ghost? Huh, a disciple of the Cloud Ocean sect. And you? Shuedov looked at the badge on the scholar's chest and was shocked. You're from the royal family? The scholar's expression changed. Shuedov saw that he didn't speak and took a deep breath. He smiled and said, You're from the royal family. The smell of your blood is so good. Hey, Elder Shuedov, this is the Yin King's territory. Such a good corpse. And it's from the royal family of the Sky Sword City. I want it. Yin Shang said first. The royal family of the Sky Sword City was very powerful. If he could control one of them, it would be very useful. Shuedov smiled coldly and said, Yin King, I just want to drink his blood. As for his corpse, I'll leave it to you. Yin Shang smiled with satisfaction. Good. Shuedov's steps were erratic. He had a cold smile on his face. He looked at the Confucian scholar and said, All right, my little boy, show me what you've got. I want to see what the Yunhai sect has taught you. The scholar's eyes darkened. He moved his right hand and a long sword appeared. The sword was green, and the sword light flowed like water. It emitted a strong sword energy even before it was activated. It was obviously not an ordinary sword. The scholar moved the long sword, and the sword turned into a series of illusions in the air. He shouted, It's enough to deal with you. Humph, what arrogance! As soon as Shuedov finished speaking, he shot out. The black-robed man turned into a bloody mist, and his body disappeared. A strong smell of blood spread out. At this moment, the entire hall was like a sea of blood. It was very pungent. Blood sea technique. A cold shout resounded in the void. The Confucian scholar's silhouette flickered, and with his sword in front of his chest, a faint royal aura was released from his body. Since he had been discovered to be a member of the royal family, there was no need for him to hide anything. The royal aura released directly deflected the blood, mist away from his body, and the sword in his chest suddenly moved, piercing into the void. Thunderclap, sword art, bang! Flames flashed in the Yin King Palace. There was a silent sound of metal clashing, and the two figures bounced back. Blood, Dove's sinister laughter rang out from the void. The thunderclap sword art doesn't even have the slightest bit of old Chen's power. It seems like you're just an embroidered pillow. Now die. The Confucian scholar said nothing. The royal aura on his body became thicker. His eyes moved, and he locked onto his target. The Xian Qi in his dantian suddenly surged, and he released it. Sword light flashed, and sword Qi poured out, enveloping the entire hall. For a moment, 10,000 swords chimed in unison, slashing out unceasingly. The profound energy in the blood, Dove's dantian, also increased explosively, and a vigorous blood sea palm blasted out. Boom! Boom! Yin Shang was a little unhappy when he saw this. He whispered to himself, Since when is it your turn to fight in my hall? Then again, he was afraid that blood, Dove would ruin the perfect body of the Confucian scholar. In order to make a perfect undead guard, a living person was the best, and it could preserve his current cultivation to the greatest extent. Therefore, the corner of Yin Shang's mouth slightly curled up. At this moment, the big bug on his head quietly released the death aura. Blood Dove and the Confucian scholar were locked in a fierce battle. Blood Dove's cultivation was one level higher, but the royal aura released by the Confucian scholar could firmly restrain the blood sea that he released, so they were in a stalemate. However, the Confucian scholar couldn't win against him. After all, Blood Dove was stronger than him. If they were to compete in terms of consumption of profound energy, the Confucian scholar wouldn't be his match at all. This was also what the Confucian scholar was worried about. For this, the flowing cloud sword in the Confucian scholar's hand moved slightly and a vast aura was released. The instant Blood Dove charged forward, the flowing cloud sword stabbed out with lightning-like speed. The blade of the sword suddenly grew larger and heavier, and its power multiplied. Blood Dove's face was shocked, and he quickly turned around and retreated. "Where do you think you're going?" the Confucian scholar shouted sternly. At this moment, a dense death aura surged from behind the Confucian scholar. Buzz! Before the Confucian scholar could stab out with his sword, the death aura surrounded him and kept rolling, constantly rushing into his body. The death poison quickly devoured the functions of his body. Except for the 3 parts of his heart, sea of consciousness and mind, everything else was being devoured. The scene was like a spider that caught its prey and quickly tied it up with a web. The Confucian scholar's royal aura couldn't withstand it at all. In an instant, a flame shot out from his body, shooting out of the main hall. He suddenly shouted, "Don't worry about me. Everyone, leave quickly." Yin Shang's face was ferocious, and he coldly shouted, "There more people? Pass down my order. Close the city gate, search and capture all of them. Remember, I want them alive. I want to refine them into the strongest undead guards. Ha ha ha." Blood Dove revealed himself and looked at the Confucian scholar who was constantly being devoured by the death aura. He licked his lips, and there was some unwillingness in his eyes. But more than that, there was coldness. Boom! A cloud-piercing arrow exploded in the sky above Yinshan Corp City. The Confucian scholar's voice was transmitted through the profound qi, and everyone in Yinshan Corp City heard it, including his teammates who came with him. "Tang Ming, 9th Prince, junior brother." A few shouts came from the corner of Yinshan Corp City. The 3 of them shot out at the same time, directly rushing towards the Yin King Hall. However, on the street, countless undead guards rushed out like a tide. They were a black mass, and every one of them emitted an extremely dense death aura. They were not the undead guards patrolling outside, but Yin Shang's elite troops. Before they died, their cultivation was all at the great mystic master realm. "Go! Quickly go! There are too many undead guards." "But the 9th Prince is still inside. Could it be? There's no other way. I'm afraid he's already." Facing the undead guards that were like a tide, it was impossible for them to even rush into the Yin King Hall, let alone save him. In an instant, the 3 of them didn't hesitate and immediately turned to flee out of the city. Inside the Yin King Hall, Shui Han and Shuekin smiled and said, "Lord Yin King, let's go and help." Without waiting for Yin King's reply, the 2 of them turned into a cloud of blood mist and flew out. They fled the entire way, killing the entire way. The 3 of them were all heavily injured and covered in blood. When they finally reached the city gate, they realized that the city gate was already closed, and there was a large number of undead guards at the city gate. The 3 of them were in despair. "Senior sister, you go first. We'll cover you." One of them opened up a path in front, while the other blocked the attacks from behind. "You want to escape?" "Senior brother, that beautiful woman is mine, and the other 2 are yours." Shuekin revealed a lewd smile. Shui Han nodded and said, "Then it's settled." It was also at this moment. Under the city gate, a murderous figure stood there. His fists heavily smashed onto the thick city gate, and he roared towards the sky, "Yin Shang, get out here for me!" Rumble. Chapter 128. Rumble. The sound was like thunder from the 9 heavens, resounding across the earth. The power was like the sea, rolling and roaring out. The 2 thick stone doors couldn't withstand it at all. They cracked, collapsed, and flew out, creating a cloud of dust. At this moment, Luo Tian's killing intent of the Tao of Death was like an evil dragon rushing into the city, crazily devouring the death energy released by the Undying Guards. All the undying guards in the city were stunned at this moment. They even forgot to attack. Luo Tian stepped out from the dust and stood on top of the ruins of the city gate. He looked up at the sky again and shouted, "In Shang, you bastard, get out here!" Extremely arrogant, his voice shook the sky with the sound wave attack of the lion-tiger gold shattering roar. Luo Tian's voice spread to every corner of the city, including the Yin King Hall where Yin Shang was. Silence. It was very quiet. The entire city was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Was he crazy? He dared to be so arrogant in the Shadow Mountain Corpse City? Only a madman would dare to do this, right? The Prince of the Sky Sword City and the elite disciples of the Cloud Ocean sect didn't dare to enter the city openly. Where did this country bumpkin come from? And a country bumpkin who wasn't even a great mystic master. If he wasn't crazy, then what was he? At that moment, everyone, including the 3 disciples of the Yunhai sect, who were lying on the ground, were looking at Luo Tian with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. One of them was a beautiful girl with big breasts and a hot body. Everyone was staring at Luo Tian. Is this person an idiot? Is he crazy? You dare to be so arrogant in the Shadow Mountain Corpse City? You'll lose your life later. This was the thought of countless people, because their brains couldn't process it. You, a rank 9 mystic stone cultivator, came here to die? Hurry up and run. The mature girl was the first to shout. Also at this moment, Xue Kan and Xue Han's blood swords fell. Chi! Chi! The 2 men next to the mature girl had their throats pierced and blood spurted out. Xue Han and Xue Kan crazily ran up and sucked at their arteries while sneering. It was also at this moment that the surrounding undying guards reacted. He suddenly shouted, "Kill him!" Luo Tian raised his head and stared at the highest level of the palace as a sinister smile appeared on his face. After which, he glanced at the girl standing not far away from him. With a slight movement of his body, he landed heavily on the ground and crouched down to help her up. "Hide behind me." Her voice was a little hoarse. Perhaps it was caused by the roars just now. But that was not the main point. The main point was that Qin Yuer's heart skipped a beat when she heard his voice. She was a little dazed right now, as though she was completely mesmerized by his voice. Shaking her head, she mumbled to herself, "What kind of men have I not seen before? How could I possibly be mesmerized by him? His cultivation is only at the 9th stage of the mystic cultivator realm. How can he protect me? Does this brat want to die trying to pick up girls? Do you really think I'm an 18-year-old girl? I'm already 26. How dare you?" For some unknown reason, Qin Yuer was a little angry. Glaring at Luo Tian, she said, "Little brother, how old are you? At such a young age, you're already learning how to pick up girls. Do you know where this is? This is the Shady Mountain Corpse City. All of these people here have undying bodies. No matter how you beat them, they won't die. With your little cultivation, you'd better hide behind me obediently. While I'm still alive, I'll send you out of the city. Then I'll go to the Sky Sword City and look for the people from the Cloud Ocean sect. Tell them to bring their men over." Huh? Are you listening? Hey. What are you trying to do? Qin Yuer was going crazy, because Luo Tian was not listening to her at all. Instead, he was walking forward. That was a group of undying guards. All of them had undying bodies at this moment. Luo Tian's body moved. His right hand formed a claw and grabbed at the void. An undying guard's head was crushed by him as his body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Dead. Instant kill. Qin Yuer was dumbfounded. Qin Yuer, what sort of situation is this? You're the only one left among your companions, and yet you're still here acting like a love-struck fool? Furthermore, he's just a little brother. You, little brother. What a tender little brother. And he's handsome as well. This big sister here has yet to flirt with a man who's so much younger than me. Love-struck fool. Women were truly strange creatures. At this moment, All Chinyuer was thinking about was how to tease Luo Tian. Did she not know that she was in a hopeless situation right now? This was really killing her. Of course, it was undeniable that the current Luo Tian was cold. Both of his eyes were filled with killing intent. He was just like a cold-blooded killer. He was really handsome. The undying guards began to harass the crowd. Looking at their companions dying, doubt began to appear in their eyes. How could this be? How could this be? We won't die. In King has bestowed us with an undying body. We definitely won't die. Could he really be the person in the prophecy? Only he can kill us. No, we definitely won't. Before he could say the word die, his head was crushed. An undying Gu crawled out, and Luo Tian stomped it to death. A pleasant notification sounded out in his mind. In King Palace, Yin Shang's expression was extremely ugly as he stood at the entrance of the hall. The big bug on his head was trembling in fear. This made Yin Shang even more unhappy. Blood Dove's eyes darkened as he sneered, thinking to himself, "So this is the secret of the undying Gu." Then, Blood Dove said faintly, "A mere Xian Master Stage 9 trash. In King, do you want me to help you deal with him?" There was a hint of playfulness in his voice. In the beginning, Blood Dove was quite afraid of Yin King, but now he was no longer so afraid. Yin Shang glanced at Blood Dove from the corner of his eyes and said coldly, "Elder Blood Dove, you should take care of your own people. If you dare to lay your hands on my prey again, I will let all of you die here." Blood Dove under the black robe trembled slightly and retreated to the side without saying a word. Yin Shang snorted coldly and walked to the front. His low voice spread to every corner. "Kill him for me. I will grant you eternal life." A gloomy and cold voice with the aura of death spread out. Those undying guards were abnormally excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Eternal life. Eternal life. Eternal life. Thousands of undying guards in Een Mountain Corp City stood up and shouted, their voices shaking the sky. Just one sentence caused their fighting spirit to soar. Was there a difference between undying and eternal life? The undying Gu was a rank 1 Gu, while the eternal Gu was a rank 4 Gu. Its strength was even stronger, and the most important point was that a rank 4 Gu could not be killed in an instant, while the big Gu on Yin Shang's head was a rank 8 Gu. Luo Tian grinned and said to Qin Yu, who was behind him, "If you don't want to die, then follow behind me. I'm going to use my ultimate move. Let's go to the third watch first. There will be another chapter later. Announce a group number that has just been established. Any brothers who like it can come. Undefeated army. 528, 5308. Chapter 129. You still have something up your sleeves?" Qin Yuer was truly mesmerized by Luo Tian. This was especially so after hearing the words of the undying guards. The man in the prophecy. How cool and domineering was that? She had seen countless men in her life, and none of them could maintain their composure when they saw her man. However, Luo Tian remained calm and composed. This was practically a godlike man. Then, Qin Yuer made a decision that she had never made in her entire life. This lad, Big Sister here, loves him so much. Puffing out her chest, she leaned her body against Luo Tian's back, feeling the warmth of Luo Tian's body. She then said tenderly, "Yes, I'll definitely follow you closely for the rest of my life." This voice, and the warmth that was coming from his back, this was truly killing him. Luo Tian gulped down his saliva gently and said, "Big Sister, can you not do this?" "Huh, Big Sister, isn't this good?" "Then what do you want me to do?" With that, Qin Yuer spread out her arms and hugged Luo Tian tightly with a face full of bliss. Coupled with that mature and seductive look of Qin Yuer, it was hard for anyone to resist her. He could not wait to pounce on her. Luo Tian's lust was rising furiously as he lamented in his heart. "Big Sister, If you continue like this, we're going to die here. Oh, Qin Yuer froze for a moment. As though she had just woken up, she realized that they were in a dangerous situation where they could lose their lives at any moment. However, the thought of having Luo Tian by her side gave her a sense of security. This sense of security was way too substantial. She was a 100% newbie. She then giggled. We'll come after you're done with your stuff. Don't be in a hurry, okay? F***CK. Luo Tian's entire body was burning up from Qin Yuer's teasing. He could barely hold it in any longer. If not for the current situation, he would have really gone all out. Who could endure such teasing? Qin Yuer could feel the rise in Luo Tian's body temperature as her face flushed red. She had never treated a man like this before. Luo Tian was the first. However, she was feeling nervous in her heart. At the same time, she felt a little excited. It was as though it was fun. Luo Tian was having a tough time. This was the lust. Thankfully, at this moment, a large group of undying guards came rushing over. Qin Yuer also reminded him, Handsome little brother, they are coming. Quick, quick, quick. Kill all of these evil, undead creatures. Kill them all. Charge. With that, she pressed her body against Luo Tian's back and giggled. This is your reward. Once you bring me out of here, there will be more and better rewards. You. Qin Yuer did as she was told. She knew when to do something and when not to do something. She liked Luo Tian from the bottom of her heart, not only because he was handsome, but also because he had a mysterious aura that attracted her. This attraction was like love at first sight. In the Yunhai sect, there were many talented disciples who pursued her. However, she did not even look at them. However, ever since Luo Tian killed an undying guard, her heart trembled and her eyes blurred. Kill! For eternal life! Kill him! The undying guards rushed towards Luo Tian like a tidal wave. Luo Tian looked at the guards rushing towards him from all directions. He was overjoyed and thought to himself, Experience, experience, all of them are experience. Soon after, Luo Tian stomped his foot and leaped into the air. He shouted, 10,000 thunderbolts! Rumble, rumble! Suddenly, a thundercloud appeared in the sky. Luo Tian descended from the sky and stood beside Qin Yuer. He shouted, Fall for me! Thunder element attack. The nemesis of death element monsters. It was like this in the game. It was the same when he dealt with the 1,000-year undead king. Then what would happen when he dealt with these undying guards? Luo Tian was not confident in his heart. However, this was his only AoE skill. Countless lightning bolts struck down from the thunderclouds. A huge lightning field appeared around Luo Tian in a radius of more than 10 meters. All the undead guards in the lightning field were more or less struck by the lightning bolts. Ding! 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 In that instant, Luo Tian's mind was filled with an explosion. It was like setting off firecrackers. It was deafening. This sound was simply too wonderful. Luo Tian was excited. His experience bar was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The experience of these undying guards was simply too great. Qin Yuer was dumbfounded once again as she looked at Luo Tian in a daze. The excitement in her heart was indescribable. She was scared to death just a moment ago, but now she felt that Luo Tian could support the entire world. Big Sister is definitely going to win you over. This was the voice in Qin Yuer's heart. The 10,000 Thunder Blast was completed. More than half of the undying guards in the minefield survived without any injuries on their bodies. The reason was simple. They were not struck in the head, and the undying guards that were struck in the head were all killed instantly. However, if the first strike didn't hit, then the second strike would come. Since the 10,000 Thunder Blast was effective, then he would blast it to death. 10,000 Thunder Blast. Blast these bastards to death. Luo Tian then released the cultivation technique that the raging thunderbolt had comprehended. The minefield descended once again. The minefield was filled with cries and shouts. Those guards who had once thought that they were immortal felt despair at this moment. They constantly looked up to the sky and shouted, "Yin Shang, you lied to us, you big liar! You lied to us!" At the moment of death they roared. However, the undying guards continued to charge forward. Luo Tian continued to bombard them. Furthermore, he continued to crush them in the direction of the Yin King Palace. Luo Tian stared fixedly at Yin Shang, who was standing on the steps. He felt extremely annoyed when he saw Yin Shang's arrogant look. "You bastard, just you wait. I'm going to wipe out your shady mountain corpse city." Yin Shang's expression was ugly. It was extremely ugly. Seeing the undead army that he had created with his own hands being defeated by a human at the 9th stage of the Xian Master stage, he was unable to accept this. At this moment, Blood Dove took another step forward, and his expression was a bit more respectful than before as he said, "Yin King, leave this kind of trash to my 2 disciples. They're both great mystic cultivators, so dealing with this human is as easy as pie." Yin Shang's gaze moved as he nodded lightly and said, "If you can capture him alive, I will give you an additional 10,000 stage, 3 undying goo." Blood Dove laughed. He condensed a blood-colored intent and instantly transmitted it to Blood Silkworm and Xue Han in the crowd. The corners of their mouths curled up as they laughed sinisterly. Shortly after, the 2 concealed their auras and silently approached Luo Tian. Luo Tian was currently extremely happy. He was extremely excited as he watched his experience soar. All of his attention was placed on the myriad lightning strike, and his ears were numb from the vibrations. How could he still notice a human approaching him? At this moment, 2 blood drinkers dodged the lightning attack and erupted with the power of a great Xian master. 2 blood palms struck towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian's heart sank. Oh no! Chapter 5 delivered. Announcing the group number. Undefeated Army. 528-5308. I hope all brothers can come. Chapter 130. Luo Tian was very excited. The system notification made him extremely excited. He kept releasing 10,000 thunderclaps, and the system notification kept ringing. It was so loud that his ears were numb and his heart was blooming with joy. Therefore, he was careless. He didn't expect there to be other humans here other than Qin Yu. He also didn't expect that there would be a sneak attack. Therefore, when Xue Can and Xue Han attacked at the same time, Luo Tian's heart sank and he shouted, "Not good!" Xue Can and Xue Han were Xue Dou's proud disciples. Their cultivation had already broken through the Great Mystic Master Realm and reached the 3rd stage of the Great Mystic Master Realm. When the 2 of them attacked together, their strength was even stronger. The bloody palm print attacked. Luo Tian almost didn't have any reaction. It was too fast and too sudden. Bang! Bang! 2 deep sounds rang out. Luo Tian's chest felt like it was about to split open. He was in extreme pain, and his entire body was sent flying, crashing heavily into the houses by the roadside. The houses collapsed and turned into ruins. Luo Tian was buried in the ruins. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. It was too fast. It was so fast that no one could react. Moreover, Luo Tian's cultivation was only at the 9th stage of the Mystic Master Realm, while they were at the 3rd stage of the Great Mystic Master Realm. The difference in cultivation. Xuecan smiled coldly and said in disdain, "Trash!" Xue Han also smiled coldly. "You can't even withstand a single blow." The 2 of them were very proud of their successful sneak attack and were very arrogant. Someone was unhappy. Qin Yu was extremely displeased right now. She glared at Blood Silkworm and Lin Fan as her eyes burned with rage. "You 2 little asterisk stards! How dare you hit the man that I've taken a liking to? Yo, it's only been a few minutes, and he's already your man? Seems like this Yunhai sect specializes in producing women. Bitch, you want a woman like junior brother? Xue Han laughed in disdain. Xue Can stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. His eyes were red. He stared at Qin Yu, his big breasts, and laughed evilly. Senior brother, I haven't tasted the women of the Yunhai sect yet. They are definitely of the highest quality. The blood silkworm was also known as blood fiend sex, best pervert. There were countless women in the world, so he still had this bit of insight. Xue Han was stunned by Xue Silkworm's words. When he looked at Qin Yu, again, he realized that she really meant it that way. His eyes were filled with evil thoughts. Bloodworm narrowed his eyes, swallowed hard, and laughed lewdly. Senior brother, do you want us to have some fun with this woman? I've prepared a few new drugs that will definitely make us feel good. Hee. Xue Han's lips curled into a perverted smile. Really? Blood Silkworm said, of course. Xue Han continued. Then what are you waiting for? Take her away. The two of them spoke one after another as if they were singing a duet, completely disregarding Qin Yu. Qin Yuer's face was turning uglier by the moment. She cast her gaze at the ruins not too far away and thought to herself, could that handsome young man really be dead? Damn it. How dare you sneak attack the man I like? I'm really angry. Immediately, Qin Yuer's right hand moved, and a long sword appeared in her hand. Her expression turned cold, and she transformed into an ice fairy. She shouted, You two brats from Bloodfiend sect, watch how I deal with you. Her exquisite curves were fully displayed in her tight attire. Coupled with the cold sword, it was a combination of hot and cold. Her body moved, and her chest shook slightly. In an instant, sword aura filled the sky and pierced toward Xue Han and Qin Yu. Xue Han and Xue Silkworm did not dare to be careless. The two of them released the blood sea technique at the same time, and a pungent smell of blood filled the air. At the same time, the two of them struck out with their palms. Fairy sword technique. Fairy scattering flowers. The sword aura was like rain, raining down violently. Qin Yuet shouted in the air, and her entire body floated in midair. The cold sword created a few sword flowers in the air, and she was like a hot fairy scattering flowers. It was beautiful and sharp at the same time. Blood Sea Sky Palm. The two of them shouted at the same time. Humph! You two brats dare to be so presumptuous in front of me. Slash! Qin Yuer's sword aura suddenly changed, and it became even sharper. She pressed on with her sword and said angrily, Who asked you to sneak an attack on my husband? Who asked you to sneak an attack on my husband? How dare you sneak an attack on the man that I finally took a liking to? Courting death, courting death, courting death. With every strike, Qin Yuer shouted angrily. She was really angry, due to the difference in cultivation. Xue Han and Xue Silkworm were suppressed. The two of them covered their heads and retreated, pathetically, Dark King Palace. Yin Shang smiled faintly and said, Elder Xuejiu, these two disciples of yours don't look like much. There was a hint of disdain in his laughter. Xue Jiu's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly shouted, The two of you can't even deal with an injured woman? The half-baked fairy sword technique only has the form, but no force. Can't you even deal with such a trashy sword technique? Huh. Xuejiu was reminding them. Xue Silkworm and Qin Yuer naturally understood. They looked at each other and smiled coldly. Then his body paused for a moment before he charged forward. Xue Jiuer's face darkened. She had only cultivated the fairy sword technique for less than 3 months, and she had yet to comprehend the true essence of this Tier 6 technique. She could only display its form, but she could not release its powerful force. A sword technique was far from having a form. It had to have force. In addition, she was severely injured, and the Xian Qi in her dantian was almost depleted. Displaying the fairy sword technique had consumed a large amount of Xian Qi. She wanted to force them to retreat and then kill them in a panic. However, she did not expect Xuejiu to see through her. She was a little flustered. It was also at this moment that Xue Han's crimson palm struck down. Qin Yuer's eyes darkened, and she blocked with her sword in front of her chest, wanting to neutralize the palm. However, she did not expect Xue's silkworm to laugh sinisterly behind her and say, "Little beauty, I'm coming." He struck out with his palm. Bam! Qin Yuer's back sank, and she spat out a mouthful of black blood. Immediately after, Xue Han struck out with his palm again, sending Qin Yuer flying. She landed on the ruins where Luo Tian was buried. Her face was pale, and she could not help but tremble from the pain. "Hee, we brothers will take good care of you." "Ha ha ha." The two of them walked forward step by step, revealing lewd smiles. They swallowed their saliva heavily, and their expressions were extremely wretched. Qin Yuer's heart was dead. Looking at Xue Han and Xue Silkworm, she was afraid. This fear was the same as a young girl's fear when she saw a bad guy. This was the first time in her life that she felt such fear. Women were strange creatures. Qin Yuer thought to herself, "If anyone can save me, I'll definitely marry him." Hero appear. At this moment, a bloody gigantic saber soared into the sky, bringing with it a domineering, killing intent. Chapter 131. Every girl had a dream of being saved by a hero. Qin Yu had been dreaming of this dream since she was very young. She had been dreaming and waiting. Because of her talent and hard work, her path of cultivation had been very smooth. She had not encountered any strong obstacles, nor had she encountered any dangerous enemies or matters. This time, when she entered the Yinshan Corpse City with the 9th Prince and the rest, she thought that no one would dare to do anything to them with their status as members of the Cloud Ocean sect. However, she did not expect that the Yinshan Corpse City was like another world. The 9th Prince's life and death were unknown. The other two were already dead. And now, Qin Yu laughed bitterly in her heart as tears welled up in the corner of her eyes. At this moment, she thought of her childhood dream and prayed in her heart. She even used herself as a bargaining chip to pray. "Whoever saves me, I will definitely marry him. My hero, where are you?" Just as she finished praying, there was a loud explosion under the ruins. A very, very large saber, drenched in blood, rushed out of the ruins. It gave off a boundless domineering aura and a dense killing intent. Next, a figure followed closely behind and cursed towards the sky. "Motherf asterisk her! How dare you sneak attack me?" The man and the blade fell at the same time. His entire body was covered in dense flames as though he was on a rampage. Killing intent, arrogance, and madness raged out. At this moment, Luo Tian's domineering aura spread for tens of thousands of miles. It was a complete mess. Qin Yu was dumbfounded. She could not help but say in her heart, "So handsome, so cool, so domineering." The hero had appeared. It was a little different from the way she had imagined. However, Luo Tian was even more domineering and arrogant, causing her to be overjoyed. However, she immediately thought of a problem. She was not a match for Xue, Can, and Xue Han. Would he, a level 9 Xian master, be a match for them? At this moment, Qin Yu's mood sank again. He's not dead yet. This damn trash is really lucky. He didn't die after taking 2 of our palms. However, Xue Han laughed coldly and looked at Luo Tian with disdain. "Looking at your expression, could it be that you want to be the hero to save the beauty?" "Ha ha ha, is he even worthy?" The blood silkworm mocked loudly. If it were Qin Yuer's companions, they might still be a little nervous. However, this was just a level 9 Xian master trash. To them, Luo Tian's cultivation was nothing at all. It could be directly ignored. Did a 3rd rank great mystic cultivator need to care about a 9th rank mystic cultivator trash? There was no need. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Xue Han sneered. If it weren't for the Yin King wanting to capture you alive, you would have died long ago. Do you think we can't kill you with a single palm strike? Trash like you still dare to be arrogant in front of me? Bah! The bloodworm silkworm frowned and looked at Luo Tian with disdain. Kid, I'm going to make a move for you. I'm going to break her in half in front of you. With that said, his right hand grabbed downwards. Qin Yuer was already severely injured and had no strength to fight back at all. All she could do was watch as the skeletal fingers of the blood silkworm came grabbing at her. Her eyes were filled with tears as she turned to look at Luo Tian with a pleading look in her eyes. I told you to get far away. Word by word. His anger soared to the heavens. After saying the last word, Luo Tian disappeared from where he was. The soaring killing intent and the domineering aura of the mad blade came crashing down. The powerful pressure was like Mount Tai collapsing. With a slash of the mad blade, the sky darkened. Junior brother, be careful. Boom! The blade slashed down. It was sharp and domineering without the slightest bit of hesitation. Under the blade, there was a bloody hand. Fresh blood spurted out. The blood silkworm's expression changed drastically as he staggered back. He let out a painful scream and cursed. You dog! How dare you cut off my hand? I want you dead. Senior brother, kill him for me. Kill him? The blood silkworm was in so much pain that he couldn't take care of himself. Luo Tian didn't even look at him as he helped Qin Yueti up from the ground. He tidied up the clothes on her chest and asked with concern, Are you all right? At this moment, Qin Yuer's heart was about to melt. She looked at Luo Tian without moving. She was very obedient and said gently, I'm fine. She was so excited that her heart was in a mess. So handsome. He cut off his hand just like that. This man was really too flashy. Seeing his junior brother in pain, Xue Han was furious. He didn't care about King Yin's instructions and rushed up. His fists clenched into palms and the blood qi rushed out. Hand over your life. With a shout, the attack arrived in the blink of an eye. Luo Tian's giant blade moved and stabbed into the ground. He lowered his fist slightly and released the defense of the blood qi armor. Immediately after, a thick layer of Xian qi surged out from his body. He used it all on his mind, consciousness, and chest defense. He could take on a great Xian Master beginner stage expert. The strength of a great Xian Master stage, third stage expert was much stronger. He might not be able to take it just by relying on his physical body. Therefore, he used his Xian qi to defend. His feet seemed to have grown roots as they were firmly rooted to the ground. He looked at Xue Han with dark eyes and laughed maniacally. Come on, if you can't kill me, I'll take your life. He could be so arrogant even after being beaten up. Qi knew, or couldn't help but worry for Luo Tian. At the same time, she felt that he was even more handsome. Little heart is beating wildly. Are you going to let me live? Die. Xue Han's two palms faced the endless power of the blood sea. The scarlet blood palms came crashing down as if they were from outer space. An extremely powerful attack. Luo Tian's eyebrows tightened as he gnashed his teeth. Come on. If you can't kill me, I'll kill you. Rumble. Rumble, he took it head on. Two large blood palms struck his chest, almost knocking Luo Tian's essence spirit out. The pain was indescribable. However, Luo Tian's teeth were bleeding from clenching so hard. He couldn't care less about the pain and smiled sinisterly. There was blood in his mouth, but his expression was extremely excited. He moved his right hand and raised the 1,800 kilograms blood sucking blade into the air. He smiled sinisterly and said, I said before, if you can't kill me, I'll kill you. The blood-sucking blade cut through the sky and slashed down. Let's start with 2 chapters. There will be 3 chapters at around 6 to 7 p.m. Chapter 132. No, Senior brother. Two exclamations. The blade slashed down with an arrogant and domineering aura. It directly chopped down from the top of Shuehan's head, splitting his body into two. Fresh blood flowed on the blade, and the blade let out a buzzing sound, as if there was a blood-drinking beast hidden inside. It was extremely domineering. Instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Shuehan. Obtained 5,000 experience, 600 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Blood Sea technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Cultivate. The more cultivation methods, the better. Luo Tian did not hesitate at all. Furthermore, the Blood Sea technique was similar to Frenzied Blade's Slaughter World. It was just that the Blood Sea technique was a small sea of blood, while the Slaughter World was a blood-red world. A little more. The combination of the Blood Sea technique and the blood-sucking blade was even more domineering. Blood gave people a sense of fear, forming a layer of psychological pressure. Shuehan was dead. Shuehan sat on the ground and even forgot to scream. His eyes stared at the two halves of his senior brother's body, and fear rose from his heart. At this moment, Shuehan looked in the direction of the Yin King Palace and shouted, "Master, save me!" Immediately after, he started to run. He no longer had any of the arrogance from before. All he wanted to do now was run to his master, and he would be able to survive. Everyone was afraid of death. The higher one's cultivation, the more one was afraid of death. Seeing Shuehan escape, Luo Tian's lips curled up, and he sneered, "You want to run? Aren't you very arrogant? Didn't you ignore me? Didn't you say that I'm trash?" Bang, 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 Luo Tian dragged the blood-sucking blade and chased after him step by step. Every step he took, he would shout out, "Arrogant!" The frenzied blade dragged on the ground, causing sparks to fly everywhere. At this moment, Luo Tian seemed to have transformed into a butcher, coldly looking at the prey in front of him. That gloomy and murderous expression made one fearful. Yin King Palace. Shuedo's expression changed. He clenched his fists and flew into the sky. No one expected this. Shuedo and Yin Shang did not expect Luo Tian to be able to kill Shuehan with one slash. The difference in strength was thousands of miles. How could Shuehan be instantly? It was extremely difficult to kill someone. If the difference was a realm, it would be even more difficult. The difference between a rank 9 mystic cultivator and a great mystic cultivator was like heaven and earth. So it was absolutely impossible to kill someone of a higher rank. How did Luo Tian do it? Neither Blood, Dove, nor Yin Shang could understand. Even Qin Yuer, who was beside Luo Tian, had a blank look on her face. She suddenly realized in her heart that Luo Tian was really strong. His back view was so majestic, just like a giant. Her heart was filled with joy. "Hero, I want to marry you." The biggest reason why he was able to kill Shuehan was that he did not kill Luo Tian with one palm strike. When a powerful palm strike was sent out, the profound qi in the body would not be able to connect for a short period of time. At this moment, Shuehan's defense was extremely weak, and Luo Tian took the hit head-on. His blood boiled as he flew into a rage and slashed down with his blade. Coupled with the overbearing, frenzied blade, he was naturally able to kill Shuehan. However, Luo Tian was also severely injured. He thought to himself, "The strength of a third-stage great mystic cultivator is indeed extraordinary. I really can't fight recklessly next time. I almost lost my life. Run. Run again. Even the heavens can't save you." Luo Tian dragged Frenzied Blade and caught up to Shuehan, who was so scared that he was staggering. He said coldly, "How dare you touch my woman?" Shuehan's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. However, he still said in disdain, "You dog, do you know who I am? My master will be here soon. You won't be able to kill me. Trash, like you will die soon. Ha ha ha. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize. If I'm happy, I might ask my master to let you go. Damn trash, hurry up and kneel down. Clamor. He was barking like a mad dog. Luo Tian suddenly felt that he was very pitiful. He said indifferently, Aren't you saying so much to stall for time? You want to stall until your master comes to save you. He had been seen through. Xue Ken's face turned even uglier. It was also at this time. Luo Tian raised the frenzied blade above his head. The corner of his mouth curled up as he laughed sinisterly. Xue Ken was scared silly. His crotch was instantly wet. He was so scared that he peed. His entire body trembled as he cried out loudly, And master, master, save me! Save your sister. Luo Tian's eyes darkened as he slashed down with both hands. Go to hell. Bastard, you dare! In the void, a sea of blood pressed down from the sky. Xue Do rushed out from the sea of blood, and a monstrous pressure rushed towards Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, wanting to crush his sea of consciousness. Luo Tian's body sank, as if there was a million gene of something pressing down on his body. He raised his gaze slightly and looked at Xue Do, who was rushing down from the sky. His mind tightened, and he cursed angrily. It's the F** king pressure again. I'm really annoyed, really annoyed. It was also at this time. Xue Ken laughed maniacally. You dog, I told you that you can't kill me. Ha ha ha, my master is here. Just wait for your death. Woo ha ha ha, complacent, extremely complacent. At this moment, Xue Ken was even more complacent than a fool. In his opinion, as long as his master felt that Luo Tian, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't dare to make a move. However, he didn't understand Luo Tian at all. He had always been amenable to persuasion and not coercion. The more he was forced, the more he wanted to kill. The stronger he was, the more he wanted to kill. The more arrogant he was, the more he wanted to kill. And the more he *king touched the women around him. Sea of consciousness moved. The killing intent of the death god's killing Dao rushed out. The sea of consciousness loosened slightly, and Luo Tian's hand, which had stopped in midair, once again slashed down. The blood-red cold light of the blood-sucking broadsword, under the blessing of the death god's killing Dao, illuminated the entire Yinshan corpse city and slashed down. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tyrannical saber Qi raged out uncontrollably, shaking the sea of blood released by Xue Do to the point that it rolled up 100,000 feet high wave of blood, surging and surging. The entire Yinshan corpse city trembled under the saber, and the faces of those undying guards also changed drastically. Yinshan's eyes lit up and he laughed. He laughed out loud and laughed very happily. At the same time, his entire body turned into a black light and rushed out. The blood silkworm was dead. It was directly chopped into pieces by this slash, and not even a bone was left. His complacent laughter was still floating above the corpse city like a joke. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the blood silkworm, obtaining 5,000 experience, 600 profound qi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining an aphrodisiac pill. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a Pillar of Heaven pill. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a Yin-Yang Union of Joy pill. What the hell? It's all aphrodisiac. This guy. The first thing Luo Tian thought of when he saw these pills was to throw them away, but after thinking for a long time, he finally put them away. Brat, give me your life. Xue Do, who was floating in midair, was so angry that his face turned red. His palm turned into a claw and grabbed towards Luo Tian's head. Chapter 133. Xue Do had already reached the 7th level of the mystic spirit realm. He had also cultivated the blood sea technique to perfection. His strength was very, very strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become an outer sect elder of the Blood Fiend sect. Xue Can and Xue Han were the two disciples he was most proud of. Other than that, they were also Xue Do's sons. Therefore, Xue Do was furious. seeing his own son die in front of him. How painful was that? At this moment, Xue Do released all his strength as a 7th-level mystic spirit realm cultivator. The sea of blood that was surging in the sky calmed down instantly. With him as the center, it started to spin continuously. In less than a few seconds, the sea of blood had completely entered his body. Xue Do's body was completely red. His gaze was extremely cold. His right hand formed a claw and clawed at the void. A crack appeared in the void as he stared at Luo Tian and roared, "Give me back my son's life!" As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body was like a huge blood demon ball pressing down. "Be careful, don't let him touch you." Qi knew or was shocked and reminded loudly. Luo Tian also felt the terrifying power within the blood demon ball. He blocked his chest with the blood-sucking blade and quickly retreated. He looked left and right, searching for "Die!" Xue Do's power came crashing down. The sea of blood that was spreading in the sky exploded at this moment, directly enveloping Luo Tian. At this moment, Xue Do's blood-red shadow kept changing. It was too fast, so fast that it turned into countless blood-red shadows, all of them pressing down on Luo Tian. The turbulence in his sea of consciousness, the intense pain in his body. Luo Tian was indescribably uncomfortable. Seeing Xue Do's hundreds of shadows rushing towards him, his heart sank. 2nd level berserk. 1. For times the attribute was activated. Immediately after, profound qi surged out. 1,000 points, 2,000 points, 3,000 points, 5,000 points, 10,000 points, 20,000 points. A total of 20,000 points of profound qi surged out, wreaking havoc in his body. Such a huge amount of profound qi was almost unbearable for Luo Tian's body. The surface of his skin was red from the impact of the profound qi, as if it was on fire. Rumble! Luo Tian desperately tried to control the thunder in his body. He divided his profound energy into his limbs, bones, mind, and sea of consciousness, and used it to condense a thick, profound energy shield. At this moment, the blood demon armor directly covered his body, and the blood-colored armor flashed with a bloody light. At this time, Luo Tian had no other choice. Facing a mystic spirit realm expert, the only thing he could do was defend. He had no way of fighting back. Only a madman like him could use 20,000 profound qi to defend himself. In addition to the blood fiend armor, this could be considered Luo Tian's strongest defense. It was a pity that the blood evil armor was not completely filled with killing intent. Otherwise, he would not need to consume so much profound qi. "Come on, let's see if you can kill me, ha ha ha!" Luo Tian roared with incomparable savagery. His expression was excited and incomparably ferocious. Lunatic. He was a complete lunatic. Facing the 7th level mystic spirit level blood dove, he actually chose to defend? Moreover, he was so rampant and arrogant. It was as if he didn't put blood dove in his eyes at all. Crazy. Extremely crazy. This kind of crazy that did not fear the heavens, or the earth made people's blood boil. It also made Yin Shang, who was rushing over at full speed to laugh, even more happily. He loudly shouted, "Blood dove, leave his life for me!" Luo Tian's appearance made him feel incomparably surprised, but also incomparably happy. The strength in his body was simply too terrifying. This was what he needed. As long as he didn't die and implanted the undying goo, he would continue to grow. With his talent, his strong willpower, he would definitely be able to refine the undying goo to a new height. As long as he could refine the true undying goo of the legends, he would have the power to dominate the entire world. Excitement. Too excitement. Yin Shang could already see the day he ruled the world. His speed became even faster as he reminded him again. "Blood dove, you must leave his life for me. Otherwise, you will leave this city." He was directly threatening him, because he needed Luo Tian too much. Blood dove knit his brows. He did not care that much in his anger. How could he not take revenge for his son's death? His strength did not decrease, and instead increased. Accompany my son to the grave. In all directions there were huge red palm prints, the highest profound of the blood sea soaring palm. Chi knew Er's face was ashen. Looking at the ferocious Luo Tian, her heart was dead silent. Her body was also slightly paralyzed. For some reason, tears flowed out of her eyes. The corners of her mouth curled up into a bright smile as she muttered to herself, "I will accompany you." Rumble, rumble. Countless blood palm prints bombarded Luo Tian's body, every corner of his body. The heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his body. Luo Tian did not move at all. He gritted his teeth and stared straight ahead. Seeing a ball of death aura flying towards him, he thought to himself, "All right, I will take a gamble. Old Granny, I hope you are not lying to me." In that instant, Luo Tian condensed a will from his heart and left it in a certain corner of his body. He made it quiet down and finally completely concealed it. Gamble. He was gambling with his life. If he lost, he might become someone else's puppet forever. However, Luo Tian had no other choice. This kind of lack of choice was extremely painful. At this moment, Luo Tian endured the intense pain, and at the same time he turned his head and looked at Qinyu, who was smiling brightly. He also smiled faintly, and his smile was filled with confidence. Following that, he raised his head and roared, releasing 10,000 thunderbolts towards a corner. Rumble, rumble. Rumbling sounds came from both sides. The profound qi in Luo Tian's body could no longer withstand it. The 7th level profound spirit level 7 blood dove was simply too strong. Even if he used 20,000 profound qi to defend, he would not be able to withstand it. The pain that Luo Tian was enduring had already exceeded the limits of his physical body. Pain. It was so painful that he could not control himself. However, he still gritted his teeth and endured it. He had to wait. Stop it. Yin Shang's face was filled with anger. With a light wave of his right hand, an incomparably dense black death aura rose from the ground and struck towards Blood Dove. He shouted in a deep voice, "If you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite." Bam! The Dove's blood palm dissolved Yin Shang's attack, and his entire body flew out. He stood to the side with a gloomy gaze and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile, and said, "Lord Yin King, he is already dead, ha ha ha, you!" Yin Shang was extremely furious. Luo Tian's entire body was covered in blood. Not a single part of his body was not injured, and dozens of wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. Such an attack would even turn an expert of the great Xian Master realm into dust. But he relied on his physical body and profound qi to forcefully withstand it. However, the Blood Fiend armor was shattered. A magic treasure was gone just like that. Luo Tian's heart ached, but there was nothing he could do. Qinyu looked at Luo Tian in a daze and laughed foolishly. "I'm here to accompany you." At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes that were covered in blood suddenly opened. Chapter 134. He's not dead. He's not dead. Oh my God, he's not dead even like this. Is he even human, or does he have an undying body like us? Crazy. They were all crazy. Luo Tian opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. Not only was he not dead, the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving no scars at all. What was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Their brains short-circuited. They couldn't understand at all. This guy was even stronger than their undying body. Their undying body couldn't recover, but Luo Tian could. Qinyu smiled through her tears and said with an even more brilliant smile, "You damned ghost, you scared me to death." "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Good, that's great, perfect." Yin Shang laughed. Laughing with incomparable excitement, he sized up Luo Tian from head to toe. He felt that this was the most perfect body in history and also the most perfect vessel. With his current perseverance, he would definitely be able to refine the undying Gu to a supreme realm, surpassing the 8th step or even the 9th step and reaching the true undying realm. Yin Shang was looking at Luo Tian, and Luo Tian was also looking at him. His entire body was shining with a golden light, causing Luo Tian to be unable to open his eyes. He was ecstatic in his heart, and his saliva almost flowed out as he said, "Boss, boss, super boss, this guy will definitely be the second boss that the system will reward. Kill him, we must kill him." Before seeing Yin Shang, Luo Tian still had some doubts. But now that he saw the golden light on his body, he was sure that this guy would definitely die as the second boss that the system would reward. Last time, it was the draw slasher. What would it be this time? Luo Tian was looking forward to it. His heart was incomparably excited. This excitement was not concealed in the slightest. He stared straight at Yin Shang and asked gloomily, "You are the one who slaughtered the Earth's core race." That's right. Yin Shang didn't try to hide anything, nor did he need to. He smiled and said, "Are you the person in the prophecy they were talking about?" Luo Tian squinted his eyes, and the scene of the Earth's core race bleeding like a river appeared in his mind. The anger in his heart suddenly exploded, and he said coldly, "No, but I am someone who is here to take your life." "Oh, you?" Yin Shang said with a playful smile, "Those who dared to say such words in front of me are all dead. You're an exception because I admire you very much. You'll also become a member of my undead army and the strongest person after me. How is it? Do you want me to do it myself, or do you willingly submit to me?" As he spoke, Yin Shang's smile didn't diminish, and he looked as if he had Luo Tian in the bag. His face was filled with complacency. This was his world. Here he was the master. Therefore his words were filled with extreme arrogance, and he did not put anyone in his eyes. It was the same for Luo Tian. It was as if he was saying, whether you agree or not, you won't be able to escape from my grasp. With a big bug on his head, his entire body swollen, his sinister face, and that disgusting smile, he really looked like a monster. Luo Tian kept his blood-drinking broadsword and exchanged it for his spirit snake spear. He laughed lightly. "I promised the old granny that I would definitely kill you." While speaking, Luo Tian played with the spirit snake spear and said, "This is the profound weapon of your subordinate, Yuhan, right? You will also be blasted away by me like him. Ha ha ha." Yin Shang frowned. His expression changed slightly. The aura of death around his body rose along with the anger in his heart. And he said, "You are very arrogant, but you must have the qualifications to be arrogant. It's a pity that you don't have it." Now, without waiting for Yin Shang to finish speaking, the furious blood dove took a step forward and said, "Lord Yin King, leave this dog to me. I will definitely make him kneel at your feet." Before he could finish his words, blood, Dove's figure moved, and the monstrous sea of blood once again surged over. Yin Shang's eyes darkened. He was extremely unhappy in his heart. The surging dark aura in the sky covered the sky as it pressed down on Blood Dove, and at this moment he rushed out. Fast, very fast. Luo Tian stared fixedly at him, but he still disappeared in an instant, and even his aura could not be sensed. He was overwhelmed with shock in his heart, and thought to himself, "This guy is really strong. His strength is probably already at the peak of the profound spirit realm." F***CK. Profound Spirit Stage 9. How do I kill this kind of boss? There's a difference of 20 levels. How can I F***King kill him? At this moment, Luo Tian realized that killing Yin Shang was an impossible mission. The difference in strength between the two of them was too great, unless there was someone to help. Not to mention people, there wasn't even a ghost in this damned place. This woman with big breasts? What was the use of the great Xian Master Realm? Luo Tian's heart was dead silent. He was praying in his heart, praying that that place was really like what the old granny said. At this moment, boom! A loud sound came from the sky above Shadow Mountain Corpse City. Blood Dove fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale white. Looking at Yin Shang, who was floating down not far away, his heart was filled with fear, and he thought to himself, I never thought that he would actually reach the profound spirit stage 9. Yin Shang snorted and arrogantly said, You dare to act recklessly in front of this king. You're courting death. If there's a next time, you know what the consequences will be. He coldly stared at Blood Dove and suppressed him with his might. Blood Dove immediately knelt down. Although he was unwilling, he did not dare to resist. Only the corner of his eyes revealed a cold gaze as he coldly stared at Luo Tian. However, he knew that he had no chance. Luo Tian was about to become Yin Shang's undying bodyguard. Thinking about this, Blood Dove's mouth revealed a cold smile as he looked at Luo Tian and said, Although you did not die in my hands, you will live a life that is even worse than death. Ha ha ha! Yin Shang walked forward, step by step, to Luo Tian's side. Level 2 Berserk. Magma, raging fire. Both his hands and feet turned into magma as a scorching hot aura emerged. Luo Tian moved his fists and used all the strength in his body to heavily attack. Yin Shang did not care as he coldly laughed. Your attack is too weak. He did not dodge at all and allowed Luo Tian to attack directly. The crimson-red fist heavily landed on the large worm on Yin Shang's head. Goo worms should be the most fatal weakness, but when Luo Tian's fist landed on it, it was as if he had punched a thick steel plate. It was completely useless. In game terms, this punch was a complete miss. He knew that he was not Yin Shang's match, but he wanted to know how strong Yin Shang was. At the very least, he wanted to know some of this boss's strength. It would be helpful for his future plans, but his attack was completely tickling. Too strong, this boss. Yin Shang grabbed Luo Tian with one hand and laughed sinisterly. In his left hand was a glowing green goo worm. He laughed excitedly. Become my undying bodyguard, I will grant you eternal life. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian's mind entered, and his original intent quietly moved at this moment. In his heart he secretly said, Corpse C, I'm coming. F***CK, wait for me. Chapter 5 is here. Please vote, please like, please subscribe. Chapter 135. 10,000 meters underground of the Yinshan Corpse City. This was a huge plaza with no end in sight. The plaza was filled with all kinds of corpses. There were so many corpses that the human heads were surging. At a glance, they were like a black sea with no end in sight. They had no consciousness, no soul, and were wandering around freely. The goo worms in their brains were constantly growing, and in the process of growing, they were like zombies, walking corpses. The gloomy corpse aura filled the sky, and the flames of death filled every corner. There were constant sounds like the weeping of ghosts, because they were enduring the most painful torment in the world, a torment that was even more unbearable than death. Rumor had it that hell was beneath this square. However, this place was even more cruel than hell. Even if one wanted to die, they couldn't live. It was a true purgatory on earth, so this place was also called the 19th layer of hell. This was the Sea of Corpses. It was Yin Shang's arsenal, the place where his undying bodyguards were constantly supplied. In a corner house on the plaza. Old man, there's such a loud noise coming from above. Is that child really here? Impossible. Even if he came, he would be courting death. Sigh. I shouldn't have told him this back then, if only he didn't know about this. Old man, that child is really not ordinary. He has a great perseverance that is different from humans, and that kind of decisiveness in killing. Most importantly, his heart is very kind, I'm afraid. When he sees the Earth's core race being killed, he will recklessly rush into the Yinshan Corpse City. If that's the case, maybe I really did harm him, Sai. I really hope he never steps into the Earth's core race, never sees that scene, and never comes to the Yinshan Corpse City. Great perseverance, great killing, kind heart, maybe he really is the human in the prophecy. Old man, When did you become so superstitious? Prophecies are only used to comfort the living, to give them hope. This prophecy is different, maybe it's true. The old granny was stunned. After a while, she only smiled gently, a very satisfied smile. The only thing she hoped for in this life was to see the old man again, so that she could die in peace. Now that she saw it, she was as happy as a young girl, cherishing every minute and second with the old man. As for other things, she didn't think much. The Earth's core race was gone. What else was there to look forward to? After a short while, the granny asked, "Old man, are you really going to tell that bastard Yin Shang how to cure the goo?" The old man gently brushed the old lady's white hair behind her ear and chuckled. "If I didn't say that, how could I see you? All these years, I've been helping him refine the goo, harming countless clansmen. My sins are grave. All these years, my only wish was to see you again. Now that I've seen you, I can die in peace. As for the method to cure the goo, Yin Shang will never get it in his lifetime." "Yo, are you talking about love?" "Master, mistress, your relationship really hasn't changed even after hundreds of years." "Ha ha ha!" Suddenly, a mocking and gloomy laugh rang out. A thick black cloud of death floated down. The black cloud dispersed, and Yin Shang's monstrous face was revealed. The corner of his mouth revealed an extremely pleased smile. "Yin Shang, you son of a bitch. You're worse than a beast. Yin Shang, you will get your retribution." The two old men were incomparably agitated and furious. Their eyes were filled with hatred, and that kind of hatred was itching to tear Yin Shang apart. "Ha ha ha! You two old farts. Without me, Yin Shang, would the Earth's core race have become as strong as they are now? If you two old fogies had passed down the goo refinement technique to me earlier, I would have led the Earth's core race to dominate a region long ago. The Earth's core race would have recovered to its peak. Why would we need to hide in this deep pit where we can't see day and night?" Yin Shang's expression was also somewhat agitated. The big worm on his head couldn't help but move, looking as disgusting as it could be. Following which, Yin Shang laughed sinisterly and said, "But it doesn't matter, this wish will come true soon, ha ha ha." Yin Shang waved his right hand. 3 bodies descended from the sky and stood firmly on the ground. The 9th prince, Qin Yu, and Luo Tian with a green light on his forehead. The white-browed old man saw the green light on Luo Tian's forehead and was shocked, shouting, "Yin Shang, you actually refined a rank 6 goo worm, and you even placed it in a living person's body. What are you trying to do?" "You beast, you lunatic!" The last 2 sentences were almost shouted out. The old granny looked at Luo Tian and her heart sank. Looking at Luo Tian's pained expression, her heart couldn't help but ache as she blamed herself. "Child, it's Granny who harmed you. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Yin Shang laughed sinisterly. "Master, you didn't expect it, did you? You didn't expect me to really refine a rank 6 green god goo worm, did you? In order to refine a rank 6 goo worm, I spent a lot of effort. I remember you said that refining a rank 6 goo worm requires the most Yin item in the world. The blood of a virgin is an item of extreme Yin. I really pity those girls from the Earth's core race. If not for their virgin blood, I really wouldn't have been able to refine it. But I have to thank you for all of this, ha ha ha, laugh. Laugh proudly." Yin Shang looked at his master's pained expression and couldn't help but laugh proudly. Following that, he controlled his right hand and a ball of black gas shot out, directly binding the old granny. His face sank as he shouted, "Old fart, I want you to help me stimulate the strongest potential in the 3 of them. I want their most perfect side. If you don't do it, you know the consequences." The black gas turned into a demon and tightly coiled around the old granny's neck, constantly tightening it. The old granny's breath was weak, but she said with all her might, "Old man, please don't, please don't." "Pa!" Yin Shang slapped the old granny's face, causing her eyes to shine. He shouted coldly, "You damned old granny, you better persuade my master to do as I say." Otherwise, I will make you beg for death." The white-browed old man frowned, his anger soaring to the heavens, but there was nothing he could do. Looking at the blood on the corner of his wife's mouth and her swollen cheeks, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Looking at his wife's eyes, he wanted to make up his mind, but at this moment he revealed a pained expression and said, "All right, I promise you, but you have to guarantee my master's wife's safety." "Ha ha ha, I knew you would compromise. It seems that I was right not to kill master's wife all these years, ha ha ha." Yin Shang laughed proudly. "As long as you help me stimulate their strongest potential, I will guarantee master's wife's safety." Finished. Not long after, Yin Shang brought the old granny and left while laughing wildly. The entire sea of corpses returned to its original state. The sky was filled with corpse chi, cold and humid, and the air was emitting a foul smell. The white-browed old man walked in front of Luo Tian and said in a low voice, "You can open your eyes now." Chapter 136. As soon as the white-browed old man finished speaking, Luo Tian's eyebrows trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. Hiss! He sucked in a breath of cold air. His palms and back were almost all covered in cold sweat. The worms in his brain were constantly nibbling away at his will. It was very uncomfortable, and this kind of discomfort was almost unbearable. Along the way, his willpower felt like it was dying. The gradual loss of willpower made him panic. If it wasn't for the fact that his willpower burst forth when the green god parasite entered his brain, he would have already become one of Yin Shang's undead puppets. He tried his best to restrain himself, to not let his expression show. On the way to the 19th level of hell, his heart was in his throat. If Yin Shang found out, everything would be for naught. When he heard the old man's low voice, he knew that he had made it. He opened his eyes and looked at the old man in front of him. The corner of his mouth moved, and he said in a trembling voice, "Damn it, I finally made it." Then his eyes became blurry and he fainted. The old man with white eyebrows supported Luo Tian and looked at the bug that was constantly emitting green light under his forehead. He said in shock, "This kid actually managed to endure it. How many people in the world can withstand this kind of pain? Not bad. He is indeed a person with great willpower. Old woman, it seems like we really have a chance." The sky was dark. There was no sun, no moon, not even a trace of light. It was very dark and very cold. This feeling was like dying. It wasn't uncomfortable, but it was a feeling of emptiness. Where is this? I'm dead. Damn, didn't I make it through? Did the old woman lie to me again? It can't be. She can't lie to me at this time, right? Luo Tian thought. His heart sank. If he really died, then in Chen Chun's mother who would save her? Who would snatch the bride at her wedding 3 years later? Lung Han Shuang. That ice beauty's, but who's going to hit it? And who would protect Fatty and the Luo family? Damn it. God, you don't really want me to die, do you? I'm still a virgin. At least let me break my virginity first. Luo Tian said bitterly. Cough, cough. Suddenly a voice came from the void. The voice sounded a little old as it said in a low voice, "Brat, what are you thinking about? You're not dead yet. You just can't feel your own body right now. Your consciousness has entered the void space I set up. You have to listen carefully to every word I say. This is related to whether you can survive or not." Luo Tian's heart. He immediately said, "Old man, you are the old woman's husband, right?" "Yes," Luo Tian secretly said, as expected. Then he asked, "Go on, I'm listening." "I need to quickly take control of my body and clean up the sea of corpses. Then I'll go up there and beat up that dog Yin Shang." "All right, listen carefully. Since my wife has taken a fancy to you, then I will place everything on you. If you do as I say, I will increase your willpower by 10,000 times. At that time, even the strongest goo worms will not be able to enter your brain." The old man said in high spirits. His voice was filled with arrogance. He did indeed have the qualifications, because he was the king of the Earth's core race. Just by relying on his gu refining techniques, he was able to bring the Earth's core race out of their most humble era. Increase my mental strength by 10,000 times? Damn, from now on, refining gu won't be the same as before. If that's the case, controlling the puppet won't need to rest, ha ha ha. Old man, no wonder the old granny likes you. You're actually so awesome. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. The white-browed old man also laughed a few times. Then his voice became serious, and he shouted, "Your will is the source of your will. How strong is your willpower? How hard is it? The green god gu worm is very difficult to kill. According to what I say, it won't be too difficult. But during this process, the pain you will suffer will be 100 times greater than your original pain. During this process, you must not interrupt it. You must not stop at all. You must rush forward without hesitation. You must not take a step back." This was an incomparably difficult process. The green god gu worm was extremely powerful, and it was extremely difficult to kill it. However, there was no other way. He could only use the will that Luo Tian had left behind to kill it. During the process of killing it, the torture that Luo Tian had to endure was even more unbearable than the torture of the 18 levels of hell. Luo Tian frowned, he smiled faintly, and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely be able to endure it. Old man, come on." "All right." The old man did not beat around the bush and said, "Empty your mind, let me control it." Luo Tian immediately did as he was told. The moment his mind was emptied, Luo Tian suddenly felt his body sink, as if his heart was about to explode. Intense pain filled his entire body, as if there were billions of ants biting his body. Pain, extreme pain. "Brat, hold on, I'm going to start." The old man's voice sounded in his mind. Luo Tian did not say anything. He gathered his strength. The muscles in his body were as hard as steel. He roared towards the sky in his heart. F***K, come on. I don't believe that I can't withstand this bit of pain. The more painful it was, the crazier it was. The more it was like this, the more Luo Tian was like a madman, gritting his teeth, risking his life, pacing back and forth on the line between life and death, dancing on the tip of the blade with a coffin on his back. That was that sentence. You will be a bird facing the sky. If you don't die, you will live for thousands of years. Moreover, the most important point was, the more pain he endured, the stronger his body would be. This was the same as cultivating the ability to resist attacks. The old man's idea moved, bringing Luo Tian's mind directly to his brain. Facing the incomparably huge green god gu worm, he pounced forward without hesitation, without the slightest hesitation, resolute. The green god gu worm had been unable to control Luo Tian's will all this time, and because of this, it was extremely frustrated. Seeing that he still had a trace of his mind, it immediately rushed forward in anger. It looked like an ordinary little bug, but in the brain facing a small ball of will, it was a giant. Kill! 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 Following his thoughts, the killing intent of the Death Dao was released. This made the old man secretly excited. Luo Tian's mind greatly exceeded his expectations. Seeing the appearance of the killing intent, the old man was more confident. At this moment, Luo Tian's brain was a huge battlefield. Thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting inside. The pain of the brain being split open was more than 100 times worse than the pain he had endured before. It was simply painful to the point of death. However, Luo Tian was laughing crazily, laughing extremely arrogantly. Arrogantly? How could one be called a person if they were not crazy? If they were not crazy in this other world, how could they live up to their identity as a transmigrator? Crazy, I want to be crazy to the point that heaven and earth are moved. After an unknown period of time, finally, a tired voice sounded in his mind. Brat, it's done! Chapter 137. Hearing that, Luo Tian's eyes opened wide. He clenched his fists and grinned. Power! I can feel my own power again. Ha ha ha! The moment he said that, his stomach churned. A pungent stench rushed to his throat. Luo Tian opened his mouth and vomited. He spat out the corpse of a green worm. Luo Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He could not help but ask, "This is the green worm in my brain." Huff, huff! The white-browed old man's face was pale and weak. He gasped for breath like a cow. He nodded and asked, "I've helped you remove the goo. What are you going to do next? With your current strength, you are not Yin Shang's opponent." The peak of the 9th level mystic spirit realm was extremely strong. Luo Tian was only at the 1st level of the great mystic master. How could he be his opponent? Luo Tian looked at the endless sea of corpses outside the house and laughed excitedly. "My plan is to kill all of them, then go up and fight Yin Shang one-on-one." "This is your plan." The old man almost vomited blood. "Kill them, and you can fight Yin Shang one-on-one? What's going on in your head? If I knew earlier, I would have saved him. Maybe I would have had a chance to live. No matter what, he is still at the 5th level of the mystic spirit realm." 5th level of the mystic spirit realm? Luo Tian was startled. He looked at the handsome man who was standing in the room like a block of wood. Luo Tian did not have a good impression of men who were more handsome than him. But looking at the man in front of him, he did not hate him and asked, "He was also captured by Yin Shang?" "He was sent down with you, and he was planted with the goo while he was still alive. If not for your appearance, I'm afraid the green god, goo, would have been planted in his body. If that's the case, then he can't be saved." The old man recovered a bit of strength and said, "5th level of the mystic spirit realm. He should be a good helper. Old man, can you save the two of them?" Luo Tian asked. There was also the big-breasted Qinyu. This girl was not bad, seeing that he was about to die. She actually thought of dying together with him. Very silly and very naive. The old man with white eyebrows rolled his eyes at Luo Tian and said, "Do you think it's so easy to remove the goo?" Removing the goo consumes more spiritual power than refining the goo. Although the goo in their bodies is not as strong as yours, it will still cost a lot to remove their goo. What's more, they don't have the original intent in their bodies. If you want to remove the goo, you can only test the intent of the goo user. This consumes too much spiritual power. If you're not careful, both of them will die. Removing the green god goo worm from your body has exhausted all of my mental power. I'm afraid that I won't be able to recover in half a month. After half a month, their wills will have been completely devoured by the goo worm. So, there's nothing I can do. Once the goo worm was implanted, the goo worm would continuously devour the will in the brain. Without any willpower, the goo worm would have complete control over your body, turning you into a puppet. Time was of the essence when dispelling the goo. The earlier the better. It wasn't that the white-browed elder didn't want to save him, but he really couldn't. Luo Tian pondered for a moment and said, "Can you give me the antidote technique? I'll think of a way to save them." After all, it was 2 lives. If he could save them, it would be better. The goo dispelling technique is a secret of my Earth's core race. Passing the goo refining technique to you is already breaking the taboo of the Earth's core race. If the ancestors were to find out about this, they would scold me until my head bled. The white-browed elder immediately shook his head. These 2 goo techniques were the foundation of the Earth's core race. If outsiders were to learn them, the Earth's core race might not be able to survive in this world, because no one would be afraid of the Earth's core race. Luo Tian did not force him. He only sighed lightly and muttered to himself, "What a pity if I had 2 more helpers, the chances of killing Yin Shang would be higher." Then, Luo Tian walked out of the house and looked at the sea of corpses that was like an ocean. There was a blood trough floating above their heads, and in his tears they were all experience, thousands and millions of experience. He laughed. It really is a paradise of experience. He laughed excitedly, then took a step forward and rushed into the sea of corpses. The white-browed elder looked at Luo Tian's departing figure and muttered to himself, "Should I pass the goo dispelling technique to him? This is the absolute taboo of the Earth's core race, the ancestors of the Earth's core race. What should I do?" After a while, the white-browed elder's brows relaxed, and he laughed bitterly. "The Earth's core race is about to perish. What am I still guarding it for? On Luo Tian's side. Level 2 Berserk. 10,000 lightning blast. Boom, boom, boom. Within a radius of 5 meters, 100 bolts of lightning struck down. Wherever the lightning went, no one was left alive. These corpses were all infected with goo worms, but the goo worms had not fully developed yet, so they kept wandering around like zombies. Luo Tian would not encounter any resistance at all. What he had to do was to continuously release the 10,000 lightning blast. With 4 times the attribute, the power of the 10,000 lightning blast increased. With 100 bolts of lightning striking down, 70 to 80 corpses fell to the ground, and the prompt in Luo Tian's mind exploded like a pot, exploding with incomparable explosive sounds. Ding! 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 It was deafening. Luo Tian was incomparably excited because of this. 2 hours later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level. Great Xian Master Stage 2. Luo Tian grinned and said, I leveled up. After leveling up, all of his attributes were filled. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists and became even more excited in his heart. When he sensed his sea of consciousness and mind, his tiger body shook again and again. F*CK, 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 F*CK. The sea of consciousness, this mind, is 2 F* king strong. I want to see who can use their pressure to crush me next time. Just as the old man had said, Luo Tian's mental strength had increased by more than 10,000 times. His sea of consciousness was already wider than the experts of the profound spirit realm and had truly reached the level of a sea. The sea of consciousness and the mind both belonged to the mental plane. Their strengthening was undoubtedly the increase in mental strength. The old man really didn't lie to me, hee. With my strong mental strength, if he can teach me the goo dispelling technique, I should be able to save the 2 of them. Luo Tian thought silently in his heart. He turned around to look at the house in the distance and shook his head. Let's hurry up and level up. In King Palace. Lord In King, the 19 levels of hell are constantly emitting rumbling sounds. Could something have happened? A tall and sturdy man with 2 hammers in his hands asked worriedly. In Shang did not mind and said, The old bastard is probably training my green god war general. To be able to make such a loud noise, he probably trained quite well. This was the world he ruled. No one could cause much of a stir. In King's corpse city was the same, and so was the 19 levels of hell. Moreover, In Shang was very happy. His mood was extremely good, because he had obtained what he thought was the perfect vessel. As long as Luo Tian cultivated the green goo to the undying realm, then he would be able to devour the undying blood within the goo and become the true undying In King. The sturdy man was still a little worried and said slightly, Lord In King, why don't I go and take a look? In King waved his hand and said, If you want to go, then go. Just take a look at how that old thing's training is going. The 3rd chapter was delivered today, and there were still 2 more chapters that would be a little late. Chapter 138. 19 Layers of Hell. Inside the white-browed old man's house, the old man looked at Luo Tian curiously and frowned. He couldn't figure it out and muttered to himself, Impossible! How is this possible? No matter how talented you are, it's impossible to break through 2 realms in just 12 hours. 12 hours, 2 realms. Even the number 1 human, Morong Wanjian, couldn't do it. Not to mention Morong Wanjian. Even from ancient times until now, no one had done it. Every small realm was extremely difficult to break through. But this freak in front of him broke through 2 realms in 12 hours. Was he still human? Breaking through was like playing with a toy? Or was there something wrong with his eyes? Had he seen a ghost? Seeing the old man staring at him with a strange expression, Luo Tian couldn't help but take half a step back and said, Old man, what are you trying to do? I'm not gay. Cough, cough. The white-browed old man was startled, but he still couldn't help but ask curiously, Brat, how did you do it? It's very simple. I killed them. Luo Tian giggled. Naturally, he wouldn't tell anyone about the system hidden in his body. No matter who it was, he wouldn't tell anyone about it. This was his biggest secret. The old man rolled his eyes at him. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Old man, do you have anything else? If not, I still have time to break through." So many undead guards. These were all experience points and Xian Qi points. Wasting time here was no different from wasting one's life. Luo Tian's mood was surging. Ever since he came to this world, he had never felt so good. Leveling up here was simply too good. So good that it felt like it was exploding. Looking at the undead guards outside, Luo Tian was somewhat impatient. The old man lightly exhaled and said, "There must be a reason why I brought you back. I've decided to teach you the goo dispelling technique, but you must promise me that you will never teach it to a third person, including the goo refining technique." After speaking, the old man looked at Luo Tian seriously. Luo Tian stared blankly at first, but then he was overjoyed and said, "I swear to the heavens that I will not teach it to a third person." He thought to himself, "Even if I wanted to, I couldn't." Luo Tian also wanted to impart his cultivation technique to Fatty Foam, but he could only release the technique with a thought before it disappeared. His cultivation method was different from the cultivation method in the Tianqian continent, so the technique he released could only be cultivated by himself. In gaming jargon, it could not be traded or lost. It could only be used by himself. All right, next, remember the incantation I'm going to tell you. The old man's expression was extremely serious as he thought to himself. Ancestors of the Earth's core race, the unfilial disciple by Mei had no choice but to do so in order to kill this evil thief, Yin Shang. This person's character is upright, his heart is kind, and he is also the great benefactor of my Earth's core race. Praying in his heart, Bai Mei looked around to make sure that there was no one around before he began to narrate the story. Luo Tian listened attentively, not missing a single word. 10 minutes later, the system beeped. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating the dispelling goo. Luo Tian was secretly happy. In the future, he would be able to display his goo refining skills even better, especially the goo technique called Happy Goo. He would definitely learn this goo and make good use of it. Luo Tian's thoughts became lewd. At the beginning, he was still thinking that once he used the goo and could not remove it, wouldn't he be happy until he died? Thinking about the scene, Luo Tian felt a chill run down his spine. Now that he had the dispelling goo, there was no need to be afraid of this kind of thing anymore. Have you remembered it clearly? The old man asked. Luo Tian nodded and said, "N." The white brow looked at Luo Tian very seriously and asked, "I only said it once, and you already remembered it clearly? Could it be that other than breaking through quickly, your comprehension ability is also so fast? Are you human or not?" Luo Tian grinned. "There's no other way. People who are handsome learn everything quickly. Old man, if you don't believe me, teach me a few more sets of your Earth's core race's taboo techniques. Let's see if I can really remember them. F***CK. Brat, don't even think about getting any more chance from me." Seeing Luo Tian's expression, the white brow immediately stopped doubting him and said in shock in his heart, "He really is not an ordinary person. Maybe he can really save the Earth's core race. Maybe he really is the person in the prophecy." "I hope so." The white brow sighed in his heart. "All right, I've passed the dispelling goo technique to you. When do you want to save them?" The old man could not help but ask. With Luo Tian's current mental strength, it would not be too difficult for him to save them. The old man thought that Luo Tian would immediately save him, but Luo Tian started to ponder and asked, "Old man, when will Yin Shang come down to find you?" The white brow said, 7 days later is the day of the Earth's core race's sacrifice. Before the sacrifice, he will definitely come here and ask me for the 3 of you. Why are you asking this? This has nothing to do with you saving them. The goo worms in their bodies are not as powerful as yours, but you can't drag it on for too long. The longer you drag it on, the harder it will be to solve it. Luo Tian nodded and said, I understand. Following that, Luo Tian quickly walked out of the house and once again charged into the sea of corpses. Another series of 10,000 lightning bolts struck down, and another group of corpses fell to the ground. Rumble, rumble. The entire 19th level of hell was enveloped in a sea of thunder. The white-browed man was dumbfounded. He really couldn't figure out Luo Tian's intentions. Looking at Luo Tian's crazy figure, he muttered to himself, What is this kid trying to do? Why can't I understand it at all? Other than killing the undead guards that had yet to take form, Luo Tian also had to do something very important, which was to raise the level of the dispelling Gu technique. There was a certain amount of danger in the dispelling Gu technique, and it was a two-way danger. The level of the dispelling Gu technique was too low, so Luo Tian did not dare to rashly save him. He had to have enough confidence, or else he would rather not save him. The sea of corpses had absolute natural conditions. Everyone had Gu worms in their heads, and they were the best test subjects for the dispelling Gu technique. The moment the 10,000 lightning bolts struck down, Luo Tian's mind secretly moved and quickly used the dispelling Gu technique. Ding! Failure! Ding! Success, proficiency plus 2 inch. There was success, there was failure, it was very unstable. Luo Tian's heart was very anxious. 7 days was a short time. If he could dispel the Gu in these two people, then he would have a higher chance of killing Yinshang. This was also the reason why Luo Tian wanted to save them. The peak of the 9th level mystic spirit realm was too strong. He needed their help. For an entire day and night, Luo Tian did not stop at all, nor did he rest. He finally raised the dispelling Gu technique to level 3. The success rate had reached 60%, and it had a 100% success rate against rank 1 Gu worms. The moment it leveled up, Luo Tian immediately rushed towards Bai Mei's house. Luo Tian saw Bai Mei lying on the ground in the distance, covered in blood. Not far from him, there was a tall and sturdy man holding a pair of hammers that was currently in a frenzy, roaring at Bai Mei. Luo Tian's eyes twitched, and his killing intent rose as he coldly snorted, seeking death! Chapter 4. Chapter 5 delivered before 10 p.m. Begging for monthly votes, begging for subscriptions. Chapter 139. The giant with 2 hammers was called Li Lei Dun. He was one of the 4 protectors under the Yin King, a great Xian master stage, 5 expert. The most important point, he was also implanted with a Gu by Yinshang when he was still alive, and it was done willingly. He wanted an immortal body, so he cultivated with all his might all these years. From an unremarkable mystic cultivator to a great mystic cultivator rank 5 expert. He also became one of the 4 great protectors under the Yin King. You old fart, where did you hide him? Li Lei Dun kicked the white-browed man in the abdomen again. The white-browed man flew a few meters away and spat out a mouthful of blood. He laughed sinisterly and said, Ha ha ha, you traitor of the Earth's core race. Your death is coming, ha ha ha, humph. Old thing, a wise man submits to circumstances. It's because of you, an old and stubborn man, that the Earth's core race was reduced to hiding in this kind of deep pit. If it wasn't for Lord Yin King not letting me kill you, you would have died hundreds of years ago, Li Lei Dun said in disdain. Looking at the white-browed man's pained expression, Li Lei Dun's face was filled with pleasure. He sneered complacently and shouted, You old thing, I advise you to be tactful. Don't ask for trouble. Tell me honestly where that kid went. Otherwise, you know what I'm capable of. Li Lei Dun was famous for being ruthless in the Shadow Mountain Corpse City. He was the executioner of the Shadow Mountain Corpse City, and he was the one who killed the most people from the Earth's core race. In fact, his own parents were killed by him. It could be said to be extremely cruel and inhumane. It was also at this time. A voice came from behind Li Lei Dun. It was incomparably cold and filled with endless killing intent. Otherwise, what will happen? Li Lei Dun did not react for a moment, and said with an even more complacent expression, I will twist your head off. Huh, who is it? Li Lei Dun's gaze darkened as he turned to look at the darkness. A black shadow walked out from the darkness, bringing with it killing intent and the aura of death. It was as if he had walked out from hell, step by step, with a deathly smile on his face, as if he was a messenger of hell. The person who wants your life is here. The white-browed man laughed excitedly. Li Lei Dun narrowed his eyes and looked at the person walking out of the darkness. His expression relaxed, and he said disdainfully, Him? Trash, huh? It's you. Weren't you implanted with the green god goo worm by the Yin King? How could it be? Li Leiduan's expression changed drastically. According to Yin Shang, the green goo poison bug could not be removed. One could only be devoured by the goo poison bug for the rest of one's life. Unless the goo poison bug was removed by the goo poison bug, it could not be removed. Once the goo worm is removed, the victim will die immediately. However, not only was he not dead, but he was also alive and well. Most importantly, there was no green light on his forehead, which meant that the poison had been removed. If there was anyone in this world who knew how to detoxify goo poison, it was probably Bai Mei. Li Lei Dun was extremely angry. He turned his gaze and looked at the white-browed man. Old thing, you actually taught the Earth's core race's secret technique to an outsider, violating the taboo clan rules of the Earth's core race. You are truly amazing. You would rather pass it on to an outsider than to Yin King. A person like you should not stay in this world, so go to hell. Li Lei Dun moved his two hammers, and a thick black light flashed. His body moved, bringing with it a thick wave of death energy, pressing down on the white-browed man. At this moment, Luo Tian said indifferently, Hey, I'm still here. Scram to the side, you piece of trash. I'll play with you slowly later and play you to death. Li Lei Dun did not dare to look at Luo Tian at all, and directly ignored him. In his opinion, Luo Tian was just a piece of trash that Yin King had set his eyes on, and it was only because of his good luck. He was extremely unhappy with Luo Tian's treatment. This was because he felt that Luo Tian was not qualified to obtain the green god goo, nor was he qualified to obtain Yin King's gift. Only he was the one who could cultivate the undead goo to the highest realm. The heavy hammer was like thunder as it smashed down heavily. Old thing, go to hell. Li Lei Dun roared and smashed down with his right hammer. If he was hit by this hammer, his head would definitely explode. However, the white-browed man did not move. He was severely injured by Li Lei Dun and he could not move. The moment Luo Tian's figure disappeared, he did not think of moving. Boom! With a loud sound, he picked up a piece of black dust. The dust covered his eyes, and he could not see if the white-browed man was dead or not. However, Li Leiduan's expression secretly tightened, because his hammer did not hit down, and was forcibly blocked by something. The shock caused his arm to go numb, and the heavy hammer almost fell out of his hand. This made him extremely angry. The dust dispersed, and the hammer landed on a huge blade. It was like a huge blade that had been picked up from a pool of blood. It was dripping with blood and emitted a bloody red light. It carried a killing intent that smelled like blood and was extremely sinister. Under the huge blade was a person. His body was somewhat thin and weak, but his body was even harder than steel. There was a smile on his face, a smile like that of a death god. Luo Tian. Li Leiduan's gaze turned sinister as he sneered and shouted, Damn trash, you dare to be arrogant in front of me and block my Li Leiduan's heavy hammer? If it wasn't for the Yin King not allowing me to make a move, you would have died long ago. All right, let me see how many more times you can block it. As soon as he finished, the heavy hammer in Li Leiduan's left hand directly smashed onto the other heavy hammer and shouted, Heavy thunder hammer! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Sparks flew in all directions, and the aura of death shot out like an explosion. Luo Tian did not move at all, and the draw blade in his hand did not move either. Li Leidan was a little puzzled. A day ago, he was just a piece of trash at the 9th stage of the Xian Master Stage, and his heavy thunderhammer could directly kill him. But why was it like this? "Ha, you're done, now it's my turn." Luo Tian grinned and laughed very excitedly. Looking at Li Leiduan's somewhat flustered eyes, he said with extreme disdain, "A mere 5th stage of the Great Xian Master Stage dares to be arrogant in front of me? I'll let you see what the power of a 5th stage of the Great Xian Master Stage is." With that, the power in Luo Tian's body suddenly exploded. With a movement of his figure, Luo Tian, who was under the heavy hammer, instantly disappeared. Li Leiduan's eyes kept moving, and his mind kept trying to capture Luo Tian's aura, but he realized that his mind could not keep up with Luo Tian's speed at all. He thought to himself, "How did this damn trash become so strong in just a day?" White Brow, who was on the ground, was also stunned. After pausing for a moment, White Brow's face was shocked. 5th stage of the Great Xian Master Stage? This brat is indeed a monster. Monster, breaking through 4 realms in a day and a half. He's not human at all. Monster. Monster. Absolute monster. Monster. In the air, the draw blade flashed with a scarlet light. Luo Tian coldly snorted and said, "I'll let you see my new cultivation technique. Ghost/Azura Strike. Let's talk about why I updated so late today. Old Cow is a villager, and right now is the busiest time of the year, harvesting rice. My family planted more than 20 mu of rice fields, which is considered the family's largest income. I finished harvesting in the morning and harvested in the afternoon. The first chapter in the morning was when I woke up at 4 in the morning to write, and the second chapter in the afternoon was when I woke up in the fields just now. When I was writing, my hands and feet were covered in mud. I didn't have time to take a bath or eat because I was afraid that my brothers would rush me even more, and I wouldn't have any books to read. Old Cow really did his best. I hope that my brothers can subscribe and vote for Old Cow if you have monthly votes. I'm extremely grateful." Chapter 140. Ghost/. Luo Tian could no longer remember the cultivation technique that the main character in that novel cultivated. This was the system reward for him breaking through to the Great Xian Master Realm when he was struck by lightning for the last time in the Shadow Mountain Corp City. It was a set of saber techniques. It was the best saber technique to complement the draw/. At this moment, a huge Azura phantom appeared behind Luo Tian. It was sinister and had 2 black, hole-like eyes that stared straight at Li Leidan. With a move of his arms, the Azura rushed down and slashed down heavily. Ghost/. Azura Strike. Bam! The saber slashed down. Li Leidan roared towards the sky and shouted, "You think you can kill Lousy with just a trash like you? You overestimate yourself." Twin hammers, shaking the heavens. Block! The twin hammers crossed each other and blocked the attack. The berserk blade and the twin hammers collided in an instant. The twin hammers were shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. The Azura saber chi slashed down, directly splitting Li Leiduan's body into 2 halves. Instant kill. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Li Leidan. Obtained 2,000 experience, 200 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian. F***K. This experience is too little. Luo Tian was a little unhappy. The experience of a 5th stage Great Xian Master was indeed a bit lacking. However, Luo Tian's level had risen to the 5th stage of the Great Xian Master realm, and the experience of killing someone of the same level had become very low. If he were to kill a rank 3 demonic beast now, the experience might only be in the single digits. Luo Tian complained in his heart, then laughed excitedly and thought to himself, "Ghost Slash is indeed awesome. To be able to instantly kill Li Leidan with a single slash, the Azura aura it contains is simply too awesome." The feeling of being possessed by an Azura made people extremely excited. Azura Strike was only the first realm of Ghost Slash. There were even stronger and higher realms behind it, and the power they released was even more terrifying. Uft. A fifth-stage Great Xian master dares to be arrogant in front of lousy Dai. Mother asterisk cur. Luo Tian spat on Li Leiduan's body with a look of contempt. Bai Mei stood up and stared at Luo Tian for a long time with a serious and strange expression on his face. Seeing this, Luo Tian felt a chill in his heart. He scratched his head and said, "Old man, I've said it before. I'm really not gay." The white-browed man was quite puzzled. He pointed at Li Leiduan's body and said in disbelief, "You killed him with one strike." "Yes. I didn't expect this guy to be so weak. I thought he was stronger than that Yu Hun guy and could at least exchange 8 to 10 moves with him. Who knew that this guy is a complete piece of trash? He's all talk and no substance. How boring." Luo Tian said casually. He wanted Li Leiduan to practice more, but he didn't know that this guy couldn't even withstand one strike. He was too weak, and this was without using Berserk. If he had used Berserk, this guy's body would have turned into dust. Luo Tian's words made the white-browed man unable to explain. When he heard that Luo Tian had also killed Yu Hun, he was shocked. After a long time, he finally said, "Change. Change. An existence that could instantly kill someone of the same level. This wasn't called change. What was change?" Moreover, the white-browed man could tell that Luo Tian hadn't used his full strength yet, but he was still able to instantly kill him. He was completely a monster. This made the white-browed man's hope increase a little, and he couldn't help but secretly say, "Maybe it really can. F***CK. You're the one who changed. Where's your attitude? Your whole family has changed." Luo Tian joked. Actually, Luo Tian also didn't expect to be able to instantly kill him. After breaking through to the 5th stage of the Great Xian Master, he only felt that his strength had increased a lot. Furthermore, the power of the 8th rank cultivation technique, Ghost Slash, was extraordinary, which was why he was able to instantly kill him. The white-browed man glared at Luo Tian, his eyes dimming again, and said worriedly, "You killed Yin Shang's most capable subordinate. I'm afraid he won't show mercy to you anymore. Furthermore, Li Leiduan hasn't returned to report, so Yin Shang might come here at any time." Luo Tian frowned slightly and said, "I forgot about this matter. If I knew earlier, I would have pretended to be crazy." "Humph, you only know how to pretend to be crazy. You can't wait to kill him, right? F***CK, old man, I did it to save you. If I didn't make a move, I'm afraid you would have already died under his hammer. Then you don't have to kill him." You just want to kill him. Do you think I don't know you? I've been paying attention to you all day. You've killed tens of thousands of Undying Guards, and your cultivation has also broken through 5 realms. It's obvious that your cultivation method is different from others. The white-browed man thought of the demon clan that was at its peak 10,000 years ago, and couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Brat, you can't be from the demon clan, right? Only the demon clan would kill like you, breaking through the shackles in the midst of killing." Luo Tian smiled mysteriously, revealing a very despicable expression, and said, "Guess." The white-browed man said in annoyance, "Guess your sister." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The two of them laughed at the same time. Luo Tian walked into the house, looked at Qin Yu, and the 9th prince's ice-cold expressions, and said slightly, "It's time to help you remove the goo." With Li Leiduan's death, Yin Shang would find out sooner or later. For this, Luo Tian needed the help of the 9th prince, and Qin Yu, even more. Looking at the two of them, he finally chose to start with the 9th prince. After all, this was his first time removing the goo from a living person, and Luo Tian didn't have much confidence in him. The reason why he chose the 9th prince was because he didn't know him at all. If he died, so be it. Since he didn't know him, he would use him as a practice first. As for Qin Yu, it was different. After all, she was a great beauty, and the kind of great beauty with great breasts. It would be a pity if she died, and furthermore, she wanted to die with him. Just this point alone made him cautious. Not long after, Luo Tian looked at the ninth prince and said seriously, "Brother, it's best if you succeed, but don't blame me if you fail." Immediately after, Luo Tian's idea moved, and a Weng sound came out from his body. A powerful mental force shot out from his body, and with a thought in his sea of consciousness, Luo Tian's right hand grabbed onto the ninth prince's pulse, and the idea wandered out. The difference in his actions was so great that the white-browed man beside him exclaimed in surprise. He thought to himself, "Monster, he's a complete monster. Is this guy a human, a demon, or a ghost?" The idea smoothly entered the ninth prince's mind. A big goo worm pounced towards him. Luo Tian furrowed his brows. The most critical and dangerous moment had arrived. The idea shouted, "Brother, whether or not you can remove the goo poison in your body will depend on this attack. If you can hear me, please cooperate with me. As long as you kill this goo worm, it will be fine." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian suddenly bellowed in his heart, "Level 2 berserk!" The idea was like a raging ocean as it surged forward. In just an instant, the big goo worm that was showing off its might was killed. At this moment, the system sounded out, "Ding! Originally, I wanted to bring Xiao Xiao to the hospital for an injection today. It's already 10 days past the due date, but because my father is sick and there's a lot of rice at home that needs to be dried, I didn't go to the hospital today. Today, I'll still be reading at 5, but I might have to take leave tomorrow." Chapter 1 here. Chapter 141. Why was there a notification? Luo Tian was slightly startled as he listened carefully. "Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for curing the ninth Prince Tang Zhou's goo poison. Favorability has increased by 1,000 points. TCH. Why would I want a man's favorability? System your sister, I'm not gay." Luo Tian rolled his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. He had succeeded in curing the poison and had saved him from the gates of hell. Tang Jiu slowly opened his eyes and looked at Luo Tian. He suddenly knelt down on one knee and said heavily, "Thank you." His name was Tang Ming, and because he was ranked 9th among the princes, he was also called Tang Jiu. When Luo Tian's idea entered his body, he felt it, but his mind was completely controlled by the goo worm and could not make a sound. He had thought that he would die here, that everything he had would be buried here. His great future, no matter if it was in the imperial capital or in the Cloud Sea sect, his future was bright. Moreover, his strength was one of the top few princes, and he was highly regarded by the elders of the Cloud Sea sect. He had stepped into the 5th level of the profound spirit realm before the age of 30, which was something that many people would never be able to achieve in their lifetime. Some elders had already predicted that he would step into the profound king realm before the age of 50. However, he did not think that he would fail in the Yin King Corpse City. Everything he had was about to be destroyed. He was very unwilling, not because he cared about his bright future, but because he was unwilling to die like this, dying in a place where no one knew, dying without any value. When he heard the voice that came from Luo Tian's idea, he was excited and the desire in his heart was aroused. It was as if he was grabbing onto a straw in the vast ocean, completely cooperating with Luo Tian. The moment he opened his eyes, he knelt down without hesitation. This was the 3rd person he had knelt down to. When his father ascended the throne, he knelt down once. When he became a disciple of the Cloud Sea sect, he knelt down once. Compared to the previous 2 times, this time he knelt down even more heavily. He was extremely grateful in his heart, but he could not find any other words to express his gratitude. He was not good at expressing himself, so in the end he could only say the word "thank you." However, this was the first time he had said these 2 words in his 30 years of life. Luo Tian immediately helped him up and said casually, "It's nothing." After helping him up, Luo Tian immediately jumped to the side and said, "You will spit out a goo worm later. You should go outside and spit it out." Tang Jiu did not say anything and ran out directly. Not too long later, he ran back with a pale face. The corners of his mouth were wiped clean, without the slightest trace of dirt. Luo Tian smiled and said, "He was the one who saved you. If he hadn't passed the method to me, I wouldn't have been able to save you. Now your body is still weak. Rest well for a few days. I'll need your help in a few days." Tang Jiu bowed 90 degrees to Bai Mei, and Bai Mei returned the bow with a faint smile. Following which, Tang Jiu looked at Luo Tian and said, "All right, just say the word." "All right, go and rest first." Luo Tian smiled faintly. The more he looked at Tang Jiu, the more he liked him. He thought to himself, "I was right to save him." Following that, Luo Tian did not rest. He walked to Qinyu, sighed and let out a soft breath. Bai Mei could not help but ask, "Kid, you have already used up a lot of your mental strength. Do you want to rest for a while before coming back?" He succeeded in an instant. He didn't even sweat a little, and he looked extremely relaxed. But that was not the case. Dispelling the goo consumed more mental strength than refining the goo. Even if Luo Tian's willpower was 10,000 times stronger, he would still be extremely tired. However, Luo Tian did not choose to rest because he did not have time to rest. Li Leiden's death made him even more anxious. Yin Shang could come down at any time. He had to make the best use of his time to raise his level. Rank 9 Mystic Spirit Realm was too strong, too strong. It was so strong that Luo Tian had no choice but to risk his life. There were still many Undying Guards in Corpse C. Although the experience was not as much as before, it was still quite considerable for him. Luo Tian shook his head and said, "No need, we don't have much time left." Immediately after, Luo Tian's consciousness moved once more. This time he released the killing intent in his consciousness as well. Dispelling the goo was the same as fighting. Since he was going to fight, then he would release his strongest strength without holding back. Absolutely crushing. Furthermore, it was Qinyu this time, a beauty like a big sister. Even if she wasn't his woman in the future, Luo Tian did not want there to be one less beauty in this world. Holding her pulse, his consciousness surged into Qinyu's body. Very quickly it reached her mind and reminded her, "Sister, I'm here to save you. Don't move your consciousness around. As long as you kill the goo worm in your mind, it will be fine." Just as Luo Tian was about to start, Qinyu's voice rang out. She said in a coquettish voice, "Damn it, I knew you wouldn't abandon me." Sister, your consciousness?" Luo Tian was secretly surprised. He had not expected Qinyu to have retained her own consciousness. Qinyu smiled gently and said, "When you were caught by Yin Shang, I knew that you wouldn't die that easily. How can a man that I have my eyes on die so easily? Your sister's judgment is extraordinary. Therefore, I didn't think too much about it back then. Since he wanted to plant the goo worm in his mind, it must have something to do with a person's consciousness. Therefore, I sealed my consciousness away." Just because of a single glance from Luo Tian, Qinyu had thought of so many things. Her intelligence was definitely much higher than her big breasts. Big breasts, big brains, and a frighteningly high IQ. This was Qinyu. Luo Tian was secretly shocked and said, "Sister, use your consciousness to cooperate with me. Let's kill this goo worm together. It might be painful, but we have to endure it. Don't let go of it in the slightest. Otherwise, all our efforts will be for naught." Qinyu smiled ambiguously. Her voice was a little coquettish and flirtatious as she said, coquettishly, "Sister, I'll cooperate with you. Whatever you want me to do, I'll cooperate with you." The moment he heard that voice, Luo Tian's evil fire burst forth. His entire body was burning up as his consciousness became even more unbridled in Qinyu's mind. Naturally, Qinyu knew of all the evil thoughts in his mind. Qinyu smiled tenderly and said, damn it, to think that you would be so lustful. Your mind is filled with evil things." Luo Tian's heart sank as all the lustful thoughts in his mind were exposed. He thought to himself, Damn it. He wanted to explain himself, but he realized that he couldn't. Therefore, Luo Tian asked directly, "Sister, do you want it or not?" He was going all out. At this moment, any more words would be useless. It was best to get straight to the point. "Qin Yu." I had not expected Luo Tian to be so direct. Her face flushed red as she replied shyly, "Yes." Holy F asterisk CK. Luo Tian's nose nearly bled. He thought that Qin Yu would scold him. To think that she would agree to it right away. His blood was boiling as he was filled with energy. He said immediately, "Sister, I'll help you kill the goo worm right away." After that, Luo Tian could not wait any longer. "Thank you, brothers, for your rewards. Today, the second chapter has arrived." Chapter 142. The removal of the goo poison in Qin Yuer's body was surprisingly smooth. Luo Tian did not know if it was because of Qin Yuer's hot body or because the evil thoughts in his mind had activated his super strong consciousness. In any case, it was so fast that even Luo Tian himself could not react in time. Done! Qin Yuer opened her eyes slowly. Her face was still flushed red. Looking at Luo Tian, who was only half a meter away from her, she pounced on him without hesitation. It was a sudden hug. That feeling could only be described with one word: wow. Her huge breasts were pressed against his chest. The faint fragrance from Qin Yuer's body made Luo Tian unable to extricate himself. His hands were suspended in midair. He did not know if he should hug her or not. Luo Tian did not expect Qin Yuer to be so daring. "Hug me, please." Qin Yuer took Luo Tian's hands and placed them behind her waist. She then leaned on Luo Tian's shoulder and said coyly, hugging Qin Yuer's petite waist with both hands. Luo Tian felt as though his entire body had been electrocuted as he held onto that tight and supple waist. This feeling was really amazing. Luo Tian's mind was filled with evil thoughts. All kinds of poses and difficult moves from Japanese action movies flashed through his mind. Qin Yuer hugged Luo Tian's neck tightly and rested her head on his shoulder. Sensing the arousal coming from Luo Tian's lower body, she did not continue teasing him. Instead, she began to sob softly. Her tears blurred her vision. In the end, she bit Luo Tian's shoulder and bawled her eyes out. She just cried and did not say a word. Tang Jiu stood by the side and looked at her with a serious expression. He had never seen Qin Yuer cry before. This was the first time. All the evil thoughts in Luo Tian's mind disappeared at this moment. He patted Qin Yuer's back gently and comforted her. "All right, it's all in the past. Don't cry anymore. You won't look good if you continue crying." "I'm so scared. I'm really scared. I've never been so scared before." "Thank you. Thank you so much." "Boo-hoo," Qin Yuer said with great difficulty. At this moment, she was like a little girl. That kind of grievance suddenly burst out like a flood, making one's heart ache. "He's really scary. Can we make it out alive?" "I'll make it out alive." "Really?" "Yes." The two of them talked silently. Luo Tian was comforting a child. Qin Yuer was very mature. However, no matter how mature a woman was, she would still have a childish side to her. After a long while, the two of them separated. Qin Yuer ran out and started vomiting. Luo Tian chuckled as his expression turned serious. He walked to Tang Jiu's side and asked, "What's your name?" Tang Jiu was somewhat excited as he said, "Tang Jiu, the 9th prince of the Great Tang." "Royalty?" Luo Tian was taken aback, but he quickly introduced himself. "Luo Tian, an unremarkable boy from Jade Mountain City." "Greetings, 9th prince." No wonder there was an increase of 1,000 affinity points. So he had saved a prince. Tang Jiu stepped forth immediately. "Benefactor, you're treating me like an outsider. You're the one who saved me. No matter how high my status is, I can't accept your greetings. I'm older than you by a few years. If you don't mind, you can address me as Big Brother." He was a stubborn man. Since Luo Tian had saved him, he would treat Luo Tian as his benefactor. In the face of anything, his benefactor was more important than anything else. Luo Tian did not treat him as an outsider. Brother Jiu, Yin Shang is a level 9 mystic spirit being. If we want to escape from here, we have to kill him. Furthermore, he has gathered a large number of undying guards. If these undying guards were to head out, they might threaten the safety of the great Tang Empire. Tang Jiu nodded his head. That's right. However, given our current cultivation states, it'll be difficult for us to kill him. How about I stay here and you take advantage of the chaos to escape? Bring my token to Heaven's Sword City and inform my father to send a mystic king state being over. Level 9 mystic spirit was extremely difficult to deal with. The moment Tang Jiu of the Yin King Palace was enveloped by Yin Shang's death aura, he did not even have the strength to retaliate and was immediately restrained. Inform the imperial capital? Luo Tian was slightly taken aback. Before he could speak, Bai Mei said, "I'm afraid it's too late. There are still 6 days before the Earth's core race's sacrificial ceremony. At that time, Yin Shang will definitely lead his undying army out of here. Heaven's Sword City is 1,000,000 kilometers away from here. With your cultivation states, you won't be able to make it in half a month. In a month's time, millions of humans would have already died." Tang Jiu frowned. "Then what should we do?" "What should we do? He will use the most direct method to crush him. Then we'll wipe out all his undying army. Wouldn't that be great?" Luo Tian said excitedly. After he finished speaking, Bai Mei, Tang Jiu, and Qin Yu, who had just finished vomiting, all looked at Luo Tian with their mouths agape. They just looked at him with their mouths agape, not saying a word. It was as though they were looking at a monster. After a long while, Bai Mei spoke first. What a change. "Pervert." Tang Jiu was startled for a moment and asked, "Is this really okay?" Qin Yu smiled ambiguously and said, "Little handsome brother, is this really okay?" Then Qin Yu's expression secretly changed, and she suddenly said, "Your cultivation." Luo Tian laughed and said, "The two of you should recuperate well. It would be best if you can break through, but if you can't, you should at least recover your strength to your peak. Then the old man will tell you where the weakness of Yin Shang and the Undying Guard is. We have at most 6 days left. Once the 6 days are up, we will use Yin Shang's head as a sacrifice to the heavens." Luo Tian said excitedly. Tang Jiu, on the other hand, was confused and asked, "What about you?" Luo Tian walked to the door and looked at the sea of corpses not far away. He turned around and smiled. "I'll go level up first. I'll tell you when I come back." "Huh." Tang Jiu was stunned. Looking at Luo Tian's back view, the three of them were confused. Qin Yu asked in confusion. That day he was still at the 9th stage of the Xian Master Stage, and now he's at the 5th stage of the Great Xian Master Stage. "Senior brother, have you ever seen someone break through so quickly?" Tang Jiu's face changed and said, "What? In less than 2 days he broke through so many times? Even the number 1 person in the human clan, Morong Wanjian, can't do it." Bai Mei stroked his goatee and laughed. "He is a monster. There are many things that you can't even imagine. I don't doubt that he will be able to kill Yin Shang in 6 days. This kid is simply a legend." The three of them looked at each other. All of them looked in the direction where Luo Tian disappeared. At this moment, their confidence was strengthened. They believed in Luo Tian. But Luo Tian did not have much confidence. The experience was too little, and the time was too short. It was very difficult to kill Yin Shang, who was at the 9th stage of the profound spirit stage. But he had no choice. Chapter 3. Chapter 143. Yin Shang was very strong. The boss was naturally very strong. This was something that Luo Tian had experienced when he was playing games in his previous life. A weak boss would not be called a boss. The stronger the boss, the better the items it would drop. Yin Shang's entire body was shining with golden light. Luo Tian wanted to kill him very much. That kind of desire was even stronger than the desire to sleep with a woman. So Luo Tian cultivated with all his might. In the sea of corpses, he was like a madman. He killed day and night, constantly cultivating his skills, constantly increasing the proficiency of various skills, facing a strong enemy. The only thing Luo Tian could do was to make himself stronger than his opponents, and then completely crush them. He liked the feeling of crushing his opponents. Sea of corpses, endless, undying guards. This place provided Luo Tian with the best training ground. 6 days and 6 nights. There was not a single minute of rest. His hands did not even stop moving. The endless sea of corpses turned into a sea of corpses, an ocean of corpses. Corpses were everywhere. The number of corpses was comparable to the number of corpses in the killing world. There were many, many, so many that one could not see the end. In the entire 19 levels of hell, only Luo Tian stood there alone. He, this madman, had killed all the undying guards in the sea of corpses. Madman, changed, pervert, monster. There was no other word to describe Luo Tian. Only a madman like him would continuously kill for 6 days and 6 nights. He was completely like a killing machine. Standing in the darkness, Luo Tian clenched his fists. The power in his body let out a deafening roar and roared without restraint. This feeling was very good. It was so good that Luo Tian roared towards the sky. Ah, the earth-shattering sound spread thousands of miles in the square. The anger in his heart was roaring. In the darkness, Luo Tian held a huge blade in his hand. He was like an Asura in the darkness. His body was filled with endless killing intent. That killing intent was even more terrifying than the aura of death. Bai Mei, Tangjiu, and Qinyu, Er's eyes were not as agitated as before. They were already used to it. To them, Luo Tian was a monster. He was not human at all. In Bai Mei's words, this kid was a legend. Mystic realm. 5th level mystic spirit realm. In a short span of 7 days, he soared from a 9th level mystic martial artist to a 5th level mystic martial artist. This was something that had never happened in the profound sky continent in 100 million years. If they didn't witness it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Who could do it? A nameless country, bumpkin from a remote village, Luo Tian. This was 2F * king crazy. Luo Tian felt the power of a level 5 mystic spirit realm and looked at the corpses around him. He grinned and said, "This place is 2F * king awesome. If only these monsters could respawn like in the game. If that was the case, I wouldn't leave this place for the rest of my life. I would definitely break through the Mystic Emperor realm first." Yin Shang's painstaking efforts of several hundred years were gone just like that. The 19 Hells was his weapon factory. This place was his backing, the endless source of the undying bodyguards. But now there was nothing left. The worst thing was that he didn't even know. At this moment, he was receiving the guests in the Yin King Hall. In his heart, he was still thinking about how Bai Mei had trained his perfect vessel. Not even in his dreams would he have thought that his perfect vessel would destroy his weapon factory. Pum! Pum! A few loud sounds. At the entrance of the 19 Hells, 2 rows of elite, undying bodyguards walked in. The leader was one of the 4 protectors, Kuan Tuo. The moment Kuan Tuo stepped into the 19 Hells, he felt a thick, killing intent. This killing intent made him extremely angry as he shouted, "Bai Mei, you old thing, what are you doing?" Where are the undying bodyguards?" Suddenly, Kuan Tuo's gaze tightened. He saw that there wasn't a single undying bodyguard standing. They were all lying on the ground, not moving at all. Furthermore, all of their heads were split open. Dead. They were all dead. Kuan Tuo panicked. His rage soared to the heavens as he swung the thorny whip in his hand. "Pa, White Brow, get the hell out here. Yin King let you train these undying bodyguards, but you killed them all. What do you want to do, you old thing?" Kuan Tuo was furious. The thorny whip in his hand released death aura flames, forming many death whip shadows. As long as Bai Mei came out, he would be hit by the death whip shadows. Sigh, why do you always like to find me? I didn't do anything. Bai Mei shook his head and sighed as he walked over. Looking at the incomparably furious Kuan-Tua, he said, Little aunt, I didn't do anything. These undying bodyguards have nothing to do with me. If you want to kill them, then kill him. Then, Bai Mei pointed at Luo Tian, who was walking over step by step from the darkness. Kuan-Tuo's gaze turned, looking at the black shadow in the darkness. His gaze became gloomy. You damn thing, you dare to destroy Yin King's weapon factory. Give me your life. The shadow of the death whip blurred. With a sudden movement in the air, the whip was like a spirit snake, growing longer and larger, directly attacking Luo Tian. Luo Tian's gloomy expression, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he began to sneer sinisterly. The shadow of the death whip stopped 3 meters away from him. It was blocked by an invisible force. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and exerted a little force. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The shadow of the death whip exploded. Luo Tian said in disdain, Weak! Kuan-Tua was startled and shouted, Who are you? Luo Tian continued to walk forward, stopping when he was 5 meters away from Kuan-Tua, and grinned sinisterly. Kuan-Tuo's expression was shocked, and he shouted, It's you? Aren't you? When he saw that Luo Tian's brain did not emit the green light of the green god goo, his face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted, His goo poison has come into contact. Kill him for me. With just you guys. Tang Jiao released the Emperor's qi from his body, directly dispersing the death aura released by the Undying Guards. He took a step forward and stood at the front. Your goo poison has also been cured? Ha! And sisters. Qin Yu also walked out. White Brow spread out his hands, revealing an innocent expression, and pointed at Luo Tian. These things have nothing to do with me. He did everything. My old bones can't take it anymore. If you want to hit him, kill him. None of this has anything to do with me. White Brow had a despicable expression on his face as he giggled. Kuan-Tuo's eyes turned sinister as he shouted, All of you must die in this Shadow Mountain Corpse City. Lord Yin King is the ruler. He is the god here. All of you must die. Before the word die could be said, Tang Jiao moved. However, Luo Tian stood in front of him and said, Brother Jiao, leave it to me. Then, Luo Tian made a grabbing motion with his right hand. Cracks appeared in the dark space as Luo Tian grasped the power of the void in his hand. Then, with a loud shout, he blasted the power of the void out. Bam! Kuan-Tuo's body turned into ashes, and the system sounded out. White Brow, Tang Jiao, and Qin Yu are said in disdain at the same time. Change. Pervert. Luo Tian didn't care. He directly killed those Undying Guards. Then he turned to the last Undying Guard who was paralyzed on the ground. He laughed and said, Tell your Yin King that this daddy is here. Chapter 4. Chapter 144. Yin Mountain Corpse City. The entire city, every street, every corner, was densely packed with Undying Guards. Elite Undying Guards. They were all Mystic rank 5 and above, and they were all evolved rank 2 goo worms. Their gazes were like steel as they looked at Yin King Hall without moving. Their gazes were filled with incomparable reverence towards their Yin King, the Yin King who granted them eternal life. There were tens of thousands of elite Undying Guards in the city. In any corner of the Tianxian land, they could be considered an extremely valiant army. Adding on their bodies that did not know pain and could not die, their battle strength could rival any dynasty or even any sect's elite army. This was Yin Shang's strongest Undying army. Yin King Hall. Yin Shang's face was flushed as he shouted. The 37,000 Undying Guards shouted in unison, Yin King, Yin King, Yin King. Their voices shook the sky. The moment they shouted in unison, each of their bodies released dense death aura. In an instant, the death aura occupied the entire corpse city. That kind of cold and hellish aura made every guest in Een King Hall fearful and shocked. Een Shang smiled in satisfaction as he turned around to look at the guests behind him. "Everyone, how is it? How is my undying army?" "Lord Een King is truly amazing. My demon fiend sect ordered 5,000 rank, 3 undying gooworms. The great mystic master corpses you need. We promise to gather them for you within a month. My underworld sect will buy 8,000 undying gooworms. My undercurrent sect will buy 3,000. They were all shocked by the scene in front of them. They had already seen the strength of those undying guards. Most importantly, as long as they implanted their thoughts and used the goo worms without anyone noticing. Once they succeeded, they could control this person. This was the best medicine for these heretical sections. Een Shang laughed loudly. "Don't worry, I can satisfy all of your requests. I, Een King, can refine countless goo worms. As long as you give a high price, you can have as many as you want. Ha ha ha." His goo refinement skills had already reached an unprecedented height. In addition to the large goo worm on his head, he could refine over 10,000 goo worms every day, and they were all rank 3 and above. The refining of these goo worms only required mental strength, which was not a problem for him at all. "Don't worry, Een King. Our Devil Fiend sect can satisfy any of your requests. Not to mention great Mystic Master Realm corpses, we can even get Mystic Spirit Realm corpses. Our sect master said that as long as Lord Een King continuously supplies our sect with undying goo worms, we can give you as many corpses as you want. Same for us. No matter how awesome the Devil Fiend sect is, it is still just a third-rate sect. It doesn't even have the qualifications to have a badge. Our undercurrent sect is different. On this continent, who doesn't know the strength of our undercurrent sect? Humph. The undercurrent sect is nothing more than a bunch of rats that can't see the light of day. They only know how to assassinate and launch sneak attacks. Moreover, their methods are extremely despicable. They are simply a disgrace to us evil sections." "Well said. What, if you don't accept this, old ghost? Do you believe that I won't let you die here immediately? You dare? We don't know who will be the one to die yet." For a moment, the dozen or so people were all in a mess. Een Shang's expression changed slightly as he released a huge amount of death aura and shouted, "All of you, quiet down!" As soon as the voice came out, the surroundings immediately quieted down, because all of them had something to ask of Een Shang, and this was his territory. If they really made him unhappy, none of them would be able to leave this Shadow Mountain Corpse City. Een Shang's voice sank as he shouted, "Today is the day of my Earth's core races, sacrificed to the heavens, and also the day I, Een King, step into the light. I want all of you to witness the scene of me, Een King, leading the Earth's core race's undead army to crush the human clan." "Ha ha, Lord Een King is mighty. Een King, Een King, Een King." Everyone roared in unison, their voices resounding through the clouds. It was also at this time an undying guard rolled and crawled. His face was extremely pale, his legs were trembling, and he walked as if he was drunk. His voice was trembling as he shouted, "Lord Een King, Lord Een King, not good, not good." Een Shang's face darkened. The space between his brows turned sinister, and a burst of anger rose in his heart. With a move of his right hand, a dense wave of death aura shot out, directly lifting the undying guard up. He glared at him and shouted, "What are you screaming for? Don't you know that today is this king's big day? What happened?" Een Shang was furious. If not for the surrounding guests, he wouldn't have listened to him at all and would have directly killed him. The undying guard anxiously said, "The 19 levels of hell, the 19 levels of hell are gone. Gone, gone." "What did you say?" Een Shang's gaze tensed up as he pulled that person down. His eyes stared straight at him as he shouted, "What did you say?" "Say it again." "The corpse sea of the 19 levels of hell is gone. All of them were killed by one person. And that person is already here. He wants me to tell you that he wants to take you." The undying guard didn't dare to continue. Yin Shang's anger surged to the sky as he roared. "What did he say?" "He said that he wants your dog head as an offering to the heavens." Boom! Yin Shang's will control the undying guard's head to explode. When he recalled the moment when Luo Tian implanted the green god goo insect, the anger in his heart erupted. The death aura on his body roared like a raging sea and instantly enveloped the entire Yin Mountain Corpse City. He shouted, "White Brow, you old bastard, this king will not let you go." Achoo! Achoo! White Brow kept on sneezing. Just as he wanted to curse, he heard Yin Shang's ghostly cries. He put on a bitter expression and looked at Luo Tian. "Who did I provoke? Why do you always want to make an example out of me?" "Ha ha ha, ha!" Luo Tian and the other two laughed at the same time. At the same time, Luo Tian looked at the light above the stairs and clenched his fists. He looked at Tang Jiu, then at Qin Yu. Are you ready? It's about to start. Today, I must settle the grudge of him planting the poison goo in me, and the grudge of the Earth's core race. I will use Yin Shang's dog head as an offering to the heavens." With each sentence, the anger that Luo Tian had been suppressing for the past few days exploded. The scene of hundreds of people from the Earth's core race dying tragically appeared in his mind. Luo Tian was enraged. Tang Jiu laughed excitedly. "I've been looking forward to this day." Qin Yu smiled sweetly. "Damn it, after we kill that big monster Yin Shang, I'll definitely reward you well after we get out." Luo Tian was secretly raging as he muttered, "After we get out, I'll definitely fight with you for 3,000 rounds. Damn it. Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Qin Yu laughed. Chapter 5 delivered. Seeking monthly votes and subscriptions. Chapter 145. The sacrificial ceremony was Yin Shang's big day. He had long sent Kuan Tua to bring him his most prized and perfect living vessel. He wanted to see how far White Brows had trained him and if the green god parasite had evolved. He never thought that he would receive news of the complete annihilation of the 19 levels of hell. This caused him to be extremely angry. This anger was the most primal form of anger. Rage. Yin Shang was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Even the huge bug on his head could not help but curl into a ball in fear. "I will kill all of you one by one." Yin Shang roared. His entire body was enveloped by a ball of deathly aura. That terrifying power forced the evil faction experts behind him to continuously retreat. Their faces were pale and very unsightly. At the same time, Luo Tian, Tang Jiu, Qin Yu, and White Brows walked out to a place not far from the Yin King Hall. The moment they appeared, Yin Shang sensed them. His gaze was gloomy as he roared in disdain. "You want to overturn the heavens with just the 4 of you? This king will use your heads as a sacrifice. F***CK. Come and get it if you have the guts. This daddy wants to see if you have the life to do so." Luo Tian also roared coldly. As a level 5 mystic spirit, he was not afraid of Yin Shang in terms of aura. In fact, he was stronger than Yin Shang. Of course, it was useless to just have aura. The corner of Yin Shang's mouth turned cold as he looked at Luo Tian. He was secretly shocked, but his heart was greatly shaken. He never thought that in just a few days, Luo Tian's strength would reach the profound spirit realm. What had happened in the past few days? Yin Shang's face was a little ugly as he looked at the Kanbai. Seeing the faint smile on his face, Yin Shang's face darkened as he said with disdain, "Damn, old man, you think that by raising his cultivation to the 5th level of the mystic spirit realm, he can fight against me? Even 10 level 5 mystic spirit cultivators can forget about being my opponent. Furthermore, do you know where this is? Shady Mountain Corpse City, the world I rule. I really didn't do anything, but if you insist on saying that I did it, then I did it. Yin Shang, you great sinner of the Earth's core race, you will definitely not be able to escape death today. I advise you to." Yin Shang impatiently interrupted by Mei's words and shouted, "You old thing! Stop preaching in front of this king. This king is already sick of it. Since you want to die, this king will fulfill your wish. Undying guards, heed my command. Kill them for this king, and I will grant you eternal life." In an instant, 37,000 Undying Guards' eyes glowed with black light as they shouted again, "Yin King, Yin King, Yin King! Eternal life, eternal life, eternal life! Kill, kill!" The tide, the incomparably turbulent tide, was as ferocious as the rising tide. Waves of black waves rolled towards Luo Tian's group of 4. "Aren't there too many Undying Guards? How are we going to fight? I'm afraid that even the Yin King Hall will be exhausted to death before they can reach it. Brother Luo, what should we do?" Tang Jiu frowned as he looked at the Undying Guards rushing towards them like a tide. He couldn't help but be moved. Qi knew. And Bai Mei also looked at Luo Tian. There were too many of them. These Undying Guards were not the low-level Undying Guards from the 19th level of Hell. Their cultivations were all mystic rank 5 and above, and the Undying Goo in their heads were all rank 2 and above. The battle strength of several tens of thousands of Undying Guards was extremely strong, and even a mystic king realm expert would be moved. The experts of the evil sects behind Yin Shang were shocked. They were shocked by the scene. At the same time, they were thinking how great it would be to have such an army. Indeed, with so many Undying Guards, they would also be exhausted to death. Their mystic qi wouldn't be able to hold on for long, and those Undying Guards wouldn't get tired or feel pain. There was only one order in their minds, and that was to kill them. Bai Mei's expression also changed. The 3 of them couldn't help but look at Luo Tian at the same time. Luo Tian, on the other hand, had a despicable look on his face as he took out dozens of wooden tokens. These wooden tokens were of the lowest grade. They were the trashiest storage items, and one could buy a pile of them on the streets with 1 or 2 taels of silver. The 3 of them were confused when they saw him take out so many wooden tokens. Yin Shang sneered, "Are you trying to use the wooden tokens to kill my Undying Guards? I'm really scared, haha. Ha ha ha. This kid must have shit in his head. I guess he's scared silly. Kid, it hasn't even started yet. Don't be so scared that you'll cry for your mother later, ha ha ha." Unbridled mockery could be heard. Luo Tian saw it all, and a trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said coldly, "Laugh, laugh all you want. Damn it, I'll make all of you cry later." The Undying Army was about to reach them. They could already feel the immense pressure formed by the thick death aura. At this moment, Luo Tian was still fiddling with the wooden tokens. What in the world was he trying to do? Tang Jiu didn't ask. He protected one side of Luo Tian with all his might, looking majestic as the Emperor's aura in his body surged out. On the other side of Luo Tian was Qi Yu. She had a long sword in her hand, and her brows were furrowed. She was already in battle mode. Like Tang Jiu, she protected the other side of Luo Tian with all her might. They didn't know what Luo Tian was doing, but they believed that Luo Tian must be doing something important. Bai Mei was the same. Luo Tian had given them too many surprises. Even if he were to do something weird, they wouldn't find it strange. Looking at how Luo Tian was fiddling with the wooden tokens, they had a feeling that these Undying Guards were going to be in trouble. Luo Tian's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he cursed bitterly in his heart. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I would have bought a better spatial ring before entering the ghost prison mountain range. Why the F***CK did I get so many wooden tokens? Tang Jiu and the other 2 weren't in a hurry, but Luo Tian was. Looking at the black mass of Undying Guards rushing up, Luo Tian's heart was trembling with excitement as he mumbled, "How much experience points are there? Kill! Kill!" All of a sudden, a few Undying Guards took the lead and rushed up. Luo Tian still didn't move, and was still taking out wooden tokens. There was already a pile of wooden tokens in front of him, just like the bamboo slips of ancient times. Tang Jiu and Qin Yu are moved at the same time, and with a thrust of their long swords, they instantly returned to their original positions. At the same time, 2 corpses fell from midair. Their heads were broken, and a pool of black water flowed out. A stiff bug floated in the black water. Yin Shang's expression changed. He waved his arm and shouted, "Kill them!" At the same time, Luo Tian wiped off the sweat on his forehead and sneered, "It's finally done!" I woke up at 4 in the morning to write a chapter. I'll be going to the hospital later, and I might only have 1 chapter today. I hope Xiao Qiao and her son will be safe today. Chapter 146. What the F***CK? Next time, I must get a space ring. Otherwise, I will kill people like this. Luo Tian complained, looking at the undying guards that were pouncing towards him like a tide. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile, and said faintly, "All of you, back off! Watch my performance now!" Tang Jiu and the other 2 looked at the pile of space plate in front of Luo Tian, not understanding what he was trying to do. However, they still cooperated and retreated to the side, maintaining their vigilance. Qin Yu pursed her lips into a smile and said, "What kind of shocking thing are you trying to create this time?" Luo Tian turned around to look at her and said, "You'll know later." Then, Luo Tian looked at Yin Shang, who was on top of the Yin King Palace, and shouted, "Yin Shang, you big monster! I will let you know what good refining is, and let you know what the strongest undead army in history is." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian picked up a space plate and threw it into the air. Huh. Does this brat really want to use that piece of broken wood to smash these undying guards to death? Ha ha ha. This kid is simply a joke. What a fool. Lord Yin King, this is a show to liven up the atmosphere of the heavenly worship ceremony. It's quite funny, ha ha ha. The dozen or so evil sect people behind Yin King began to mock him. The moment the space plate was thrown into the air, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up into a sinister smile, and suddenly shouted, "Raging Bear, crush them for me!" Boom! A loud sound came from the sky, and a rank 4 monster beast, Raging Bear, landed heavily from the sky. Its 2 eyes that were filled with death aura flashed with a sinister black light, and its body was more than 10 meters tall. Its 4 limbs were thick, and its sharp bare claws clawed forward the moment it landed. Rumble! Rumble! The Raging Bear was like a bulldozer as it knocked the undead guards off their feet, blocking the first wave of shockwaves. Unbridled, it was extremely domineering. Those who were mocking Luo Tian earlier all shut their mouths, their expressions extremely ugly. Demonic beast? A rank 4 demonic beast that has been implanted with an undying goo worm. Yin King, didn't you say that you're the only one in this world who knows how to refine goo? How could this brat know how to do it too? Moreover, he actually combined the undead goo worm with a demon beast. This is much stronger than your undead bodyguard. That's right. Can the goo worms you gave us also control demonic beasts? Why didn't I think of using the immortal goo to control the demon beasts? If I can catch more high-level demon beasts and bring this demon beast army outside, who can resist it? Ha ha ha. Good idea. I'll do that when I get back. This brat's brain is really good, but fortunately he only caught a rank 4 monster beast. Otherwise, before he could finish a sentence, Luo Tian grabbed a handful of wooden planks and threw them in different directions. He shouted ferociously, "Iron-armored rock tortoise, Gale wolf, one-eyed striped tiger, go, kill them all for me, ha ha ha." Boom, boom, boom. Another series of explosions rang out in the sky. All sorts of stage for monster beasts descended from the sky, their bodies suffused with death aura as they heavily crushed down. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tang Jiu looked at Luo Tian's back view and suddenly felt that his back view was like a giant's. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, and his heart became incomparably excited. Qin Yu, on the other hand, laughed until her body trembled, and said with all her might, "Too handsome, too handsome. The man sister has her eyes on is really different. Little handsome brother. Sister loves you to death, haha. Luo Tian had shocked him countless of times, and his heart's endurance was much stronger than before. He originally thought that there would be no more shock, but now he was shocked again. He had never thought that the undead goo could combine with the demon beasts. Not only him, even the ancestors of the Earth's core race had never thought of it. If they had thought of it earlier, perhaps the Earth's core race would have been able to rule this continent 10,000 years ago. Because no matter what era it was, the demon beasts were incomparably powerful existences. After a long while, Bai Mei's eyes stared blankly as he laughed excitedly. This brat. He's really King changed. Abnormal. He really couldn't find a more suitable word to describe Luo Tian. The only word he could use was abnormal. To him, Luo Tian wasn't a human at all. This brat was a complete legend. In King Palace, the expressions of those evil cultivators were extremely ugly, as if they had swallowed a fly. Yin Shang's expression was the same, extremely ugly. He also didn't expect to use the undead goo to combine with the demon beasts. He had refined the goo for hundreds of years. How could he know how to refine it to death? He had never been flexible before. Seeing Luo Tian's demon beast army, he was extremely unhappy. This kind of unhappiness came from someone who had surpassed him. He had always considered himself as the #1 goo refiner in the history of the Earth's core race. Who would have thought that an outsider would only use a few days to treat his so-called #1 goo refiner as a joke, a very funny joke? Yin Shang was extremely displeased. He frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "Crush them with all your might!" 37,000 undead guards were truly too many. When they heard Yin Shang's order, they charged forward even more crazily. At first, it was only a small portion, but this time, all of them pounced forward. Yin Shang's voice was deep as he suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted, "Puppet General, Tycoon, you guys go too. Kill them first. Ignore those demon beasts." Understood. Unknowingly, 2 black figures flashed behind Yin Shang and turned into 2 streams of light as they flew out. The few people behind him had a slight change in expression. Puppet General and Tycoon's aura were clearly different from the other undead guards. Their strength was extremely powerful. In King, this brat only got some rank 4 demon beasts. Even if there are more rank 4 demon beasts than your undead guards, I think this brat won't be able to hold on for long. Let's wait and see. I think so too. Rank 4 demon beasts do have some strength, but they are still not strong enough. Facing over 30,000 undead guards, they're not enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. There were truly too many undead guards. The streets and alleys were filled with them. One after another, they charged forward without any regard for their lives. The undead demon beasts that Luo Tian sent out were basically all undead guards. Although they didn't know pain and were constantly fighting, they still couldn't outlast Yin Shang's undead guards in terms of consumption. The difference in numbers was too great. However, Luo Tian was very calm. He looked at the undying guards and shouted, "Motherfucker, this father will destroy your formation first." Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched as he shouted, "Motherfucker, this father will break your formation first." 10 space wooden tablets were in his hand. 10 different directions. Luo Tian's right hand moved, and the wooden tablets flew out. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 10 incomparably heavy sounds exploded in the sky. 10 rank 5 demon beasts descended, erupting with a primitive and ferocious power. Originally, he had applied for leave today, but when he came back from the hospital, he said that he would have to wait for 2 more days before he could give birth. Chapter 147. Holy shit. Crazy, crazy, completely crazy. A 5th rank monster has appeared. This little brat. When the 5th rank monster appeared, the whole situation began to become chaotic. Originally, Luo Tian was unceasingly rushing towards the undead bodyguards. The fifth-rank monster's strength was so strong that every time it attacked, a large number of undead bodyguards would fall down. Moreover, Luo Tian's consciousness was in their heads. This thought was controlling them how to kill the undying bodyguard and telling them where the undying bodyguard's weakness was. Ding! 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 If Luo Tian's eardrums were hurting from the myriad thunderclaps in the sea of corpses, then right now his ears were about to go deaf. The voice notifications in his head were like 100 strings of firecrackers being set off at the same time, crackling nonstop. This feeling was too awesome. Just like the climax of a symphony, the kind of surging passion and the feeling of blood boiling made Luo Tian extremely excited. Tang Jiu, the 9th prince of the Tang dynasty, an inner disciple of the Yunhai sect. He had seen many things in his life, but now he was completely convinced by Luo Tian. His heart was filled with admiration and respect for Luo Tian. He admired Luo Tian very much. In these few days, Luo Tian had given him too much shock. Tang Jiu felt as if he had lived for 30 years in vain. Luo Tian had overturned his worldview. He was also thinking in his heart, "Incredible, incredible. I must bring him to the Yunhai sect. I must not let the other sects get ahead of me. With his talent and potential, he will be able to break through to the Xian King layer before he is 20 years old. 20 years old. Xian King layer, my God. When the patriarch sees this, he will be very happy." Ha ha ha. At this moment, Tang Jiu was ecstatic. He had already made up his mind. After killing Yin Shang, no matter what, he would bring Luo Tian to the Yunhai sect. No matter what, he would bring him to the Yunhai sect. He believed that his appearance would cause a sensation in the world. The influence of the Yunhai sect would rise to a new height. Qi knew, or could not stop laughing. She did not think as much as Tang Jiu. She was only thinking about one thing, which was when she could give birth to a child for Luo Tian. The child that she gave birth to with him would definitely be one that was extremely talented. Who asked his father to be so awesome? Bai Mei was dumbfounded and his heart tightened. Looking at Luo Tian's back, he muttered, "This kid has really suffered." In the entire shady mountain corpse city, he was probably the only one who knew how difficult it was to refine the immortal goo. Moreover, the failure rate of the immortal goo in the body of the demonic beasts was very high. However, Luo Tian actually risked his life to refine so many immortal goo. The pain he suffered was unimaginable. Luo Tian was already prepared. He was preparing for this day. There was no free lunch in this world. If he wanted to be stronger than others, he had to work twice, 10 times, or even 100 times harder than others. Violet was powerful. Murong Wanjian's strength. These 2 mountains were pressing down on him to the point where he could not breathe. He was constantly risking his life and working hard. Sometimes he did not even want to waste a single minute. 3 years. In 3 years, Shui, I would be married to Murong Wanjian. Luo Tian would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. He would definitely not allow his woman to marry someone else. No matter who the other party was, no matter how strong the other party's background was, he would not allow anyone to do so. If he wanted to stop this wedding that the entire human race was optimistic about, he would need to have absolute strength. And he only had 3 years. 3 years was a very short period of time. It was so short that he could not do anything at all. Luo Tian could only risk his life. He gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward. He continued to level up and break through. No matter how much pain he had to endure, he would not frown. Shady Mountain Corpse City was filled with immortal guards. Before coming here, he was already clear about this. For this reason, in the short span of 10 days, he continuously refined goo worms and undead demon beasts. During this period, he failed thousands of times. All of his medicinal pills and demon cores were consumed to recover his profound qi. He endured the extreme lack of mental strength countless times and the pain of his brain being hollowed out as he desperately tried to refine. 10 rank, 5 demon beasts were released. Luo Tian picked up another wooden tablet and sneered at Inshang, who was on Shady King Hall. Inshang, I will let you see what an immortal beast army is. Go, kill them all for me. Rumble, rumble. Shady Mountain Corpse City was in a state of shock. The intense tremors resounded through hell, and even space was trembling. 20 rank 5 demon beasts landed. Yin Shang's expression became increasingly ugly. The 30 immortal rank 5 demon beasts completely blocked the immortal guard's attack. However, this was not the end. Luo Tian grabbed another bunch of demon beasts and threw them at the immortal guards. Another 20 rank 5 demon beasts landed. It was not over yet. Another dozen rank 5 demon beasts landed. Luo Tian was still continuing. He kept throwing out wooden plates, and those ferocious demon beasts were like creatures from another world, crazily crushing everything in their path. Inside Shady Mountain Corpse City, houses collapsed and corpses were everywhere. Luo Tian was floating in the air like a madman, constantly throwing out wooden tablets to every corner of the outer city. More and more rank 5 demon beasts rushed out. They were incomparably ferocious. Shock could not be any more shocking. Everyone, including Yin Shang, who had an ugly expression, stared at Luo Tian without moving. They looked at him as if he was a monster. The impact on their hearts was like a tsunami. Unbelievable. 2F** King, unbelievable. Mighty, mighty. Tang Jiu held back for a long time before uttering this word. He began to worship Luo Tian in his heart. There were countless geniuses in Yunhai sect, but he had never worshipped anyone. From today onwards, he would worship Luo Tian. Qi knew, or did not laugh because her expression was infatuated. She looked like a love-struck fool looking at Luo Tian. She could not wait to pounce on Luo Tian and do some very dirty and violent things to him. At this moment, Luo Tian was too cool, as if he was the ruler of heaven and earth. His aura was enough to mesmerize any woman. Luo Tian was also excited. Looking at the rank 5 demon beasts, his experience was soaring. He was excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He turned around and looked at Yin Shang from Shady King Palace and sneered, "There's still one more. I'll let you see what it means to be as strong as a mountain." A wooden tablet was thrown into the air. Luo Tian shouted, "Come out, rank 6 demon beast, lava beast." Boom! A huge lava beast fell down. Its eyes were black, and its body was like a 100-meter tall mountain. Its body was covered in a Black Death aura. As soon as it appeared, it began to crazily crush everything. Strong! Too damn strong! Even a rank 6 demon beast came out. Yin Shang's face looked like it had been slapped tens of thousands of times by a shoe. It was incomparably ugly. At the same time, he was incomparably furious. It was time to go out and harvest rice. The remaining 2 chapters would be updated at night. Chapter 148. Lava Giant Beast, rank 6 monster. To kill it, Luo Tian had almost paid the price of half his life. And to refine it, he was in so much pain that he was hovering between life and death. Fortunately, the refinement was successful. The lava giant beast's body was like a tall mountain as it stood in the Yin Mountain Corpse City. Its pair of arms made of rocks continued to sweep around, and those undying guards could only be crushed. The scene in front of them was like Ultraman beating up a small monster. The small monster covered its head and ran away like a rat, completely unable to resist. The appearance of the lava giant beast caused the hundreds of demon beasts in the city to roar in unison. Their voices shook the sky and their morale soared. The 37,000 undying guards were forcefully blocked by the hundreds of demon beasts. This scene was truly shocking. Luo Tian stood quietly at the side with his eyes closed. His hands were constantly waving in the air like a conductor. His face was filled with intoxication and excitement. He was excited. Yin Shang was furious. His gaze darkened as he shouted in a deep voice, "Kill!" In that instant, the puppet general and the grand protector hidden among the undying guards charged out at an astonishing speed. One of them held a sword while the other held a rod. The two of them attacked at almost the same time. Be careful. Kid, these two aren't simple. Be careful. The puppet general and the grand protector were both profound spirit realm undying guards. Moreover, the undying goo in their minds were all at the fourth stage, which was the eternal goo that Inshang had mentioned. Tang Jiu's gaze darkened, the emperor's aura on his body surged, and he waved his sword. Luo Tian grinned and said, "Brother Jiu, let me do it!" Profound spirit realm undying guards? That experience was a lot. No matter how little experience it was still experience. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Luo Tian would not let go of any experience, not even a little bit. If he wanted to level up, he had to accumulate enough experience. Give me your life. Die for me. The puppet general and the grand protector shouted at the same time. The sword technique was filled with deathly aura, forming a visible deathly sword chi that was incomparably ferocious. The staff in Tycoon's hand turned into hundreds of staff shadows that sealed Luo Tian's body. The two of them had great chemistry with each other. Adding on the fact that they were both in the mystic realm, their cooperation was even more powerful. Humph. In King, these two undying guards aren't simple. I don't think that kid will be able to withstand it. Definitely can't block it. The coordination of these two people is something a normal 5th level mystic spirit realm cultivator can't do. Furthermore, look at this brat's intoxicated and proud face. Your father. I'm not happy just looking at it. A 5th level mystic spirit realm cultivator, no matter how fast his reaction is, he can't block their attacks in such a short time. Indeed, a normal 5th level mystic spirit cultivator would not be able to react in such a short period of time. Furthermore, General Puppet and Tycoon had launched a sneak attack. They had been hiding among the group of undying bodyguards, waiting for the right moment to strike. It was fine if they didn't make a move, but as soon as they appeared, they would unleash their most powerful attacks, aiming for a one-hit kill. In addition to the cooperation between the two of them, their strength was not to be underestimated. But was Luo Tian a normal 5th level mystic spirit realm cultivator? Reaction was mental energy. Luo Tian's sea of consciousness had increased by 10,000 times from the green god parasite, so their aura and actions were all within Luo Tian's range of vision. Looking at it with the naked eye, General Puppet and Tycoon were a bit faster. Luo Tian's speed could not be seen with the naked eye. His reaction was too fast. The moment the long sword and staff landed, Luo Tian's lips curled up, revealing a death god-like smile, and calmly said, "Just this bit of speed? Too weak." As soon as his voice fell, his entire body's aura was released. Luo Tian pulled out his blood-sucking wild blade, and the aura around his body erupted like a volcano. That dense death god's killing intent and the killing intent of millions from the slaughter realm was added onto Luo Tian's body. His hands moved, and he shouted, "Ghost slash!" Second move, motionless underworld slash. Ghost slash, second level profound, motionless underworld slash. After 7 days of endless killing, Luo Tian had already upgraded the ghost slash to the second level, which was the current motionless underworld slash. At this moment, a sinister phantom suddenly appeared behind Luo Tian. The phantom was the underworld's yellow springs, the yellow springs that controlled life and death. At this moment, General Puppet and Tycoon's hearts were suddenly pulled out, as if they were watching their own deaths. This feeling was very strange, very strange. They were clearly alive, but they felt like they were dead. This was the profound meaning of motionless underworld slash. Not only was it a super powerful blade technique, it was also a greeting from hell. Die. Luo Tian held the blade with both hands and heavily slashed down. It was extremely fast. General Puppet and Tycoon's attacks had not even landed when the blood-sucking wild blade slashed down with the greeting from hell. It was majestic and unstoppable. That kind of death from the depths of hell was incomparably terrifying. The blade energy wreaked havoc and almost instantly slashed down, directly crushing the heads of the two people. Boom! Shady Mountain Corpse City trembled violently. A blade energy that was dozens of meters long split the ground. Wherever the blade energy passed, the entire body died. Not a single person was left alive. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing General Puppet. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing General Tycoon. Dead instant kill! The faces of those who were Luo Tian did not have time to react were incomparably ugly, as if they had eaten feces. Looking at Luo Tian's sinister smile, which was like the smile of the Grim Reaper, they felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, their bodies slightly moved back, and some of them were afraid. Luo Tian raised the 1,800 gene giant blade in the air, then pointed it at Yin Shang, who was on the Shady King Palace, and said arrogantly, "Yin Shang, the next one is you." Very arrogant, very arrogant. That gaze, that aura, he did not put Yin Shang, who was at the 9th level mystic spirit realm, in his eyes. Yin Shang's expression was changing. His anger was changing. The goo worm on his head was also changing. His entire body was changing. His body became even more swollen. He had completely turned into a huge monster. The deathly aura around him was very strong and direct. The few people around him turned pale when they got close to him. In just a moment, they fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Terrifying. His aura made every person and every beast in Shady Mountain Corpse City fall into fear. In an instant, Yin Shang raised his head and laughed eerily. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. His laughter was like the cry of a ghost, penetrating one's heart. You lowly human brat, you have made this king incomparably angry. Now, I will tear you to pieces. I will turn every single one of you into food for my goo. I will make you unable to reincarnate for 10,000 lifetimes. Ha 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 ha. Yin Shang crazily laughed. Luo Tian's heart tightened as he secretly shouted, "Oh no, Yin Shang has gone berserk!" Chapter 149. Damn. He went berserk the moment he came up. How awesome. Luo Tian looked at the intensity of the golden light on Yin Shang's body, and his eyes darkened. It was very common for a boss to go berserk in the game, but they would usually go berserk in the final stage and use a big move or something. However, Luo Tian had never met a boss that went berserk right from the start. This surprised Luo Tian a little. The white brow's expression darkened, and he immediately reminded them, "Everyone be careful. The death aura on Yin Shang's body can instantly kill people. Do not let it invade your body, or else even immortals will not be able to save you." I really didn't expect this. He actually refined himself to such an extent, and is about to step into the realm of a stage 9 goo worm. Luo Tian, the goo worm on his head, is already at the point of being invincible. If you want to kill him, you have to find his weak point, or else you won't be able to kill him. The white brow was secretly anxious. Looking at Yin Shang, who was swollen like a big goo worm, his heart ached, and he thought to himself, he really is a goo refining genius that is hard to come by in 10,000 years in Earth's core race. But he walked on the wrong path. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I didn't guide him well back then. Luo Tian looked at the white brow's pained expression and said, "Old man, a person like him deserves to die. If not for him, Earth's core race would not have been reduced to this state." "How dare you?" Before Luo Tian could finish his words, Yin Shang suddenly flew into a rage. The death aura on his body shot into the sky like a huge stone pillar, and he shouted, "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to comment on this king's mistakes? I am the #1 person in the history of Earth's core race. I was the one who made Earth's core race so strong. Old thing, do you see that? Do you see these humans? They are all begging me, ha ha ha. They are begging me. If this king is not happy, they will all die, ha 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 ha. Crazy. Not only did Yin Shang go berserk, he had also fallen into madness. This kind of boss was even more troublesome. The evil sect members behind Yin Shang had ugly expressions on their faces. They wanted to resist, but they realized that they could not even speak. They were completely suppressed by Yin Shang's death aura. Laughing crazily, Yin Shang's expression became even more ferocious. The death aura on his body continued to surge into the sky. The sky above the shady mountain corpse city became as dark as ink. Nothing could be seen as it was completely covered by the death aura. Yin Shang clenched his fists and shouted, "Bastard, isn't your demonic beast army very strong? Die!" As soon as he finished speaking, the death aura in the air suddenly began to roll. At this moment, it was as if the entire world had entered a countdown to destruction. Luo Tian's expression changed greatly as he shouted, "Everyone be careful! Ha ha ha, death lightning strike! Kill them all!" Yin Shang laughed crazily. The rolling death aura was like a thundercloud. Under Yin Shang's control, thousands of black lightning bolts formed by the death aura struck down. Rumble, rumble. Wherever the black lightning went, there would be a huge crater. Luo Tian's undead demonic beasts were all turned into ashes in an instant. Only the rank 6 demonic beast lava beast was bitterly holding on, but it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Just one move, hundreds of powerful demonic beasts were all killed. This Yin Shang's strength was beyond Luo Tian's imagination. The 9th stage of the profound spirit realm was simply too powerful. Not to mention, Yin Shang had stayed at the 9th stage of the profound spirit realm for nearly 100 years, and had truly reached an invincible existence below the profound king. And this was only the beginning. Yin King, Yin King, Yin King, Yin King, Yin King, Yin King. Every corner of the shady mountain corpse city was filled with shouts. Their voices shook the heavens, and their morale soared to its highest point. At this moment, with the death of the demonic beast army, the undead guard army that had been suppressed to the point of being unable to breathe seemed to have been revived. They were filled with killing intent as they pounced towards Luo Tian and the others even more ferociously. "Ha ha ha! This king wants to see what you can do to fight me. You think a lowly human like you can fight me? You overestimate yourself. I will let you know the consequences of going against me. Ha ha ha!" Yin Shang shouted sinisterly. At the same time, the aura of death on his body was still being released. It was as if it was endless. It was 2F*King shocking. Luo Tian clenched his teeth. At this point in time, he no longer had a choice. He had to fight even if he didn't want to. Immediately, Luo Tian's gaze darkened, and he shouted, "Brother Joe, let's go!" "Sis, protect the old man well, and also protect yourself. Leave your life for us to fight for 3,000 rounds outside." Qin Yu smiled sweetly and said, "This servant is always waiting." Then, Tang Ju pondered for a moment, then said, "I'm ready." The royal aura from the royal bloodline was released, and quickly repelled the surrounding aura of death. With a move of his sword, the aura of the profound spirit realm burst forth, and the sword Qi carried the power of thunder. In a split second, the two of them looked at each other. After a short exchange of glances, they rushed out at almost the same time. "Humph! 2 smelly bugs want to overturn the heavens," Yin Shang said coldly with disdain. He only glanced at Luo Tian and Luo Tian before ignoring them. In his eyes, Luo Tian and Luo Tian were like ants, or even worse than ants. In that instant, the two of them swapped positions on the left and right, and the two phantoms continued to stack. Their speed was so fast that it was impossible to tell who was who. In less than half a breath's time, they had already rushed to the middle of the Yin King Palace. Luo Tian's blood-sucking broadsword flashed and heavily shouted, "Level 2 Berserk!" Hiss, the power of 4 times the attribute surged out, and the killing intent on his body became even stronger. Ghost Slash! Immovable Underworld Slash! It was also at this moment. Tang Jiu combined the royal aura in his body with the sword chi, thrusting out thousands of sword images, and shouted, "Thunder, sword, shadow, kill!" Yin Shang raised his eyes slightly and raised his right palm. The death aura on his body instantly rolled out and blocked in front of him, forming a thick wall of death aura. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Tang Jiu's attack landed first. He wanted to create a good opportunity for Luo Tian. However, all of his attacks were like clay oxen entering the sea when they landed on the wall of death aura, and there was no reaction at all. Not only that, the death aura continued to rebound along with his sword chi, and he quickly jumped away to avoid the attack. Luo Tian's attack also landed at this moment. Seeing that Tang Jiu's attack was useless, the Sea of Consciousness suddenly released a dense killing intent from the death god's killing intent and shouted, "Let's see if your death aura is stronger, or if Laozi's death god's killing intent is stronger." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A blade slashed down. The tens of thousands of blade chi on the blood-sucking broadsword seemed to want to cut through the sky. It came crashing down. Rumble! A slash landed on Yin Shang's wall of death aura. The wall of death aura trembled slightly before cracking open. Finally, it shattered like glass. Broken. Luo Tian was secretly excited and was about to say, "You're only at this level." However, he discovered that Yin Shang's figure had disappeared. Luo Tian's face changed greatly. At this moment, his heart was shrouded in the shadow of death. Death was coming. Chapter 150. Terrifying. A very terrifying aura of death filled his heart. At this moment, Yin Shang disappeared from Luo Tian's vision, and even his aura disappeared. To be more accurate, he could not keep up with Yin Shang's speed. It was too fast. Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyebrows tightened. A mass of black flames of death fell from the sky, smashing into Luo Tian's chest. Hong Long! He could not resist at all. Luo Tian did not have time to react. His eyes opened wide, and he wanted to block the attack, but he found that he had already been sent flying far away. The dense black flames in his chest continued to devour his body's functions. His tendons, blood vessels, and even his capillaries were filled with the flames of death. They were crazily devouring, spreading from his chest to his entire body. At this moment, Luo Tian really felt like he was going to die. This feeling was very uncomfortable. The cultivation of the 9th level mystic spirit realm was just too strong. The death aura that Yin Shang released was several times stronger than the Undying Guard's. When the black flames of death dissipated, Yin Shang floated in the air. His face was ice cold and his lips were filled with disdain as he shouted, "So what if you're in the 5th level mystic spirit realm? In front of this king, you're not even an ant. Humph, unappreciative thing." His voice was very cold, but it was also filled with arrogance and disdain. Pum! Luo Tian heavily fell down, crushing a house and burying himself in the ruins. The death aura in his chest was still spreading, crazily invading his body. "No, I really can't. He's too strong. My cultivation is not his match. What do I do? What should I do?" Ever since Luo Tian had stepped into the mystic spirit realm, he could feel that the difference in strength between each realm was extremely large. The higher one realm, the stronger the lower one. The 5th level mystic spirit realm and the 2nd level berserk had 4 times his attributes, but he could not even get close to Yin Shang. How could he kill him? Cultivation. Strength. It's too damn big of a difference in levels. Luo Tian was infuriated. He thought that a 5th level mystic spirit realm cultivator would be able to kill Yin Shang, but he never thought that it would turn out like this. His words had become a joke. What a joke! Brother Luo, little handsome brother, little Luo! Tang Jiu and the other 2 felt their hearts in their throats as they looked at Luo Tian a few hundred meters away. Dust was still floating around the place where Luo Tian had fallen. They didn't know if Luo Tian was still alive or not. Ha ha ha! In King, In King, In King! The entire Shady Mountain Corpse City erupted with even louder cheers. Every undying scribe was extremely excited. The evil cultivators behind Yin King were also shocked. Many of them immediately flattered. Lord Yin King is so powerful. This brat can't even take one move. Ha ha ha! His Excellency Yin King is too powerful. He's just a smelly bug at the 5th level of the mystic spirit realm. Yet he dares to jump around in front of Lord Yin Wang. He's simply seeking death. Ha ha ha! Yin Shang revealed a proud smile and said, "He dares to stop me. It doesn't matter if he's a human, a demon, or a ghost. I will destroy his soul and never let him reincarnate. The only outcome for offending me is death." Ha ha ha! Yin King, Yin King, Yin King! Many undying scribes and the evil cultivators all shouted in unison. Not far away, Qin Yu rushed forward as if she had gone mad. Her eyes were filled with tears as she shouted, "Didn't you say that you won't die? Didn't you say that you'll bring me out? Didn't you say that you'll fight with me for 3,000 rounds? Didn't you? Get up! Get up! Get up, Luo Tian!" Her cries were heart-wrenching. It was painful, the kind that was extremely painful. Tang Jiao and Bai Mei also hurriedly followed. "Brat, you can't have forgotten what you promised me. Brat, get up. Brother Luo, get up, get up." The 3 of them charged forward without any regard for their lives. They were all shouting loudly. Ha 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 ha! The louder they shouted, the happier the undying scribes, and Yin Shang laughed. "You still want to get up after receiving a blow from the Yin King? Dream on. This brat is already dead. Even his soul is gone. Ha ha ha! 3 fools. Do you think you can wake a dead man up by shouting?" All sorts of mocking laughter and insults filled the city. The 3 of them continued to do as they pleased. They did not care about the ear-piercing mockery at all as they charged towards the ruins where Luo Tian was buried. The corner of Yin Shang's mouth curled up slightly as he sneered sinisterly. "Lieutenant General, listen up. Stop them and kill them all." Ha 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 ha! Many undying scribes' spears shook the ground as they shouted in unison. Then, countless undying scribes instantly surrounded the 3 of them. There were simply too many undying scribes. Although Luo Tian's undying beast army had been destroyed, it was less than 1%. Furthermore, the undying beast army had not been out for long before they were all destroyed by Yin Shang in one move. There were still 30,000 undying scribes left. Their morale was sky-high, and the power they unleashed was twice as strong as usual. For a moment, Tang Jiao and the other 2 were instantly stopped. One after another, it was difficult for them to advance. Qin Yu continued to break out of the encirclement and was constantly forced back. Her entire body was covered in wounds, and looking at the ruins not far away from her, she shouted once again, "Luo Tian, hurry up and get up! Hurry up and get up!" In the darkness of nothingness, the idea trembled slightly. Next, a monstrous killing intent surged out from his sea of consciousness. The killing intent of the death god's killing intent surged out crazily. He continued to crush the death aura in his body. Rumble! Suddenly, the ruins trembled violently as countless rubble shot out. In the deep pit under the ruins, Luo Tian's entire body was enveloped by a ball of death aura. His entire being was abnormally sinister and terrifying. At this moment, everyone stopped and looked at him. Luo Tian dug his ears and said impatiently, "You guys are really too noisy. It's so noisy that I can't even sleep for a while. It's so annoying." As soon as he finished, an illusory figure appeared on his back, holding a long, gigantic scythe in his hand. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. His eyes were filled with the concept of looking down on the world. Death God! His appearance caused the death aura on Luo Tian's body to disappear without a trace. It was instantly crushed, without even the slightest bit of resistance. Then, Luo Tian raised his gaze and looked at Yin Shang, who was on top of the Yin King Palace. He laughed sinisterly and shouted, "CKU, I will definitely cripple you today. If I can't kill you, I will follow your surname. CKU, I'm so angry." Finished. Luo Tian turned to look at Tang Jiu and said, "Brother Jiu, hold on for me for half an hour." "Just half an hour will be enough." Tang Jiu nodded his head heavily and asked in confusion, "All right, but what do you need half an hour for?" Luo Tian rose into the air, laughed sinisterly, and roared arrogantly, "I want to turn this place into ruins. I want to turn all the Undying Guards into ashes." Chapter 151. Yin Shang's cultivation was too high. There was only one way to kill him, and that was to raise his cultivation. This was a very crazy and impossible method for others to achieve. Breaking through from the 5th level of the profound spirit realm to the 9th level of the profound spirit realm in just half an hour? Was his brain squeezed by a door? Or was this person a lunatic? This was completely impossible. If breaking through was so easy, there wouldn't be so many people who couldn't even break through to the Xian Master Realm in their entire lives. But Luo Tian was different. His method of leveling up was different from the people of this world. He had the undefeatable system, and leveling up only required enough experience. There was no bottleneck, no need to comprehend the heavens and earth. His method was very simple: kill. Moreover, the Shadow Mountain Corpse City provided him with excellent conditions. There are close to 36,000 Undying Guards, and they were all Yin Shang's Undying Guards. The experience was considerable, and if he killed all of them, he would definitely be able to break through to the 9th level of the profound spirit realm. This was Luo Tian's crazy idea, to turn all 36,000 Undying Guards into dregs. Tang Jiu looked at Luo Tian seriously. Qin Yu was also looking at Luo Tian. White-browed was also looking at him. His gaze was as if he was sizing up a monster. It was very special. In the end, the three of them said at the same time, "Madman." Tang Jiu laughed excitedly and said, "All right, even if I have to risk my life, I will hold on for half an hour for you." He believed in Luo Tian unconditionally. This was handing his life over to Luo Tian, the 9th prince of the great Tang dynasty, the elite disciple of the Cloud Ocean sect. Actually believed in a country bumpkin that he had only known for a few days. Tang Jiu believed in Luo Tian for no other reason than because he was called Luo Tian. Just this name alone was enough. Qin Yu wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and laughed delicately. "Stupid. Big Sister will also help you hold on. Half an hour is not enough. Big Sister will give you an hour. An hour, it's not that long." The meaning of her words was completely different from Luo Tian's. That ambiguous and flirtatious expression made Luo Tian unable to extricate himself. The white-browed man was also startled. He shouted, "These old bones of mine can still hold on for a while. You guys can go all out." Immediately after, all four of them laughed. He laughed excitedly, abnormally excitedly. Luo Tian moved through the air and landed in the most concentrated area of the Undying Guards. He sent a message through his mind: "You guys have to be careful. When I break through to the 6th level of the mystic spirit realm, Yin Shang will definitely find out. When that time comes, he will definitely come to kill me. When that time comes, you guys have to protect yourselves. It's best if you can deal with him and not fight him head-on." Tang Jiu smiled and said, "Idle, go do what you need to do. Leave the rest to us." All right. Luo Tian didn't waste any more time. Time was too precious for him. Looking at Yin Shang, Luo Tian's heart turned sinister as he said in a deep voice, "Bastard, just you wait. I'll definitely cripple you." Immediately after, Luo Tian spread out his arms and roared excitedly, "Level 2 Berserk!" Buzz. 4 times the attribute strength was activated. What is this kid doing? Is he retarded? Could it be that he was beaten silly by Lord Yin King and is preparing to commit suicide? Yin Shang's face was still filled with cold disdain. He glanced at Luo Tian from the corner of his eyes and sneered, "Let's see what tricks an ant like you can play." 10,000 Thunderbolt. Third move. Boom! A gigantic thundercloud appeared above Luo Tian's head. Lightning wreaked havoc within the thundercloud, continuously releasing rumbling sounds. Under the stimulation of 4 times the attribute, it was extremely terrifying. Boom! Rumble. Rumble. Within a radius of 100 meters, countless bolts of lightning crazily descended. Wherever the lightning went, it would all turn to ashes. The power of the 3rd level 10,000 Thunderbolt was extremely strong. Against these undead creatures, it was as strong as adding oil to the fire. Ding, ding, ding. A crazy notification rang out. His experience was slowly rising. Luo Tian looked at his experience slot, his face filled with excitement, and shouted again, 10,000 Thunderbolt! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. What's wrong with this kid? Since he can't beat Yin King, he's venting his anger on these little soldiers? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. This kid is too funny. Lord Yin King, it seems like he was definitely beaten silly by that punch just now. Doesn't he know that these undead guards are just undead goo worms? Lord Yin King, you can have as many as you want. Yin Shang also smiled faintly. His expression was filled with ridicule as he said, coldly and arrogantly, "Killing my undead guards? Since he likes to kill so much, then I'll let him kill as much as he wants." His arm shook. Yin Shang's cold voice spread to every corner, "Kill him for me!" In an instant, all the undead guards in the city rushed towards Luo Tian. It was like a tide. Luo Tian laughed in his heart, and then laughed wildly, ha ha ha. Yin Shang, your father, thank you, ha ha ha. He never thought that Yin Shang would let all the undead guards in the city kill him. Wasn't this helping him level up faster? This made Luo Tian unable to close his mouth as he continued to move through the dense group of undead guards. Wherever he went, there would be a minefield, and wherever the lightning went, not to mention not a single blade of grass, there wouldn't even be ashes left, as it directly turned into nothingness in less than 5 minutes. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up current level. 6th stage Profound Spirit Realm. I leveled up. Luo Tian was secretly excited and thought to himself, 9th stage Profound Spirit Realm. Still 3 levels away. There are still 25 minutes. I must quickly break through. Just you wait, Yin Shang. Your death is not far. Ha ha ha! Level up! The aura on Luo Tian's body was clearly different. The 6th stage of the Profound Spirit Realm was much stronger than the 5th stage of the Profound Spirit Realm. Why did this brat suddenly break through while killing? His cultivation has already reached the 6th stage of the Profound Spirit Realm. Could it be that he wants to break through during the battle? Is he thinking too much? It's just a coincidence. So what if you're at the 6th stage of the Profound Spirit Realm? Isn't it not even enough to carry Lord Yin King's shoes? That's right, it was just a coincidence that he broke through. Yin Shang squinted his eyes. Looking at Luo Tian, he felt that something was amiss, but he didn't know what was wrong. So, at this moment, he did not make any countermeasures. To him, these undead guards were only a low-level goo worm. There was no need to care about them. 10 minutes passed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up current level. 7th stage Profound Spirit Realm. Holy *T. What's going on? This brat broke through again. Breaking through 2 realms in less than 10 minutes. Does he think that breaking through is like buying cabbage on the street? Shock. Incomparable shock. Everyone's gazes were filled with disbelief. What was going on with this brat? How could he break through in such a short period of time? They couldn't understand it at all. However, at this moment, Yin Shang suddenly thought of the situation where the sea of corpses in the 19th level of hell was completely wiped out. His brows furrowed, his eyes widened in anger, and his body released an extremely strong killing intent. Tang Jiu's expression was indifferent. He turned to look at Qin Yu, and smiled faintly. "I'll go first." There were many things. Yesterday, little Nyo Nyo was born. Yesterday, I was in the hospital all day, so I couldn't update. Previously, Old Cow had also said that if there was a day when I didn't update, it would mean that Little Grass went to the hospital to give birth. Secondly, when he returned home from the hospital at around 2 in the afternoon, Old Cow ate a few mouthfuls of food and started writing. He did not sleep for an entire day and night, and to be honest, I am happy for my little princess, but at the same time I am very tired. I really wish that I had a strong ability, like Luo Tian. Originally, I could have updated a few more chapters today, but at 5 in the afternoon the harvester reached my family's field, so I had no choice but to harvest the rice. At this time, everyone had basically eaten dinner and was taking a stroll outside, playing games. But in the village, there were still many people outside at this time. In the past, I used the name Five-Flower Cow because I had never caught a single five-flower cow after playing bullfighting for so many years. Until now, I still haven't caught one, so I used it. This year, I used the name Five-Flower Cow, and to be honest, Old Cow is now a cow in name, unimaginably tired. My wife is in confinement. I have to help take care of the child, and I have to help carry the rice at home. Luckily, there are still more than 2 mu of land left, and after July, there should be fewer things to do. In August, I will update more. Today, many brothers have tipped me. Old Cow is really touched, thank you. Today, I am really too tired, so I can only update 2 chapters. I hope that brothers and sisters can understand Old Cow. I am very grateful. Chapter 152. He had been seen through. There were fewer and fewer undying guards, and Luo Tian's cultivation was becoming higher and higher. It was very clear. Luo Tian's breakthrough had something to do with the undying guards that had died. In that moment, Yin Shang's heart was filled with shock. He was also asking himself if there was such a way to break through in this world. Or was this brat not a human, but a descendant of the demon race that had disappeared for 10,000 years? From what he knew, only the demon race used cruel killing to increase their cultivation. But even the demon race could not break through this quickly. Luo Tian's speed was too fast, so fast that it was hard to believe. It was so fast that the evil cultivators behind Yin Shang, who were watching the show, couldn't say a word. Their faces were very ugly, as if they had been slapped a few times. Yin Shang's eyes turned cold as he angrily roared. No matter who you are, no matter what kind of special status you have, and no matter how you achieved this heaven-defying breakthrough speed, today you must die. Luo Tian moved in the air and spread out his arms, releasing the 10,000 thunderbolts. He coldly smiled and said, "What, are you afraid? Are you afraid that Father's cultivation will reach the 9th level of the Mystic 9 spiritual level and cause your shit to explode out? Ha ha ha." Luo Tian was very worried. Yin Shang's strength was very terrifying. He was worried that Tang Jiu and the others would not be able to hold on. What he needed was time. Although it was not much time, this was simply an extravagant hope for him right now. For this, Luo Tian's voice was filled with provocation. What he needed to do now was to delay Yin Shang's attack. Once he reached the 9th level of the mystic spirit level, that would be when he died. Afraid. This king has never known fear since he was young. Yin Shang coldly snorted. Luo Tian once again released the 10,000 thunderbolts, and the system notification rang out again. His experience bar increased by a large amount as he said with a smile, "If you're not afraid, then wait for Father's breakthrough to the 9th level of the mystic spirit level. Let's see if I can kill you or not." "Ha ha, brat, with just you." Yin Shang arrogantly laughed. His laughter suddenly stopped as he revealed a sinister smile and roared, "Don't think I don't know that you're trying to stall for time. It's useless. It's useless. Let me break through to the 9th level of the mystic spirit realm. This daddy has broken through to the 9th level of the mystic spirit realm. I want to kill every single one of your Yinshan corpse cities. Luo Tian continued to provoke and said in high spirits. His expression was full of arrogance. Lord Yin King, kill this brat. That's right, kill him. Let's see how long that brat can be so arrogant. This brat has repeatedly challenged your dignity. This kind of person should die without a burial ground. Lord Yin King, please do it. A few of the evil sect members urged. Their expressions were different from before, because he was afraid. Luo Tian immediately laughed out loud. Look, they're all afraid. Afraid that I'll break through to the 9th level of the mystic spirit realm and send them all to hell, ha ha ha. Yin Shang turned to the side and shouted, "Shut up!" Shortly after, Yin Shang laughed coldly as he watched Luo Tian constantly moving and releasing lightning techniques. He said, "Brat, do you think this king doesn't know that you are stalling for time? You're still too inexperienced to play this game with me." As soon as he finished, Yin Shang's death aura surged out once again. He gently opened his arms, and a thick black death aura surged out from his palms. His eyes locked onto Luo Tian as he coldly shouted, "Death Nether!" Wang. Whoosh! Yin Shang's figure suddenly disappeared. Luo Tian frowned. Looking at his experience slot, he was still a distance away from the 8th level of the mystic spirit realm. He then looked at Tang Jiu, who was no longer at his original spot. He thought to himself, "Brother Jiu, it's all up to you." Immediately, Luo Tian no longer cared about Yin Shang and released the 10,000 thunderbolts even more crazily. The only thing he needed to do now was to level up. He could not be distracted. He was very clear on what he should do and what he should not do. If he were to rush up and fight Yin Shang, the 4 of them would definitely die here. Because Luo Tian was very clear on Yin Shang's strength of the 9th level of the mystic spirit realm. 10,000 thunderbolts. 10,000 thunderbolts. 10. Luo Tian continued to bombard the place. Everywhere he went was in ruins. Yinshan Corp City had already lost its original majestic appearance and was in a half-ruined state. "Brat, die for me." Yin Shang's cold and sinister voice came from the void. In the air, his figure flashed and a yellow aura rushed up. Rumble! A black and a yellow figure bounced off. Tang Jiu spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his entire body was in extreme pain. However, there was an excited smile on his face. "If you want to pass, you have to pass through me first." Tang Jiu went up. When Luo Tian broke through to the 7th level of the mystic spirit realm, he saw hope. He had to fight for more time for his idol, even if he had to die. Due to his connection with the royal family, he had seen countless powerhouses since he was young. There were mystic lords and even mystic venerable ones, but all of them were old men who were over 100 years old. He only had respect, and that was it. He had never admired any of them. Ever since he met Luo Tian, his life seemed to have been turned upside down. Luo Tian had given him too many surprises. His admiration for Luo Tian continued to increase until he finally became his idol. He was completely convinced by Luo Tian. Such a heaven-defying person should go to a bigger and wider place to shine on the entire continent and the entire human race. He should not die here. Therefore, when Tang Jiu agreed to Luo Tian's request, he had already made up his mind to die. He also had a tiny bit of hope in his heart. If he could survive, he had to bring Luo Tian to the Yunhai sect. At that time, the name Yunhai sect would resound throughout the entire continent because of Luo Tian. "Just you." Yin Shang sneered and said in disdain, "You overestimate yourself." In an instant, the powerful death aura surged again. An even more powerful force rushed towards Tang Jiu. Yin Shang said in disdain, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Death Tyrant. Crush. The deathly aura was like a huge tyrant, and the surrounding space was directly crushed by the pressure, causing an explosive sound to be heard. Tang Jiu frowned and put away his sword. He released the power of his royal bloodline and formed a shield of light. Then his eyes opened wide and he roared, "You mother ****, kill me if you have the guts!" Rumble. Bang. The two forces collided. Tang Jiu instantly fell from the sky and smashed a house into ruins. He was no match for Yin Shang at all. The difference in strength was too great. Yin Shang snorted and said in disdain, "You're courting death." Then he rushed towards Luo Tian again. At the same time, a figure rushed into the sky from the ruins. His face was covered in blood, but he still had an excited smile on his face. He said, "I'm not dead yet." Chapter 153. If he didn't make a move now, they would all die. Then again, half an hour had passed, and Luo Tian had miscalculated. To be exact, when Luo Tian had leveled up to level 8 Mystic Spirit, his experience points had basically stopped increasing. In the beginning, killing an undying guard would give him 1 to 200 experience points. But now it was only 10 to 20, which was completely unable to meet his current level requirement. There was no point in continuing to kill. Seeing Tang Jiu being sent flying, Qin Yu being knocked down, and by Mei being in danger, Luo Tian could no longer watch on. No matter what, at most he would fight it out. It was still the same saying, if he died, he would die for 1,000 years. Thinking of this, Luo Tian's lips curled up, and looking at Yin Shang in the distance, he scolded, "You damned monster, come and kill me!" His voice was deafening. It was extremely ear-piercing. The entire city was silent, and everyone's gaze was fixed on Luo Tian, who was floating in midair, including Yin Shang, who was ready to make a move. His gaze did not move as he stared at Luo Tian. Qin Yu turned around, tears flowing down her face as she shouted, "Hurry up and break through. Don't worry about us." Bai Mei's heart sank as well, and he sighed in his heart. Suddenly, Yin Shang stopped his attack and looked at Luo Tian, laughing crazily. The more he laughed, the more disdainful his expression became. He pointed at Luo Tian and said in disdain, "Ha ha ha, level 8 Mystic Spirit. You're still only at level 8 Mystic Spirit. Level 8 Mystic Spirit is still trash in front of me. Don't you know that I am an invincible existence below the Mystic King? Ha ha ha. Little brat, if you hurry up and break through to the 8th level of the Mystic Spirit realm, I would have to use some methods to kill you. But now, you're just an ant that can't even make a splash in front of me. This king can kill you as easily as stepping on a bug. Level 8 Mystic Spirit. It was too weak. If Luo Tian's cultivation had reached level 9 Mystic Spirit, he might have some fear. But level 8 Mystic Spirit was nothing in his eyes. He was no threat to him. The evil cultivators behind him also began to laugh maniacally. Scared me to death. I really thought that this brat could break through to the 9th level of the Mystic Spirit realm in just half an hour, but now it seems like it was just a joke. Ha ha ha. Lord Yin King is an invincible existence under the Mystic King realm. He is only one step away from breaking through to the Mystic King realm and can break through at any time. Even if this brat breaks through to the 9th level of the Mystic Spirit realm, he will not be a match for Lord Yin King. Lord Yin King is mighty. Almighty Yin King. In fact, they were sweating profusely in their hearts. Luo Tian was too fickle. Crazy if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Who would believe that he broke through 3 times in half an hour? Who would believe that he stepped from the 9th level of the Mystic Teacher realm to the 8th level of the Mystic Spirit realm in less than 8 days? He really changed too much. Perverted, too perverted. He was simply a godlike existence. Therefore, they were worried that Luo Tian would kill Yin King and then attack them. From the looks of it, none of this would happen, because Luo Tian was going to die. A 8th level of the Mystic Spirit realm was no match for a 9th level of the Mystic Spirit realm. Furthermore, this was the Shady Mountain Corpse City, the place closest to hell. The death aura was extremely strong, and there were over 10,000 undying guards in the city. No matter what, Luo Tian couldn't win. In their hearts, Luo Tian was definitely going to die. Indeed, suddenly it was extremely difficult for a mystic spirit realm to kill someone of a higher level. Eighth level of the mystic spirit realm was no match for a 9th level of the mystic spirit realm. However, Luo Tian was very clear that if he didn't come out, Qin Yu and Bai Mei would die. So what if he broke through to the 9th level of the mystic spirit realm? So what if he killed Yin Shang? Moreover, Qin Yu promised Luo Tian that once he left the Shady Mountain Corp City, she would fight 3,000 rounds with him. Luo Tian was filled with anticipation as he thought to himself, "It's time to break my virginity. Yin King, kill him. Yin King, use their heads as sacrificial altar. Yin King, kill them." Roars could be heard from all over the Corp City because they were truly afraid of Luo Tian, especially those undying guards. When they saw Luo Tian, their hearts trembled. It was as if they had met the Grim Reaper. That feeling was even worse than death. Yin Shang laughed coldly as he gently waved his hands. 2 balls of rainbow-colored death aura rose from his palms as he said in disdain, "What a pity, what a pity, what a pity you're going to die soon. How good would it be to be my vessel in peace? Who knows, I might even grant you eternal life one day, ha ha ha," as his laughter faded. Yin Shang's expression changed as he scolded, "You dog, you dare to overturn the heavens in my territory? Do you think you can destroy my Shady Mountain Corp City just because you learned the Gu refinement technique? Do you think you can overthrow me by joining forces with the old Undying? Do you think you can kill me by joining forces with 2 pieces of trash? Dream on. This king will be the immovable Yin King in the future. With an immortal body, no one can kill this king. Ha ha ha." Luo Tian dug his ears and said rather impatiently, "You mother of asterisk her. Stop blindly babbling, all right? Blabbering like an old woman. Are you going to refine Gu and turn yourself into a yin yang man? Wow, Doggeen, you are so fashionable." Yin Shang's face turned purple, and his body suddenly swelled up, turning into a giant. The disgusting Gu worm on his head opened its huge mouth, and mucus flowed all over Yin Shang's face. It looked as disgusting as it could get. However, this fellow was still very excited. Wahaha! Ghost weeping laughter resounded above the Corpse City. Yin Shang's vigorous death aura was released as he shouted, "This king will show you the eternal kingdom!" Roll! In an instant, the thick death aura covered the entire city. Then the death aura kept rolling. The big Gu on Yin Shang's head also kept rolling. The 2 seemed to have merged into one. In a few seconds, the death aura continued to roll. The thick death aura turned into a rainbow color. As it shone down, the entire Corpse City was shrouded in a dream. Every Undying Guard's face was filled with excitement as if they were injected with chicken blood. Eternal Kingdom! Eternal Kingdom! Eternal Kingdom! 10,000 people shouted together, their voices shaking the heavens. Whitebrow clenched his fists and spat out 2 words, "Oh no!" At this moment, Luo Tian's Xian Qi moved as he released the strength of a level 8 mystic spirit realm. His entire body released a terrifying killing intent. Behind him, a huge shadow holding a sickle revealed a smile of death. Luo Tian pointed his middle finger and shouted, "Come! Die for me! Eternal suppression!" Yin Shang waved his hand, and the rainbow-colored deathly aura that filled the sky transformed into a towering mountain that smashed down on all heaven. Rumble! Luo Tian's sea of consciousness shook. The gravity in his body seemed to have increased by 100,000 times. It was unbearable, extremely unbearable. His heart was roaring. Pala! Pala! Luo Tian's body continued to press down. This power was too heavy. Boom! In an instant, it smashed a deep hole in the ground. The death aura's shockwave turned all the buildings in the Corpse City, except for the Yin King Hall, into ashes. Luo Tian's fate was unknown. Yin Shang was extremely proud. You want to fight me? You're looking for death. Is this all you've got? A voice came from the dust. Luo Tian patted the dust off his body and looked at Yin Shang with a cold smile. Level 3 Berserk! Chapter 154. He didn't die. Shock. Every single person had a shocked expression on their faces. They couldn't imagine it. What kind of situation was this? Was Luo Tian even human? Thinking about it, their expressions became very strange. Some people even suspected that Yin Shang had not used his full strength. How could this kind of strength not be able to kill the mystic spirit level 8, Luo Tian? Not only was he not dead, the most important thing was, Luo Tian didn't suffer any injuries at all. He patted the dust off his body leisurely. He looked down on Yin Shang. You only have this bit of strength? You're a complete mess. As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian gave a sinister smile. Now it's father's turn. 3rd level Berserk. Hong. The energy in his body exploded. Luo Tian's aura suddenly changed. The death god behind him became even thicker, almost like it was real. It was 8 times stronger than before. 3rd level Berserk. 8 times his attribute, strength. The moment he released it, everything on Luo Tian's body increased by 8 times. His entire body turned red as if he was burning lava. His 2 eyes stared at Yin Shang and he shouted, "The strength of a level 8 mystic spirit level is indeed not as good as yours. What about now?" 8 times the attribute of the mystic spirit level 8. Yin Shang could feel the aura on Luo Tian's body and his face became very ugly. The faces of the evil sect members behind him were as ugly as *T, probably because they had just eaten *T. Luo Tian took a step forward. See, the rubble under his feet quickly melted and then quickly evaporated, turning into dust that floated in the air. Strength! What explosive power! Luo Tian was extremely excited. His fists secretly clenched and his heart filled with incomparable arrogance. Seeing Yin Shang's expression that looked like he had eaten shit, he playfully said, "What's wrong? You can't say anything. Weren't you very arrogant? Weren't you very arrogant? Weren't you mocking me, the mystic spirit level 8? F***CK, your grandpa. Show me how arrogant you are right now, you damn monster." Every time Luo Tian said a sentence, he would take a step forward. With each step, all the undead guards within 5 meters of him would faint, and a visible energy wave would shoot out from under his feet. If one were to describe it more appropriately, it would be as domineering as in One Piece. Yin Shang's expression grew uglier and uglier. The pressure he released was actually unable to cause any harm to Luo Tian. In fact, it was easily blocked by Luo Tian. Was this the power of an 8th level mystic spirit? This was clearly already past the 9th level of the mystic spirit realm. "Your Excellency Yin King, my sect still has some urgent matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. My child is still waiting for me to go back and feed her. I'll take my leave first. Your Excellency Yin King, my period is here. I can't help it. There are a few days every month. I'll take my leave first. Take care of yourself. I believe that you will definitely kill him." Those evil sect people were finding all sorts of reasons to leave Yin King Palace. Their actions made Yin Shang extremely angry. His gloomy expression turned slightly as he looked at those so-called allies of the Alliance. He coldly laughed. "Want to leave? Go and die." He flipped his right hand. The rainbow-colored death aura turned into several streaks of light and flew out, piercing through his body. The death aura continued to devour until it turned into a black body and then turned into dust. A bunch of fence-sitters. Is this King's Yin Mountain Corpse City a place where you can come and go as you please? Yin Shang angrily shouted. He turned to look at Luo Tian and coldly laughed. "Not bad, you're quite strong. But can you kill me? I have an 8th level undead goo body. It's as hard as iron in the deep sea. indestructible by 10,000 swords. You think you can kill this king with your current strength? Stop dreaming. Kid, this king will give you one more chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me, then this king will spare you. Otherwise, Luo Tian was really impatient. He moved his fists heavily and released lava flames. Under the stimulation of 8 times the attributes, his fists were like volcanic rocks that erupted. Luo Tian looked at the complacent Yin Shang in midair and punched out. He shouted in a deep voice, "Blabber, blabber, blabber your sister. You be *TSH." His right fist punched out towards the void. The fist shadow turned illusory and instantly disappeared. Following that, the sound of space shattering rang out. After that, a huge hole appeared above Yin Shang's head. The huge magma fist smashed down heavily, aiming for the goo worm above his head. Hit! YSE! Luo Tian laughed excitedly. He didn't expect the lava flames under level 3 Berserk could shatter the void and control the lava fist. Therefore, he was able to accurately hit Yin Shang's head. The weakness of anyone who was poisoned by the goo poison was the goo worm under their skull. Yin Shang's goo is a little special. It directly broke out of the skull and transformed into a part of his body. It occupied his head and showed off its might. Extremely disgusting. The lava exploded on the large goo. Yin Shang's body sank a little. He was shocked, but his expression became even more sinister. He laughed loudly. Haha, kid, do you think I'm the same as them? I refined myself into a goo, a level 8 goo. This king said that your attack is not enough. Ha ha ha. You can't kill this king. His attack was strong, but Yin Shang's defense was even stronger. Luo Tian always thought that the undead goo was a part of Yin Shang. He didn't expect that he was only a part of the undead goo. His entire person had turned into a large goo. He looked at Yin Shang and laughed crazily. Luo Tian's right hand moved and the blood-sucking blade appeared in his hand. He locked his eyes on Yin Shang and laughed coldly. You're still arrogant, right? You think I can't kill you? Fine. I'll show you what Berserk strength is. His right leg moved. Level 3 Berserk. He used Berserk again. The aura was stronger than before. Because the killing intent in the blood-sucking blade was extremely strong, the aura of the Massacre World and the aura of the Grim Reaper's path merged and resonated. It's useless. A lowly human like you can't kill this king. No matter how strong you are, they are all trash in front of my level 8 goo. Ha ha ha. Yin Shang laughed sinisterly. His laughter was filled with pride and arrogance. Mother ***. Luo Tian cursed. The fire in his heart flared up. He waved his long saber and pointed it at Yin Shang, who had a complacent look on his face. He said, "Damn it, you think you can take it? Fine, I will let you take it. Let's see if you can take 10,000 slashes." Luo Tian went berserk. Today is the 4th update. I still have to take care of my little princess at night. Thank you to Blossoming Moonless Ores for the 10,000 book coins tip. The first branch master, Old Cow, is excited. I'll find time to write a chapter.